We're going to call this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission to order. This is our regular July 16th, 2020 meeting. We're glad that you're all here. We have a packed agenda with lots of really important items to discuss tonight, as well as some very important approvals later on with our tentative millage rate that will set up our final budget. Strap in. We're going to be working hard for a while here, but we're glad that everybody's with us. Before we move to adoption of the consent agenda, I wanted to allow the city manager to introduce our new finance director, who I think started on Monday. Mr. Feldman, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I think I was muted. Thank you, Mayor. So our new finance director started on Monday, Cynthia Ramos, who is joining us and is in the room. And we're excited to have her on board. And I wanted to thank Diane Wilson, who was our interim finance director, for the great job that she did during the tenure between directors. We're real excited to have Cynthia on board. She comes from the city of Hollywood and before that Miami Beach, and brings a lot of expertise and enthusiasm to the role. So welcome aboard.
Excellent. Welcome, Ms. Ramos. We're thrilled that you're with us. I can't think of a more unusual time to be joining our Gainesville family, but we're certainly happy that you're here. Please let us all know how we can make your transition a little bit more comfortable. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Ms. Ramos, if you'd like to say hi, you can. If you, I see that you're in the room, but if not, that's okay too.
Sorry, I'm trying to think. Hi, everyone. I don't know why it's opposite of where it should be, but let me turn that video off. But I just want to say that I'm very excited to be here. I'm hopefully we'll get to meet all of you very soon. But I'm ready to get to work. It is an odd time, but I have been welcomed with open arms. So I appreciate that on the behalf of everyone that I've met so far, and I'm excited to be here and work with you all.
Excellent. Thanks for saying hello, Ms. Ramos. It sounds like you have some assistants working with you in the background there, which many of us get that joy and opportunity as well. So make sure to keep them on task. All right, Madam Clerk, thank you. Let's move on to our next order of business, please.
The first item is the adoption of the consent agenda. I do believe there is one request to remove A-9 and continue it to 16.
Okay, so we need a motion to adopt our consent agenda with one modification: removal of consent agenda item 9, award recommendation for the RFQ for new home builders at Hartwood neighborhood. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, motion by Ariola, seconded by Ward. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, sir. We do have one speaker on the adoption of the consent agenda, Nathan Scott. He has 3 minutes. Mr. Scott.
Yes, thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. I would ask the Commission to remove the GARE item from the consent agenda for further discussion, citing issues with the contract, as well as typographical errors and other concerns. Specifically, with respect to the ratification of the agreement that was signed by Ms. Marshall on June 17th and was approved to form a legality by someone in the city attorney's office. It states that Exhibit A and Exhibit B are incorporated or attached and incorporated by reference therein. I do not see Exhibit A nor Exhibit B attached to the agreement. It's certainly not identified as such, which is a contractual issue should any contractual dispute arise. It's a blatant miss by those that were on the city side reviewing the contract. Secondly, on page 18, there's a typographical error that states that the cost is $134,244. That number is not supported anywhere else in the document on the numbers on that page, notwithstanding the total being $127,868. So again, there are some issues regarding this that reflect clearly upon the lack of attention to detail, not only by city staff, the attorney's office, but by this commission that seems to have its attention elsewhere. And these are the expenditures of taxpayer money. And my final concern related to this item is the fact that, as originally presented to the commission, this item the cost of this training was based upon providing in-person training. I know COVID has changed that, but there should be some resultant cost savings resulted from providing training virtually rather than the cost of travel of flying the GARE representatives down here and housing and lodging them and paying for their food. None of that seems to be reflected in the price. So at the end of the day, it seems like this commission is not attentive to detail, staff's not attentive to detail, and they're not negotiating on the best interest of the taxpayers that are having to fund this. I mean, certainly there should be a reduction recognizing the cost of not having to travel and stay locally. The trainings can be provided virtually. So again, given the inherent contractual errors, I think this item should be removed or at least brought back to the commission when these legal and contractual errors have been corrected, given the lack of attention to detail, notwithstanding the fact that it's been signed by the Equal Opportunity Director, Ms. Marshall. It's been signed by a representative of the city attorney's office. And I do think the city attorney, Ms. Shalley, would have to agree with me as an attorney on this, that Exhibit A and Exhibit B are not attached therein, and they're not incorporated by reference because they're not clearly marked. So again, this is another instance where the lack of attention to detail and this commission's just wanting to put stuff on the consent agenda without discussing it in detail is problematic for those taxpayers that would like to see their money spended with some level of attention to detail. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Larry. Are there any other callers on the consent agenda?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Ms. Shalley or Ms. Marshall, do you have any comments or clarifications based on Mr. Scott's comments?
Mr. Mayor, Exhibits A and Exhibit B are actually attached, and the contract was reviewed and approved through legal.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shalley, anything else to add to that?
No.
Okay, thank you. And if there is a typographical error, that can be easily corrected. Okay, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
I have a question, Mayor. My hand was raised.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't have my participant thing up. I apologize. Commissioner Simmons, go ahead.
That's okay. I just wanted to know why would we want to take the Hardwood project off the consent agenda? Is there an explanation for it?
Yeah, I think there was a challenge to from one of the bidders, but Mr.
You
Phil,
have been muted. To unmute yourself, press
The City of Gainesville, can I get your name?
Larry, you're
Hi,
not on
is this
mute.
Larry?
Yes,
Larry,
speaking.
you're not on mute. Mr. Feldman, can you speak
Hello?
to
We're the
Larry? Yeah, thank you. Mr. Feldman, can you speak to the hardwood item?
Yes, so we had a request for information.
we've been calling. We've been calling every number we have, and we have the Zoom.
I'll try.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Feldman.
So we had a public records request for some information on this, and I wanted to make sure I had an opportunity to circulate all that information to the commission prior to your consideration on the item. So I didn't want to send that out yesterday at the last minute to you all, and so I'm planning on circulating that information before the next meeting and then having this back on consent.
I just don't think we should prolong this process any longer. I don't see that that's warranted to take this off the consent agenda because of a public request. Mayor and commissioners, we've been dealing with hardwood for quite a long time now, and I'm ready to get this process moving forward. And that, to me, that's just not a reasonable request to take it off the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Okay, Ms. Gainey, then we will go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Simmons,
No.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Simmons in dissent. Up next, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the approval of and the adoption of the regular agenda.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's a motion to adopt the regular agenda. Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Ward. So we have 2 time certain items today, one at 4 o'clock and one at 6 o'clock. And so what I'm going to just kind of put out there now, I think we're going to have a really good discussion surrounding both of those time certain items. And the 4 o'clock on the moratorium on development, this will be the first time that we discuss that. And so what I'm going to suggest to the commission, if by 5:30 we don't have a sort of clear direction and there's a clear consensus on the commission about what we want to do moving forward with that item, because today we're really seeing the research from our policy research group for the first time, the public seeing that for the first time. And so what I'm just going to ask of the commission is that by 5:30, if we, really haven't come together around a certain direction, and actually maybe more like 5, because we want to be able to take public comment on the item as well, that we continue that discussion to a future meeting, maybe even a special meeting, if it seems like there's enough differences of view and further need for follow-up information, that sort of thing. And because we no matter what, we have to stop at 6 and take up the other time certain item. And I don't want to leave things halfway through. So that none of that may be necessary. We may have a good discussion and get to a natural decision, by 5:30. But if not, I'm gonna, by like around 5, I'm gonna remind everybody of what I've just said, and then hopefully we can figure out how we want to proceed from there if we haven't reached a sort of natural stopping point. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. In anticipation of the possibility that we might have quite a bit of discussion around the moratorium and we might need to continue it, can we ask right now for our clerk to look up some special dates sooner rather than later? Not special dates for a special meeting. Sooner rather than later, as well as the possibility of putting this on the agenda at our next city commission meeting.
Sure, we can always put it on the next meeting. That's easy for us to do. In fact, we could take that action at later this afternoon.
Great.
Just to continue it till then. But yeah, Madam Clerk, if you want to look for some open dates, I tend to have the trickiest schedule, but I'm pretty open during the day, especially up until around the 24th, I think. So, I think we can be able to do that within the first half of August if that's the direction the commission wants to go. Commissioner Simmons?
Also, Mayor, in the spirit of COVID-19, can we move that up to the front of the agenda? Because I think that's going to be a very quick topic, or we can't.
Oh, the discussion of COVID?
Yeah, that
I don't have a problem with that. Mr. Manager, are you prepared to give your COVID update to start off our afternoon agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Santos, you made the motion. Is that okay? Commissioner Ward? Okay, so the modification to the agenda will be that we put the COVID-19 update first and then move on with the rest of the agenda as presented. And then we'll look at the moratorium issue sort of midway through that discussion this afternoon, which again is a time certain at 4 o'clock. Okay, Larry, do we have anybody for the adoption of the regular agenda?
Yes, Mayor, and forgive me for the audio disruption there a minute ago. Nathan Scott to speak on the adoption of the regular agenda. Mr. Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott again. With respect to the adoption of the regular agenda, I have two concerns. First and foremost is I would ask the Commission to defer discussion of two items to allow for greater public participation and engagement. Particularly, the public's at a great disadvantage to the extent that we have to participate remotely. We're not able in the traditional manner to put up slides or to show exhibits that would support the positions being made. Case in point was when I just spoke on the adoption consent agenda. Clearly, Ms. Marshall is mistaken because Exhibit A and Exhibit B are nowhere to be found on the contract or the documents. And I challenge the city attorney or anyone else on that commission to prove me wrong, because I just emailed the city attorney. But my point being here is that on the solar PPA, it's clouded by a complete lack of transparency, just like the biomass contract. The public doesn't have a meaningful way to illustrate the level of redactions up to and including the purchasing agreement, which redacts the bid scores, which is unprecedented, amongst other things. Likewise, too, on this renter's rights ordinance, which is going to be very controversial. I think that those affected stakeholders, being property owners in the city or apartment complexes and such that are going to be affected by this, clearly should have the ability to participate in person and not be relegated to having to participate on the fly. So I would ask the Commission to consider pulling both of those items off the consent agenda. They're not time sensitive. They should be thoroughly vetted and have more adequate public discussion. And again, you guys always seem to get the last word, but I as an attorney, Exhibit A and Exhibit B are not identified in the backup documents. And your Equal Opportunity Director is clearly mistaken. And I think the city attorney would concur with that. Thank you.
Anybody else, Larry?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Sacco?
To what extent that it matters, I don't think that we are doing any disservice to the public by having the renters' rights item on today's agenda for discussion. We had over half a year of discussion for folks to come in person prior to COVID. And this is only a discussion, not a first reading, where people could just have questions or suggestions, much like they did for those 6 months we met in subcommittee. And I do not think we should move it in any way.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, let's move to a roll call vote. Again, it's adoption of our regular agenda with one modification, moving the COVID-19 update to first on the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is the COVID-19 verbal update.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn my video off for just a second here. I'll be listening though and in front of my computer. Mr. Manager, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. Want to talk about a couple items relating to COVID this afternoon. First, I'm going to ask Ms. Bowie to give us an update on GNV Cares for Neighbors, followed by an update from Mr. Hoffman on GNV Cares for Business. Then I'd like to talk a little bit about our current enforcement efforts and show you a prototype of an enforcement dashboard that we're getting ready to push out on our off of our webpage. And then finally, to solicit some comment or thoughts from the Commission on any proposed revisions to the county's order that you would like me to express, because apparently, as I learned this morning, they are going to be redrafting their order. I want to make sure we're covering all the relevant points for consideration. So with that, I will ask Ms. Bowie to start off with a quick presentation on where we are with GNV Cares for Neighbors.
Great, thank you. Can you all hear me pretty well? Okay, I'm using the laptop for the first time because I have too many problems with the app. So here's where we are with GNV Cares for Neighbors to date. 295 applicants have been submitted for processing. We've actually approved more than that, but there is a slight lag between approval and processing. The processing has now been moving much more quickly thanks to finance. So the total assistance in dollars to date is just under 300,000. It's 297, 864, and 44 cents to be exact. I learned recently we had as many as 321 applicants who had applied but not submitted any additional information, which meant that we couldn't review, we couldn't vet, we couldn't approve. And I'll just be candid with you that I was not comfortable closing the door on that many people. 321 people is a lot of people. So I met with our housing team, and together with Strategic Initiatives, we devised a plan to personally call each one of those applicants. And after, in fact, during that planning period, some people were able to turn in their missing documents. That left 268 people who still needed to be contacted. I am very proud to share with you that our housing team, together with SI's help, has personally contacted 268 people this week. And the reason why I think that's important is these are extenuating circumstances for sure. And I just didn't feel comfortable that we would leave our communications only to electronic. So they have contacted each one of these applicants. 70 people have been responsive since those calls were made and getting their information in for review. We have learned, as we've spoken with a lot of the applicants, that some of them have extenuating circumstances that would make it difficult for them to meet the federal threshold for the CDBG funds. As you know, there is a quite extensive list of documents that they must turn in for approval, and some of them are not able to do that for various reasons. Some of them, for example, are in business for themselves. So the housing team really feels that they could vet those applicants, and those who can't meet the federal threshold but could meet our internal controls standards and provide the documentation, we may be able to fund them out of the general fund. We've got another meeting on Monday where we'll go through that list of applicants that have extenuating circumstances for various reasons as to why they can't get the specific federal threshold information in, and then and see if we can help them out of the general fund. Ultimately, our goal really is to just help as many people as possible. We've received many emails, you all should know, coming in, really thanking the city, personal notes of gratitude, sharing with our housing team that they could not have made it without the city's assistance. And I'm personally proud of that and really proud of the work that the staff has been doing to make this happen. We do know the county has north of $40 million to help the community. We hope many more people could be helped that weren't able to meet either our residency requirement or whatever challenges they had. That's our update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deborah. Mayor, I see some hands up.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and
before you get to the commissioners, I just want to add, if I could, we've also entered into a contract through GNV Cares for Neighbors with HRC, Human Rights Council, and we've given them our first $15,000 allotment, which they have dispersed, and we're now reviewing those disbursements and are getting ready to give a second $15,000 allotment from the GNV Cares for Neighbors. And that's really geared towards our neighbors who are undocumented and could not participate in either the federal or state money that came down. And that's funded from our general fund.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Yeah, so well, I'm just, because there might be additional questions, let's go and hear from Mr. Hoffman on the business side of things first, and then we'll hit the commissioners in case you have questions about either the business side or the neighbor side. Mr. Hoffman?
Thank you. So I'll be quick and I'll just run it by the numbers here. So we had 206, as you're aware from previous updates, we had 266 applications that we initially received. We anticipate funding between 120 and 140 of those. 60 to 70 right off the top were eliminated because they did not have a current and active Gainesville business tax license. Over 70 have been approved so far, agreements signed and moved on to finance for payment. 18 more have been approved, but we're waiting for the applicant to sign the grant agreement and provide us the information to transfer the money into their account. And there are 30 more where we're waiting additional documentation in order to approve them and get them to that grant agreement stage. We're calling each one of those similarly, not relying on email, but we're making phone calls if someone has been unresponsive, and then the balance of which have been paid so far. So that's where we're at with GNV Cares for Business.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman. Okay, so let's go back to the commission. Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Mayor, I actually want to make a motion when we're done with this report.
Okay, just put your hand back up a little bit later in the conversation then. Commissioner Sacco.
So I think what Mr. Feldman was talking about was the Human Rights Coalition, which is different from the council.
Yes,
so I don't want anyone getting in trouble, which I'm very happy to hear. But I also had a question. I now forgot. Right. So it came to my attention earlier back when I was asking about the applicants that some landlords had refused to accept or participate. And I think that in the follow-up that Ms. Bowie's talking about, some landlords in the update I received were now accepting Gainesville Cares funds for rent. They were finally accepting that. And I wanted to make sure that we all kind of understood, that the public understood, that if their landlord refuses to accept GNV Cares funding for rent, they could be in violation of our housing discrimination protections at the city about income source protection. And so I think that was a learning curve for everyone because it was a new ordinance for the city, but it is something that I spoke to EO about. And I want us, if we add any more funds, if we have other funds that come down to us to administer out to the public, I want that to be at the forefront of our minds, that it's not a choice, most likely for landlords, whether they want to participate in this program, that if an applicant qualifies and we have granted them the money to pay their rent, that it must be accepted.
Okay.
It was more a comment than a question, but that was it.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank the staff that really went the extra mile to reach out to the neighbors that did not qualify at first. I think that really makes a really big difference. So thank you for that. Two, I want to find out about the Gainesville Cares About Businesses piece of it and the business license that registered with the city. Dan, did you say that there were about 60 or 70 that were not qualified because of that?
Yes, that took about, I think it might have been 66 right off the top that were not qualified. That business license is a requirement, so it's not an optional thing a business could have in the city. It's something that they must have. And staff have talked about if we were to do a second phase of this, that we would do some additional outreach to those specific businesses. We didn't feel comfortable waiving the criteria because the criteria was approved by the commission. But those businesses, what we saw in the list were, they were typically small businesses, in some cases home-based businesses, that never really have engaged with the city before. And in conversations with the CRA, I think the CRA, and I don't mean to speak for the CRA, but I think we see it as an opportunity to try to bring those businesses more into the fold, make sure that they're aware of all the different programs that the city has available to help support them. So we do anticipate in a later stage doing some outreach to those businesses to try to really bring them closer to the city and the different support services we can offer so they don't miss out on things like this in the future.
what if we were to, do we know about how much money we'll have that was not dispersed to the Gainesville Cares About Businesses piece of it?
I'll talk it in 3 tranches. So we had money from the GCRA, we had money from the general fund, and we had money from CDBG. So we will spend every dime of our general fund money. As it's probably not a surprise to anybody that most of the businesses in the city are outside of the CRA area. So we went through every bit of that money. There were relatively few businesses in the CDBG zone. That's because for a variety of reasons, but those are typically a little more residential. There's not a lot of businesses in them anyways. They're a smaller geographical segment. So we actually decided to move all that money back to CDBG. So GNV Cares for Neighbors at the moment is not going to use any CDBG dollars. And it's something that we can always revisit if we were to do a second phase. And since there have been some staff conversations about that, but at the moment, we don't anticipate using it. The GCRA funds, we had about $830,000 from the GCRA, and we will spend, and like I said, we still have a couple dozen that we're working through, so I don't have final numbers yet. But we'll probably spend somewhere between $200,000 and $230,000 of the $830,000. So there will be a significant portion of GCRA money remaining that GNV Cares for Business does not use.
Okay.
At least without going to a second phase or any other further action.
Yeah, my thought process is that the county just received, like Deborah said, upwards of, $40 million. And I think about half of it is going towards businesses, small and medium-sized businesses. And my hope would be if we can kind of stay abreast of what their application process is, and hopefully influence it so that some of these businesses, the smaller, home-based businesses and just the smaller businesses in general, might be able to qualify for those funds, then that's what I'd like to see.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Yes,
absolutely. In fact, sorry, Mr. Manager.
So we are doing that. The county is still working through what their program is going to look like, and they plan on bringing it back to their August 3rd county commission meeting. And we've requested, drafts of that as it's being developed so that we can provide input, and other cities have done the same. It's important to recognize the allocation process for their version of neighbors and business is both based upon population. I know I've expressed concern about that. I know the mayor has as well, that at least for businesses, since we have a disproportionately high number of businesses within the county population is not necessarily the best metric. And I think, the more the county commission hears from you all, that they should look at a different type of metric for the business distribution to make sure that Gainesville businesses are going to receive the right amount is going to be critical. But we've expressed to the county that we want to be part of their planning process for how this money is going to be distributed.
Okay, great.
And as recently as today, some of their staff have reached out asking about some of the criteria and what worked, what didn't work. So we're having that conversation. And I want to clarify something. I misspoke earlier. I think I said no CDBG dollars were used for neighbors. I meant business. It's no CDBG dollars were used for GNV Cares for Business.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just give the housing department kudos as well for taking that extra step to reach out to the applicants, and also ask if the city manager can provide us with a list of the businesses that thus far have been approved for the loans, if we can get that. And I think my question has been answered. If we're going to do round 2, right now we don't know for certain if that's going to take place.
But we don't know if round 2 is going to take place. I want to go through the numbers and know what pots of money we have left before we bring you back a round 2. And candidly, I would like to see how we can put a round two in conjunction with what the county is doing, so that we're not making businesses necessarily go through two different programs, but how we can maybe augment for Gainesville businesses and Gainesville neighbors, additional money than what the county is just putting in from their share. So I would like to understand their program in a little more detail and see how we can fold our next efforts into their program without supplanting those dollars. I don't think our dollars should be in addition to what neighbors and businesses will be getting from the county.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And one additional thing to consider if there's a fund balance from this program is our arts institutions are, folks that derive a lot of their income from ticket sales and things like that. We're sort of left out of this phase, because that's, and I think there's a way for us to ask for their help in what we're trying to do this fall and spring. And that could be a good partnership, but we can work on that together. And I want to thank Commissioner Sacco. Hopefully this person gets back to me. I got an email saying, I think it's not fair that some landlords refuse the money and I think you should make them take it. And I said, well, there's no way for the city to make somebody take our money. And you just gave a really good response of why we can. And I hadn't thought, this is why we need lawyers on the commission. Is that really helps me a lot understand better what the sort of solution to that problem is. So hopefully they email me back and say, you don't know what you're talking about, Poe. And I can say, you know what, you're right, I don't. Thankfully, I serve with some great people that do know what they're talking about and have been reasonably corrected in that. So thank you for pointing that out to me and to all of us. Commissioner Sacco, you had another question?
I wanted to thank you because I do like the idea of if we do have residual funds, but it's not enough to do another wave. I do want some of our arts venues and music venues who may not be able to get assistance elsewhere for a number of reasons to look at, because I think we have a good dozen or so art venues that are hurting either in rent or just from lack of revenue. So if we can look at the residual funds of the first wave, and it doesn't look enough for a second wave, but it could be enough to make an impact for those arts venues in our community, I'd fully support that.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, I think you had a few other things you wanted to hit.
I did. I wanted to talk about enforcement for a second.
Sure.
Bring you up to date as to what we've done. So since the pandemic was declared an emergency by the city back on March 16th, we've made over 10,500 inspections to businesses around the Gainesville community. But beyond these routine inspections, and most notably since the last emergency order of the county went in place, we've started doing what we call special business outreaches, where we station our code compliance and GFR staff in front of businesses to encourage individuals to wear masks into those businesses. Those have been pretty successful. I've been sharing with you what those contacts are. As of yesterday, we've made 6,177 neighbor contacts in front of businesses. 654 masks were given out, so neighbors came into compliance, and they did so willingly. 15 of our neighbors claimed a medical exemption, and we left it at that. And 11 refused masks, proceeded into businesses, and were subsequently issued warnings. On our RTS, and this came up yesterday, we have distributed 80,000 masks on our RTS buses, so that our riders are protected. There are dispensers. There's a dispenser for sanitization. We've started equipping our buses with plexiglass to protect the drivers. So at some time in the future, we will be able to start front entry again, which will help us again with the enforcement of the mask order, because the passengers will have to go by the driver versus the driver having to rely upon cameras to identify noncompliance. And then as a result of the conversation at the joint meeting yesterday and the clarification with regard to citing businesses for their employees not wearing masks, we have started that process today. I can't tell you how many citations we have issued because I don't have that information yet. But I will keep you informed as we continue to enforce that order. As I also indicated in my opening remarks, we have developed a online dashboard and a geographic information system based portal so that our neighbors can basically click on a business establishment to see what type of inspections we have made since the pandemic broke out and whether there has been compliance or violations and what our actions have been. And I've asked Dan to just briefly share his screen and show you what that dashboard is going to look like.
Thank you. And if I'm not sure if I need presenter rights, but I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Can folks see what I'm looking at now? Looks like a fancy dashboard. Okay. So this is, I'm going to give you, there's two things I'm going to show you, and I will be brief. This is what we use internally to manage and distribute our resources when we're enforcing the mask order. We see in pretty much real time any violations or complaints or warnings that come in. Like City Manager said, we're now about to start issuing citations, so that number is still at 0. And we're tracking all of the, and this is where he got that 10,500 number, every visit to every single business. There's an app that we built, and we built this dashboard in-house as well, that we use to, in the field, track this information in real time. So if an inspector visits a business, they see a violation, they know what the history has been, and they can act appropriately with that business. You know, if this business has had multiple warnings or multiple violations, they have access to all of that, and they can take, in some cases, they can take additional steps. What we're going to be posting, most of that information will also be posted to the public in this portal that we're still cleaning up the data and doing some fine tweaking on it, but in this portal that you're seeing now, there's this initial splash page, which has a little bit of disclaimers. It shows folks, you know, directs folks to 311 if they have an issue, and it, or they can go to my GNV, and it gives them some basic instructions. So they see a similar snapshot of everything that's going on in the city. They even see their the results of their 311 complaint or request. So if someone goes in and says, you know, if they call 311 and said I was at this particular business and I saw a bunch of people not wearing masks, then they can go to this and follow up if they so choose. There's two different layers. There's a historical layer which shows everything going back to March, and I mean that is, some businesses have been visited many, many times. So there's a trove of information there, or they can look at the very last, the latest inspection. You'll see a few more red dots here. These are ones that either we're looking into because there was a 311 complaint, or they are, or they were found to be in compliance as of their latest check. So a resident can click on the dots and they can see that over here at this particular gas station, we stopped by a couple of days ago. We got a because of a 311 complaint. We did find some folks standing out front. We distributed masks to them. We spoke to the manager, and we went along with our day. We didn't find anything at that particular point to issue any kind of warning or citation in this case. So this is information will be available to the public so they can see exactly what we're doing in real time. We're still tweaking a few elements of it. We'll be tracking and adding more information about, for example, in the future, any violations related to not having proper signage posted, and some other things to make it a little more user-friendly. But we built this in-house just over the last few days, so we hope to have it up and running very soon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
And then, Mayor, the last item I'd like to talk about before get some further comments from the commission is, and this was alluded to yesterday as well. So we're working with the university, with the Vice President for Student Affairs and some of our local establishments, primarily bars and bar/restaurants, where we know that the students historically have frequented, on trying to figure out what some best practices can be, recognizing that we want to avoid house parties and apartment parties and fraternity parties, but we have to recognize that students are students and they will go somewhere in that regard. So we're continuing to work with them in terms of trying to develop a program that will keep students out of the interior spaces of these establishments where spread is going to be more likely because of the congested nature of the establishments, which also becomes an enforcement issue for us. So we're looking at how can we move some of that activity to the exterior. That may mean dealing with open container laws. That may mean closing down streets. That may mean using city land as alternative venues. So we've putting together a working group of staff between the city and the university and some of these establishments to try to come up with a plan that will work. And then lastly, as I indicated, the county has said that they are going to have some new language in their order, and I wanted to solicit from the commission any particular topics you would like us to ask them to address in the order. For example, one element that that was suggested from my staff is whether restaurants should have to stop selling alcohol after midnight. I don't know what the commission's thoughts are on that, and I didn't want to propose anything along that line, unless I heard from the commission as to what your appetite is with regard to stricter regulations than what the county's already talked about. So that's all I have at this point, and happy to answer questions and take input.
All right, yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Feldman, Ms. Bowie, Mr. Hoffman, not just for your work, but for that update as well. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The dashboard looks great. I think the public is really going to like that. I know personally I'm going to like that because I make a few of those complaints myself, so it'll be nice to track that. But I think definitely the public will like to know where things are working, and also can decide where they want to go based on if businesses are putting the health of our community first. I would like, when Commissioner Ward makes a motion, I think we should send a letter to our authorized mayor to send a letter on behalf of the commission asking the county to distribute the CARES dollars by where the businesses are and not by population. As for stopping alcohol sales at midnight or things like that, I don't think having it late is an issue. I just don't think we should be having it inside. I think that's what we should be pushing, is to have not have restaurants serve alcohol or even serve food inside. I think it should be all outside. I think that's a much safer place to have people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also, one other thing, I do think I'm glad we're starting to enforce against businesses for their employees. I also believe that we should be enforcing this against individuals who are not wearing the masks as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I also really like the dashboard. I'm a fan of dashboards in general, and I know that that will help make some folks feel comfortable and at least give some folks something to work with in our community. So if we could get that out through communications, that would be really useful, I think. It's useful to me. I can't speak for anybody else, but it would be for me. So thank you for doing that. I will move that that we authorize the mayor to send a letter to the county commission asking that they distribute business support funds by density of businesses rather than simply countywide. However you choose to word that, Mr. Mayor, you get the gist. And that we authorize the mayor to send a letter to the governor and the Department of Education asking that, or urging them to give local school boards autonomy on whether or not they have brick and mortar schools open this fall. I think we have standing as a city commission to make that request for the health of the people of Gainesville.
Second. Okay, second by Ariola. And what I'll do, and if people object if you don't agree with this wording, as far as business distribution, I think the simplest way to deal with that is that there be no geographical qualification, period. That if you're a business in Alachua County, you apply for it, and if you're, and then they can just figure it out from there. And so it doesn't limit anybody, but it doesn't give undue preference based on some arbitrary fact like population of the city. So I just think it evens the playing field. So if that works for what your intent is, I think that's what we'll do. And I'm sure Betsy's at home scribbling right now, trying to figure out. She always comes to me the next day, like, what am I supposed to put in this letter? So Betsy, hopefully that gives you some clarity. Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
So yes, again, praise beyond praise for this dashboard. I really like it. And I think it goes to the transparency of a lot of folks wonder, what are you doing? Are you actually doing anything when we put in those complaints through 311 or call them in? And I think this allows them the ability to follow up. So thank you so much for putting that together. To echo Commissioner Ward, whenever it's put out by communications with links that we can kind of disseminate out into the community, or if it'll be linked up to 311. I don't know if we'll be able to access it through there as well. But however we can follow up. I do have a question though, and I think it was brought up earlier in the week, but it's been a very long week. We had brought up the notion of finding businesses that continue to be repeat offenders or have repeat violations. Have we managed to look into that, or will the dashboard help us track that of where we, like what the threshold will be for when we have to fine a business?
So there's a question as to under what violations we fine versus cite. So we have a civil citation process that was now adopted by the commission. So that covers, I believe, most of the items that are under the county's emergency order. At this point, I'd have to reread it to tell you with certainty. But our goal, now that it's been clarified that it's the business that can get the citation, we'll be starting to cite businesses. In the past, what we've been doing is basically issuing warnings. As you know, I closed one business early on there, which was an event to itself. On there, we're going to try to avoid closing businesses, but if we have to, we will. It's important that we get compliance. So we will cite, we will warn, we will cite, we will take other legal remedies up to and including closing a business down.
Thank you, sirs.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo what pretty much what everyone else is saying. I think the dashboard is great. It really provides transparency. And thanks for the update, City Manager. This was a great conversation.
Thank you. And with regard to the dashboard, I was real impressed when I suggested the idea of how quickly our GIS staff in sustainable development, particularly Adam, was able to, along with the folks in technology, were able to get this put together, and how creative they were in doing that. So the kudos is really to a hardworking team on there.
Adam and Shayla De Santa.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving the credit where credit's due. And thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to really briefly talk about the county order. I do support the motion on the floor, particularly for enforcement and distribution. On the one hand, I agree with what Commissioner Hey Santos said about curfews and making people want to go outside. But I also think that it wouldn't be a bad idea to cut the bars early an hour for midnight. That's going to, in general, that's going to discourage people from wanting to go out in the first place, which is what we should be discouraging. People are more likely to just stay in place rather than hip hop around if they have less time. That's just sort of a fact of something that I've learned being ever since we went through our bird watching routine. Parrots like to have fun, so we will not overexert ourselves if we don't need to. I do want to talk a little bit about some things coming up the pike. First, I did review the Alachua County Cares program, and I think that there's a lot that we definitely need to be monitoring, particularly utility assistance. I spoke with Commissioner Hutchinson, and he is in agreement with me that they have a lot of overhead that they have to sort out with the distribution of these funds, and I know that they're going to contract out a lot of that administrative work with a third-party entity to help them distribute. But it really makes no sense for them to cut checks to GRU customers who are then just going to turn that money back around to the utility. And so I think that this commission should and the utility should formally ask that, in the interest of saving precious relief dollars, that the county just sort of cut a check for people who have been in arrears for GRU because of either not being able to work or because of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a lot of our neighbors. So that is something that I would like to begin. I think that's just the best way to handle that particular issue. The other thing that I would like to talk about a little bit is get an idea more for how we're going to assist the University of Florida with its contact tracing. Yesterday's conversation was really a startler for me, hearing about the unreliability of contact tracing after a certain period of time. It sounds like they're a little bit behind the ball, and whether that's because of their testing kits or whether that's because they're understaffed, I'm not really sure. I couldn't get a clear picture before Dr. Nelson had to leave. So I would really like to start to get a figure on how we can assist the University of Florida with our contact tracing, because that's going to be the only way that this campus is able to stay open, because people are going to go to private parties. People are going to hang out in groups of 5, 10, 15, 20. That's going to happen regardless. Hopefully there's a minimal number of infected persons and exposures, but that's going to be our only chance to keep the virus in check in the fall.
Yeah, so I don't think the problem is with contact tracing, and we certainly can, if it becomes a personnel issue, we can assist with that. But they're up to over 90 contact tracers that are certified or ready, or are prepared to go out into the field. Each contact tracer can do about 6 infected people a day. So that we're clearly below their capacity there. The problem is with not the testing, but the results from the test. And that's something that's out of UF's hands, and that is out of even the county health department's hands. It's I think, as Dr. Nelson said yesterday, it's the, what do you call them? The chemicals, the reagents, the availability of the reagents, and then the availability, just the backup at the labs that are actually doing the testing and getting the results. And those are not things the city can help with, right? I mean, we don't have reagents sitting around, and we don't have like lab facilities that we can speed up the testing. And so, that's either gonna need to be dealt with from a federal or state level to facilitate better distribution of reagents and the lab facilities. So they heard us yesterday, Commissioner Ariola. I think it's sort of like the same thing with people assisting with elections, that if there is a staffing issue, we could take some of our personnel that are, can reassign them for a temporary amount of time once they're qualified. But that's not the issue right now. They have more than enough capacity to do the contact tracing. It's the time lag between when they find out someone's positive to do that contact tracing that's the issue. And I just don't. I think everyone involved is frustrated with that. But it seems like the most direct person to give us an idea of what needs to happen for that to change is Paul Myers with the health department.
Okay. I guess I didn't fully get that message from the university yesterday, but there was several mixed messages, so that's not entirely surprising.
Yeah, they're more than, I mean, they've got as much staff as they need to ramp up contact tracing from their grad students on down. We have an abundance of people that are ready, willing, and able to do that part of it. They just need the results faster, so the contact tracing actually means something. That's the clog in the system.
Yeah, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where I'm coming from is sort of that lack of understanding of how the contact tracing system is or is not working. Because I have, this is Gainesville. Wonderfully, we all sort of know each other across institutions. I've heard of contact tracers who have not done a thorough job. And so, obviously that's an operational thing that I'm not trying to dive into right now, but, I heard Dr. Nelson say, we would appreciate your help with that. So I just wanted to extend that olive branch because, anyway, I think you've gotten my point. But if you could include in the letter and in the motion, Commissioner Ward, the note to the county commission about the utility payments, because that would save probably a good $250,000 if we do it that way, maybe more.
I saw a thumbs up there for that. Thanks. Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks. I also agree with Commissioner Ariola in terms of decreasing the bar hours. Can you remind me when bars currently close, Manager?
I believe it is 2 a.m.
It's 2, so we'd be decreasing it by 2 hours. I agree with that. I agree with everything that Commissioner Ariola said. Also, kudos to the GIS team. Wonderful, wonderful dashboard, really helpful. And Manager, can you clarify for us, because I have heard, one, I've experienced it myself. 2, I've just been hearing out there a lot of complaints about different entities that we actually don't have jurisdiction over to monitor or regulate. And can you just go over that for us? Because I think, the health department came up about some issues with mask wearing there. Some issues have come up at the post office. So can you just give us a blanket kind of what we cannot regulate in city limits?
Sure, I will do my best.
For the public.
Yeah, we may not have enough time. So I mean, let's talk about like contact tracing for a second, since that just came up. Under state law, the only entity that can do contact tracing is the Department of Health, which is the state. Even though we call it the county, it's the State Department of Health that operates in Alachua County. They were able to enter into an arrangement with University of Florida because of the university's resources in epidemiology to allow some deputization of contact tracers. And for the commission's benefit, as early as the beginning of April, I've been offering to the Department of Health our staff to go through the training necessary to become contact tracers. So if and when they were inundated with that, we would be, in a position to offer that assistance. They have declined our offer to provide staffing and put individuals through training. And I also think there's a whole cadre of our neighbors that would volunteer to become contact tracers that we would also be willing to put through the training necessary so that they can become an army of contact tracers if we ever had a surge that required more than what is currently anticipated, because I believe strongly in building that surge capacity, but we don't have that control. So we can't say we're going to give you 50 contact tracers. They all have to be trained and accepted by the Department of Health. With regard to entities, so under the county's order, all governmental entities, the school board, university, Santa Fe College, all the state offices that are around here, all the counties offices, city offices, are all exempt. And I believe that includes the post office, but you also have a supremacy issue there in terms of we can't regulate the activities inside federal buildings, or at least that's always been the premise that I've operated under for the last 35 years. So there are certain activities that we can't control. If you remember, there was a caller yesterday that was complaining about the Department of Health HR staff not wearing masks. Again, they don't fall under the county's order. And so even if that facility was located within the city, as it is, we cannot enforce the mask order because they're exempt under the county's order. And I'm not sure if we could enforce it even if they weren't specifically exempted under there. So we're all, walking this fine line right now of intergovernmental cooperation and what we can and can't do. And some of these are issues that we're struggling with, and explaining it to our neighbors is not easy. So we're walking that every day.
Thank you. I think that provides really good clarification for actually, I think all of us and the general public about who can and cannot wear, not who can and cannot wear, but what we can and cannot do in terms of enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Would the maker of the motion be willing to request that Paul Myers come and have a discussion with the city or do a presentation or give us an update?
Sure.
Can we just ask Mr. Myers to come and give us an update?
Yeah, I'll invite him to our next meeting for the COVID update. I'd be happy.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to add to this motion, but I would like to hear if management or our staff has given thought to ways that this government can respond to two upcoming crises, which have already been crises, but the state governor has sort of been putting a plug on the leaky hull of the ship, so to speak. But unemployment money is running out, and eviction moratoriums are going to be lifted soon, and the state economy is not in a position to take people back to work at the rate that they're going to need when unemployment runs out, nor do I think people are going to have enough money to move into new places if they're evicted. So we could have a serious problem on our hands of people becoming homeless overnight and people not having any money to eat. So I know that this is a problem that we've been concerned about for months, but because of those particular orders running dry from the governor's office, it's going to become an even bigger problem. So we need some type of a local response to those. And maybe it's not just the Gainesville government that's responsible, obviously Alachua County, but we need all hands on deck for when those orders are lifted from the governor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm beginning to lose track of the number of things we've added to the motion, but I'm comfortable that somebody's keeping track. I just very briefly, we've turned a short item into a nice discussion here, but I was struck by something the manager said. He pointed out that our order went into effect on March 16th, which is 4 full months ago as of today, since the last time we met as a commission. And we've never actually met physically with Commissioner Sacco in our presence. I thought that since it is a full third of a year since we met, we should say that out loud and mark it. So it's sad to do, but I thought it was important to say it out loud. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing I need to add to the motion, but one thing to Mr. Manager, if you'll pass along to Ms. Lieberman and Chair Hutchinson. I noticed yesterday that one of the signage initiatives that the university is doing is they're putting signs up outside and I guess probably inside elevators saying maximum 2 people per elevator at any given point in time. I thought that was a really important thing. That's a high risk space, a confined elevator door or compartment. So if that could be added to the order, that there's a maximum of 2 people in an elevator at any given point in time, that creates the consistency on and off campus as well. And then I just would hope that there's a way that the county could piggyback with our dashboard, that their folks are granted access, or they can upload their data sets once a day, or I don't pretend to really know how all that happens in real time. But it would be nice if people could look county-wide and get all that same information in a seamless fashion, not go to 2 separate spots, or not wonder, if I'm going to Celebration Point, what's the compliance standard versus across the street at Butler Plaza or downtown or wherever else. So those are just 2 requests to you, Mr. Manager, the elevator issue and the merging of the index. I very much agree with I've said this many times. I think the safest thing for our residents is no indoor service at bars or restaurants. But we need to provide an alternative if that's the case. And so I will continue to strongly support outdoor service in non-traditional ways, whether it's road closures or allowing bars and restaurants to set up booths at places like Depot Park or Cone Park or West Side Park or other places with large amounts of land, and set up sort of tables and blanket areas that are marked off and that sort of thing. And I think that could be a great opportunity for all of our neighbors, not just young people. I was driving by Flacco's on the way home yesterday, and there were 2 delightful tables set up in the street there, people very well social distanced from one another, 2 different groups of people at 2 different tables, far apart from each other, clearly enjoying themselves, enjoying the opportunity they had to be with each other, be outside, and also be safe. And so I think just the early sort of beta tests of that have really worked well. And I would just very much support a rapid acceleration of those opportunities. And of course, we're going to need some help from the county and university to do that effectively. So again, nothing that we haven't already heard, but we're getting to the point of beyond visualization and needing to get into implementation with those sorts of things. So let's go through the motion. We have, what the original motion, Commissioner Ward?
Original motion was to for you to send a letter to the county regarding business funding, to open that up without respect to the location, and to send a letter to the governor and the Commissioner of Education to ask that school boards be given discretion on whether or not to open brick and mortar schools at their discretion.
Okay, and we added the issue of extending our offer to provide personnel for contact tracing. What else was added?
Did we add shifting the enforcement to businesses, businesses and individuals?
Yeah, so businesses responsible for their employees. Anything else?
The utility, asking the county to
direct payment to utility. Okay.
Utility, and if I may lobby one last time for the midnight curfew for bars.
Well,
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
No, I mean, these are requests we're making to the county. They can be formal or informal. I mean,
I'd like them to all be formal, but by all means.
Commissioner Ward?
I'm happy to put it on the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Santos? You okay with all those?
Yeah. We're asking them about enforcing in businesses and employees. They've already okayed that.
Well, I think at our meeting, though, their attorney said they could add some more clarifying language. I don't think they're in opposition, but yeah, we want to reiterate our support for that. Mr. Feldman?
I was just going to ask too, if we're going to look at closing down streets, some of those are state roads, and I could use all the help that the commission can give me in contacting our state reps in the governor's office to try to grease the process so that we can rapidly close down state roads to create these outdoor venues if we need to.
Yeah, and I think our biggest ally on that is going to be the university.
Already working that angle. Every bit can help.
Yeah, Commissioner Santos.
I guess, can we also send a letter to our state representatives asking for their help on this to help save jobs and keep businesses open?
Yeah, we'll work on some language. Commissioner Simmons.
What about Paul Myers? Was that in the motion, or are you just going to do that? Okay.
Yeah, we'll just invite him.
Okay.
To the next meeting. I'm happy to invite him to every meeting. Whether he chooses to come or not is, of course, up to him. But I'm happy for the COVID update to invite him to every meeting. And if that's going to be the case, we'll put that first on every afternoon agenda so he knows exactly when that will be. Without objection, I'll just do that. We'll send a letter to him. Okay. Okay, Larry, members of the public wish to speak to any of the COVID-19 issues.
Yes, sir. Nathan Scop is first on the list. Mr. Scop.
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioner Nathan Scop. Somewhat disappointed by what I've heard over the past hour-long rambling discussion of this agenda item. Some of the highlights that I heard with respect to the $15,000 that was given to the Human Rights Coalition. Who approved this $15,000? Why was this allocation not discussed during a publicly noticed meeting? I don't remember any vote on that. Also, with respect to this $15,000, what safeguards are in place to ensure that taxpayer money that's been given to the Human Rights Coalition will not be just given to undocumented persons in, as a workaround? So those are concerns regarding that. Secondly, equally important, I'm very concerned about the public shaming of landlords by Commissioner Sacco and City Manager Lee Feldman, up to and including publishing the names, addresses, and telephone numbers of these landlords. Okay? The interpretation by Commissioner Sacco of the housing discrimination ordinance seems to be an overreaching interpretation. Again, the city, in requiring landlords to accept this aid, subjects them to additional undue burdens and administrative requirements. I don't think there's any obligation to do that. They're not discriminating against anyone. That the tenant is the tenant. It's just that they, for whatever reason, they may not want to have to go through the city's bureaucracy. So again, if you guys want to invite litigation, feel free to do so. I think you're on shaky ground there. But what concerns me more is this public shaming, including the names, addresses, and telephone numbers being published in email of people. That's just calling people out. That's wrong, commissioners. You guys should act more professional. Also, with respect to the bars and restaurants, it's no surprise that our Antifa-loving mayor would want to further harm the economy. Okay, what is the economic impact, particularly to Midtown, by not having restaurants, internal seating, or bars? I mean, none of those businesses, for lack of any better term, are really going to be able to operate unless you close down University Avenue right there. So again, this early closing thing too, is COVID-19 more deadly or more potent after midnight? I mean, what's the scientific basis for that, commissioners? So again, you guys continue to put restrictions after restrictions after restrictions after burdens after public shaming on people. And it may be well-intended, but it's a government overreach. And I would add, finally, you're so concerned about local business and shutting things down and all these things that you observed, Mayor Poe, with Flacco's. You didn't lift a finger to help Burrito Brothers when their access was impeded by the construction of the Standard, and they no longer exist. And that was a small, locally loved institution. And that's on you, Mayor Poe. So y'all can spend all your time talking about this and that, but look at the economic harm you're creating.
Mayor, that's
public shaming of landlords needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have our next caller, please?
Yeah, Debbie Martinez is on the line. She has 3 minutes as well. Ms. Martinez.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Again, my name's Debbie Martinez, and I'm sorry that I got into this meeting late because I did not hear the comments that Mr. Scott just mentioned earlier. But I did hear Commissioner Ariola make his comments, and I totally agree with him about all the mixed messages coming from our health department with Paul Myers. He's wavered on the face mask, seems like from the get-go, and he still doesn't seem to encourage them. So I've been getting the same mixed messages coming from him as Commissioner Ariola has been talking about. And unfortunately, our state's a real embarrassment. We have a governor, Alabama's ahead of us. Yesterday, the governor of Alabama has made it mandatory that everybody in the state of Alabama wear face masks. And here we are in Florida, we still don't have a governor that's, willing to mandate face masks. And you look at San Francisco, the Chinese hospital that's in the heart of Chinatown, in a 22-block square radius, there's over 55,000 people living there. And they started wearing face masks from the very beginning, doing the contact tracing, everything they needed to do, and only 22 people, 75% of that population are older than 65, and only 22 of that population tested positive for the coronavirus, and only 3 got hospitalized. So yes, it can be contained, and you all are all that we have besides the county commission to help reduce the spread, and I applaud you for doing the best that you can to do that, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Mayor, those are all the speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you both for calling in and participating. So we do have this motion on the floor. Ms. Gainey, let's go ahead and move to a vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, staff, for your ongoing work and preparation for this. And thank you to the commission for a good discussion. Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is business discussion 1, broadband discussion with a recommendation that the commission discuss and take action deemed appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Hayes Santos, do you want to lead this off? And I know that we have Lewis Walton with GrewCom on the call as well to be able to answer questions if we have them. Commissioner?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the COVID pandemic has brought to light even more the broadband infrastructure issues we have in our community. We have thousands of kids now that are trying to access the internet to go to school. and many of them don't have access, and that's causing significant issues with learning in our community. The same goes for jobs. Thousands and thousands of people are working from home now, and many people are finding that if they do have service they have is not meeting their needs, and in times is making people actually having to either move or to try to find another job. We constantly see all the time with issues with Zoom meetings and internet connections, and we actually made the national news last month. I sent that story out earlier today, with issues with broadband and how Cox was slowing down speeds in certain neighborhoods, and we're expected to see upcoming price increases. Another major thing that happened was Nationwide, one of our largest employers, closed down their office with close to, I think, 1,000 employees. And now everyone who did work in that office in the future now is working from home. Now those aren't Gainesville jobs anymore. Those are jobs that anyone in the world can, in essence, kind of apply for. And that means that for us to be kind of moving forward in the current times, and I believe that more people are working from home than they did pre-COVID, even when we do get back to normal, people are going to be choosing where they live much more so on the quality of life and on the quality of the internet, and where they're going. And we have to make sure that we have the infrastructure for the future, and the future is now. We don't have that good infrastructure. Continual problems, slow speeds, high prices. I saw a post today, someone on Facebook was asking, can they get fiber run to their house because the speeds they're getting from Cox aren't good enough for them to be able to do their job. We did do our feasibility study, and it showed that it could be feasible, but I think the parameters of the original study were too specific in its goals, and I think we should look at kind of maybe doing another look at it and seeing how can we make it even more feasible. Other cities across the country are doing it, and they're being successful. Even in Florida, Ocala, just a few miles south of us, is expanding their municipal broadband internet to people's homes and to businesses, and it seems to be working there. So my ask is for us to, we do have funds already budgeted for this, is to give direction to the city manager to take a look at the feasibility study, and then if necessary, use the already budgeted funds to see how we can make a citywide broadband project more feasible. I think those are the next steps of figuring out how can we make the project more feasible than because we set such tight parameters in the first study. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And, I think, I support moving forward with your suggestion. And I think it's also important that we find a way to work with and engage with other community stakeholders and potential advocates, because this is, an educational equity issue. It's an economic equity issue. It has been clearly demonstrated a racial equity issue. And those points were, I think, not satisfactorily addressed last time we looked at this. And still, there was a strong case for doing it the last time we looked at this. But, I think our lens has changed quite dramatically since we last took a pass at it. But I want to put an exclamation point on the Nationwide issue. That's a big loss, but it's not just a Gainesville thing. Nationwide is closing down all of their brick and mortar locations across the country, except for 5 hubs. So there's 5 cities where they're keeping a core sort of group of, probably HR functions, IT functions, that sort of thing. But all of their day-to-day employees, their claims adjusters and all of those folks will all be working from home from now on. Okay, that's tens of thousands of people across the country that no longer will show up to an office to go to work every day. I was listening to an analysis, I think it was an analyst from McKinsey, but I might have the firm wrong, but it was one of the big global analyst firms. And they were saying right now about 50% of the American workforce is working remotely. This was as of a month ago. They expect once the pandemic is over, they're sort of assuming a vaccine, a third of the American workforce will still be working remotely. So that's not a big drop off. That's a big increase from where it was pre-pandemic and not a big drop off from where it is today. Communities that are able to offer the ability to work from home in a high quality environment, and that's more than just quality of internet access, but that is certainly one of them, are going to be more competitive. And this is great news for a lot of people because now they really do have mobility choice. And if Gainesville has a world-class educational system, a world-class parks and natural environment, if we have, if they're looking another metric that a lot of employers and employees are looking for is how aggressively are communities addressing issues of racial equity and economic disparity. And so cities that are doing all those things are going to be positioning themselves to be world-class cities and attracting top talent. And for us, keeping top talent from leaving. And so, I am supportive of moving forward with this. I think we would need to see a scope in a future meeting. I mean, again, it's not a budget issue, but I would like to see the details of the analysis and what we're looking for before making final approval. But I agree with the need to move forward. I think it at its core is an equity issue and one that we must address if we're to accomplish all of the other goals that we've set for ourselves. Commissioner A. Santos, do you mind if you put your hand down and then put it back up so I can get some folks that haven't spoken yet? Thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm definitely in favor of looking at how we can move forward. However, I would like to really look at how we can work with our housing authority and bringing broadband into those communities. We talked about the workforce and how important that is and how we want to become a world-class city. But we're still missing the point when we look at our children and the disparity that lies in our communities where we have the digital divide. So for me, in order for us to continue this conversation and move forward, we have to have the conversation in the partnership with the Gainesville Housing Authority and also the school board. If we're really wanting to truly make this a world-class community where equity is at the forefront. And I've served on the broadband committee, and it's a great, excellent committee. And we've accomplished a great deal, and I am in agreement. It's time to move forward on some of the things that we were talking about in that committee. But again, because of COVID-19 and how it really, really unmasked the true division in this community for us, access to internet and broadband, we cannot move forward or have a conversation, in my opinion, without being in partnership with the housing authority or the Letcher County school system. And I'm happy to have that conversation with the commission. But again, if we're going to really have an impact and discuss the real true impact of the digital divide, we have to look at our housing authorities and take advantage of some of the grant programs and some of the opportunities that are in those locations. Start off small, maybe use those locations as pilot programs and expand. But we have to have that in the conversation in order for me to move forward with any type of discussion with broadband. Thank you, Mayor.
Great suggestion, great point. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping that part of the feasibility study is a really good look at how we're going to fund this. And if you'll just nod your head if that's the case, because my concern has always been about GRU shouldering additional debt for this. And if we are talking about potentially sharing the costs with the county or the school board, or if there's, different, now that we're in this crisis and there are different, funding mechanisms that could be available from the state because of COVID-19, then these are all things that I'm interested in exploring. And that's why I will support the motion, is particularly because of the funding piece of this. That's what I'm most interested in, is how are we going to pay for this? Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there are a lot of ways that we could consider the funding here. I want to point out that it doesn't, GRUCOM currently exists at GRU. It doesn't have to exist at GRU. It could exist within general government. I'm not advocating that today, be clear, but it could move to general government. That's, there have been quite a few conversations about that with folks in the community. There's no reason that it couldn't move over. Nobody freak out. I'm not advocating that today, but it is something we should have a discussion about. The partnerships that we should look to are much more extensive today than they were a year ago. We absolutely should partner with the Gainesville Housing Authority. We should be partnering with Alachua County Schools, certainly, where we already run fiber lines to every Alachua County school in the county except Micanopy, I think. We should include private schools in the discussion. We should include all the charter schools in the discussion. Certainly, Alachua County government should be included, the library system. I can't even read my own handwriting on this next one. Santa Fe College, UF, the state of Florida. There are lots of, there's a lot of interest legislatively in expanding rural broadband. And as we have exposed, as COVID has exposed digital divides, numerous digital divides, I think the legislature probably is going to be even more willing to discuss inner city broadband connections. Here's the other one. The other municipalities in Alachua County, several of them already expressed an interest. They are starved for good internet in many of, not all, but in many of the municipalities in Alachua County. We need, when we send this back out in whatever way we do, it needs to include a whole lot of different partners than we looked at last time. And we should try to find as much, we should try to think of this, I believe, as more of a service than as a service for sale, as something to be paid by grants and by existing funds with our partners, as much as looking at it as a business model. I think that's where we are going to, I think that's where local government is going to head more in the near future, is investing in people by doing this sort of thing, as opposed to trying to figure out what business models work. I think the business model approach is a little bit out the window as we move forward for the next few years. Regardless, we need to see the business case. We need to see how the numbers work, but we need to have a broader thinking on it than just, here's how we would put the infrastructure together and here's how we would sell it month by month. There's a different way to think and look at this, and we need to have a much more open mind to it than just a fee for service. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner DeSantis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the partnerships, it was kind of right before COVID, but Mr. Hoffman and I had a very productive conversation with upper management at the University of Florida on this topic, and they are very interested in being part of the conversation. I don't want to speak for them before they're ready, but yeah. So I think there is I think there's partners who want to help, and that partnership I think would probably be stronger today than it was before too, because of the issues that have come up. I'm looking to make sure health was another major thing that came up during that meeting as well, and that's even more of an issue now. Is it okay to put forward a motion, Mr. Mayor, or should I wait for, okay. So I'd like to move that we give direction to the city manager to take a look at the feasibility study, or the broadband feasibility study, and then use already budgeted funds as necessary to see how a citywide broadband project could be more feasible and to come back to the commission with analysis. Also, part of that is looking at partnerships with the county, other municipalities in this county, the school board, the library system, the University of Florida, Santa Fe Housing Authority in the state of Florida.
Is there a second? Second by Ward. Okay, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support the motion. I think that as has been mentioned, there's some challenges that we just haven't gotten clear answers to. But this is another discussion that has been flipped upside down because of the pandemic. For a while now, Glucom has been a service, and while it has a business model, at the same time, the utility has decided it's more important to have this impressive vast network upkeep and serving rather than venturing into sort of the competitive business territory at the scale that we are now discussing, which is to expand it to a residential model that is far beyond what it currently serves. And that cost in and of itself is just expensive, and it will have to be paid back or it won't be solvent. So obviously we would need partners before we engage in that. I wonder if, however, maybe the best option wouldn't be to focus specifically on the digital divide rather than the fiber divide at this moment. Because if schools do decide to reopen with virtual distancing, the problem on our hands is double. It's number one, households which may not have access to fast internet, and no matter how quickly we move, we can't dig the fiber and throw it in there quick enough. Second problem being they may not have a device which is reliable for that type of distance learning. And so I think it might be a good idea for us from this conversation. I agree with this motion. Let's allow, we already paid a bunch of money for the feasibility. It doesn't hurt to have our staff try and look at it from a different perspective. But I think it might be helpful for us to put a clarion call out to the community to start raising money for devices for school children, and for anyone who I don't want students to have to go to school from their phone. That's no way for a child to learn. And so I think that might be our first really big step. And I think we'd be met really well by this community. I think this community has responded to the calls to help fund, our neighbors and our businesses who are hurting. So if we could possibly embed that in the motion, Commissioner, that this government will help to organize fundraising with our partners as well for devices that will allow students to connect. And that's just one aspect of the problem, and I mentioned the first one earlier. So hopefully we can get that one solved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Ariola, you brought up an excellent point, and I agree with you 100%. And there is no shortage of devices from retailers. The federal government has made it abundantly clear because of COVID that they are supporting the digital divide. You have people like T-Mobile and various phone carriers or retailers that have stocks and stocks and stocks of product. And I think what they're looking for, based on what the government is asking, is the partnership with local municipalities. There is an abundance of grant. There's an abundance of money out there. I've been on the phone calls with several of these retailers, several people from various organizations. It's moving very quickly. Right now, we're playing catch up. You have areas and municipalities in Orlando and all throughout the state of Florida that's been very active in partnering with their school boards and different institutions and making sure that children are getting devices, making sure that they have the internet. So I think it's really time for us to really move expeditiously but cautiously, and start to really make some partnerships, and be real and true in the partnerships that we create with these organizations, because they have the opportunity is there. It's up to us to make sure that we provide the services that these particular organizations need, because they do need the city, they do need the municipalities to be that partner to go after these grants and go after these devices. So I'm in total agreement with the motion, and I love your idea, Commissioner Ariola. So let's do this. And one thing about it, we're not hurting anyone. What we're doing is we're making a difference in children's lives and parents' lives. So I think it's our responsibility to a certain point, if we're able to do that, partner and be that glue to help get these grants, then we should do it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. There are a couple of groups in the community that are doing some of this work already, and I'm wondering if it might be better to support the work that they're doing, rather than kind of reinventing the wheel with us. I know that there is a group within Indivisible that is collecting old devices and then refurbishing them and giving them to students. And then there's another group that is giving new, I think it's headed by Nkwanda Ja and Jackie Davis, and they have an initiative to give students devices. So those are two things that are already happening in the community. I'm wondering what that would look like too, is that the school board, if I'm correct, is also receiving COVID dollars, and I'm not sure how much it is. It's at least $6 million. It might be more. So I think that there are opportunities there for the school board to help our children with the digital divide. And I am in favor of partnering in areas where it makes sense. And if it's the will of this board that, that particular area makes sense, then I'll go with that. But to me, it would seem that the school board is probably, because, they're doing their job, already thinking about some of these things. And maybe we can just get an update from them about how they're planning to assist, our children with the devices that they need to be successful in school this upcoming year. Two is, I think that another way that we might be helpful to the school board, and I mentioned this to the city manager earlier, is that the school board is still working out their plans for the upcoming year about how they're going to safely reopen. And one area that we have some issues with, they have issues with, is space, simply space. And we have community centers, we have lots and lots of unused space right now in the city. And I'm wondering how, we might be willing to reach out to them and say, here's some available space, and maybe you might be willing to consider this in your planning efforts. And thank you. Manager Feldman, have you thought through that a little bit since we've had a chance to talk?
Yes, ma'am. I've extended that offer to the superintendent, and waiting to hear back if they need additional space, what that space would need to look like, and how we could help accommodate.
Thank you.
Thanks. My wife, who's a teacher in the system, just told me this morning that she got a message from the superintendent that said that they'd gotten a sizable amount of money to provide devices for their students. So I don't know what that is. I don't know if that is enough to provide something for every student in need or not. So, where I am with that is, I'm happy with the city providing a supporting role in whatever that looks like. but ultimately it's going to need to be the school board that takes the lead, because they're going to be the ones that are going to best be able to identify the deficit. If a family has a device deficit, a connectivity deficit, and then, I think we as a city can help align resources that are out there above and beyond what the school might be able to provide. So, I look, this isn't a policy issue. This is, I think if the 7 of us say, hey, work with the other groups that are trying to fill this gap, and come back to us when you need approval for something, then that's great. But, when we're talking about specifically digital divide for students, we need to support the school board, and whatever their needs are, because they're the ones that are going to best be able to identify who, what, when, where, and all that stuff. So I just think if our staff hears from us, reach out to them, let them know we want to help, and how can we best do that. That's what's going to do the most good. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Ariola, you're right. There are both short-term and long-term ones, and devices are a major one. And there are a lot of people out there who have stuff. Businesses have just probably rooms full of old computers, and they're still useful, but not useful for them anymore. So I would like to add to the motion that we ask our staff to reach out to, I guess, the school board and see how we could maybe be of help with playing a supporting role of getting more devices, or helping them, I guess, break the digital divide, or the access divide, or the device divide they have right now. Does that hit what you're talking about, Commissioner Ariola?
Yeah, the comments that I've heard from the commissioners and the mayor are spot on. So I think we're all sort of thinking the same thing, which is to play a supportive role, but to be the kind of supporter that actually is proactive and goes out and says, we know this is going to be a problem, we're here to help.
Commissioner A. Santos, can you repeat the full motion, so when we get ready for a vote, everybody knows what we're voting on?
Sure. So the first part of the motion is to give direction to the city manager to take a look at the feasibility study, and then to use already budgeted funds as necessary to see how the city broadband project could be more feasible. Come back to the commission with analysis before kind of spending dollars. I think that was what you wanted, or yeah. Also, as part of that is to looking at partnerships with the county, other municipalities in the county, the school board, the library system, UF, Santa Fe, Housing Authority in the state of Florida, and that we also have our staff reach out to the school board about how we can be helpful in getting devices for students in need.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons. You're on mute, Commissioner.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to bring up the point that we have extended the Skybridge program, the pilot program that started in Porter's, using the school board's curriculum. We have now extended that program to the East Community Center for East University, one of our community centers. So I'm hoping, and I think it should be up and running by school, August 24th, whenever school starts. So just wanted to let not only the commissioners know, but the listeners at home and people that are watching, that as a commission, we are taking steps to actively look at the digital divide and what can we do as a commission to prohibit that. So just wanted to give you guys an update that the Skybridge program, after school program at the Porter's Community Center, was a success, and we have extended that to the East Community Center in East Gainesville as well. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have a motion. Larry, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I don't have a raised hand.
Your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to join in because a few things have been talked about with GRUCOM and how it's kind of led the effort in the past, and I just wanted to voice my concurrence with what the commissioner is discussing at this point. I think we have limited ourselves through the previous discussions with making it kind of a utility issue, and I think that it's exactly right that it's a citywide issue. It's a city government issue, and let's face it, GrewCom was faced with or was really created with a specific model. And we house the trunked radio system, we've housed the cell towers, and quite frankly, we built the backbone of the fiber network here that's allowing us to even talk about the things that we're talking about. But it frankly has a challenging business model where it's business to business. But I will tell you that, and we tried to bridge the digital divide. We really got involved with a contract with the Alachua School District itself that has opened up some of the vehicles that we can talk about, and I think will be very helpful in that discussion. But I welcome this idea to bring in other partners, and I think GRU will be, or GrewCom will be a tool in the tool belt that helps us get to where we need to be. So I just wanted to weigh into that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pilarski. Okay, Larry, let's open it up for public comment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We just have one speaker, Nathan Scott, on this item. Mr. Scott.
Yes, thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to the lengthy discussion on broadband, I want to bring the Commission's attention to a June 16th, 2020 memo that was prepared by the that was memo, not surprisingly, was not attached as backup to this agenda item. I think that's a disservice to the public because that memo clearly articulates the lack of viability of broadband based upon several factors, particularly burden to the utility. GrewCom is practically insolvent. It has approximately $7 million of negative equity. It doesn't cover its GFT contribution, and it's a burden on the general body of ratepayers. Not to mention the hurdles that the consultant mentioned. So again, I support bridging the digital divide. I want to commend Commissioner Simmons for her efforts in terms of repurposing devices and giving them to students. That's an excellent idea, particularly for high-end business laptops, particularly in the business environment. They're used for 1 or 2 years, but they have useful life based upon their processing and memory capability to provide added benefit to students. Same thing with tablets. But let's make no mistakes, Commissioner. Y'all should really heed the language in this memo. And the problem here is you don't like the results, so you're ignoring it. You're ignoring reality. So the problem exists in digital divide. The city can't solve that problem itself. I think the city's starting to recognize that. I think the school board has the means to do it. I think community partners have the means to help, but the city can't shoulder this burden alone, and certainly the utility can't do it. If the city undertakes it itself in terms of broadband, you're going to bankrupt the city. Same thing will happen if GRU is forced to do it because it won't cover its expenses. So y'all know the ramifications of that, but the important aspect here is instead of hiring another consultant, because the last one y'all had was terrible, and didn't really provide any added value, although I think you got paid over $100,000. Instead of hiring a consultant, there's a ton of federal money right now that you guys should be going after. I mean, you got all these new staff members on payroll, high paid salaries, none of which seem to be able to do anything. But maybe you can find some grant writers and start petitioning the federal government to get a lot of this federal money. That might help solve the problem before somebody else gets it. So instead of spending time with the consultant and wasting money or going through that exercise and bringing back the commission, why don't you start submitting some grants and grab some money which will allow you to make infrastructure improvements to help address this digital divide rather than continuing to mull about impossibilities. So that's my feedback there, but it's disappointing that this city attorney and GRU memo was not attached, but it basically states the obvious about the financial insolvency of GrewCom and all the hurdles to broadband deployment throughout the city, and they're numerous. And notwithstanding the fact that the consultant was given legal advice and not an attorney. So thank you.
Thank you. Larry, are there any other callers?
Mayor, if you can stand by for just a moment, I'm going to check and see if a call that came in while Mr. Scott was speaking is germane to this item. So
sure thing.
Mayor, we have Bill Rohan standing by to speak to this item. Mr. Rohan?
Hey guys, this is pretty cool. This is the first time of me calling in on this live stream deal. I've been watching you, and I had an idea about the broadband thing. I was wondering, can the city go ahead and put out a call for bids to see, you know, like nationwide, to see who could give us a good deal for broadband for the city? And that's all I had to ask. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, and we're glad that you called in, Bill. You're welcome anytime. That's one of many possibilities, and so we're taking an approach of not closing any doors, but finding out what might work best. I think the ultimate goal is making sure that every one of our neighbors has access to both affordable and high quality broadband. And so how we get there is the question. But it's really ultimately an equity issue. And we just, you know, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn for any of the other commissioners. We believe that every person has the right to high quality and affordable broadband service. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and go to a vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Commissioner?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thanks all for the good conversation. Okay, we are just about an hour from our first time certain item, discussion on building moratoriums, or moratorium on building, I should say. But Madam Clerk, let's move to our next item. It'd be great if we could knock both of these out before 4 o'clock.
Absolutely. Business discussion item 2, approval of a power purchase agreement for solar electric power with Florida Solar 6 LLC, with the recommendation that the City Commission authorize the general manager or its designee to execute a power purchase agreement for 50 megawatts of solar power for a term of 20 years and other agreements as required with Florida Solar 6 LLC in general agreement with the draft PPA dated April 27, 2020, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bolarski, I will turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And without any further ado, since we're under some constraints here, I'm just going to turn it over. I think it's to Chuck Height, who's going to start off the presentation. And I just wanted to remind people that this went before the UAB. We had a nice discussion about that, and they've approved it or recommended it. Only you folks approve it, you know, and it's being brought before you today. So with that, I think Chuck's up.
All right, Chuck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Chuck Height. I'm the project manager for the solar purchase power agreement. And basically what our proposal today is for community first solar. Basically, as an update or overview, we've reached an agreement with Origis Energy to add 50 megawatts of solar generation to our service area by December of 2022. And this will basically allow us to provide our customers with an affordable source of solar power while taking the next steps towards meeting the City Commission's goal of 100% renewable by 2045. We'll also be able to add this solar generation without increasing rates. So just to give you an idea of the time frame, prior to the initiation of this project, staff met with a number of different solar providers, attended a number of conferences, did a lot of background research, and then a team was formed. And on May 5th of 2019, we issued an invitation to negotiate for a solar turnkey plant as part of a PPA, purchase power agreement. In July, we received the submissions back. November 7th of 2019, we presented to the Utility Advisory Board. November 18th, we gave a solar power workshop with the City Commission, providing an update and overview of where we were and progress to date. We concluded our evaluations and continued the negotiation process from July through April of 2020, and presented this agenda item before the Utility Advisory Board in May, and
Excuse me, sir.
We're here today.
It's not.
Okay, so just as an overview, GRU currently has a pretty substantial renewable component to our power. We've got 26 megawatts of solar in our current portfolio, and that's split between the feed-in tariff and the solar net metering. And we'll talk more about that later on in the presentation as far as how that program is going. We also have a 103 megawatt biomass plant. So on an overall basis, we've got the highest percentage of renewable energy in the state of any utility that we're aware of, certainly. So basically, as far as the future goes, GRU solar power, this PPA will be more affordable to our customers than rooftop solar would be. And it'll provide the benefit of additional renewable to all customers, including low-income customers, as well as customers that live in what are commonly referred to as multiple dwelling units or apartments, condos, and that sort of thing. And it puts us on a path towards 100% renewable by 2045. So as part of the process for the invitation to negotiate, we put together a team of professionals representing all parts of the electric utility, including procurement, the utility attorney, as well as our engineering groups from both transmission distribution as well as power production. We engaged an outside attorney with extensive experience in solar and renewable energy purchase power agreements. We specified the ITN to address our technical and commercial goals. And again, a lot of this was leveraged off of the conversations that we had with providers, conferences we attended, industry observations, and basically brought that in and customized it to what we needed for our community and what was important to us as a company to be able to provide safe and reliable power to our customers. But at the same time, we balanced that with the need to maintain things such that we could encourage a competitive environment for bidders, qualified solar providers. As far as the results are concerned, we had a core group of folks that obviously had reached out to us at different points. But overall, we used our Demand Star procurement system, and it was broadcast to 390 potential vendors. And we received firm proposals from 6 different vendors. We evaluated the proposals, shortlisted 3 vendors based on the applicable criteria, which are primarily cost and qualifications. We had some back and forth as far as requesting improved offers with supplemental conditions. We held on-site interviews with the top 3 bidders and conducted on-site and virtual negotiations, ultimately leading to selection of a preferred vendor based on price, commercial terms, and technical aspects. Whoops. In the end, we successfully negotiated a contract with Miami-based Origis Energy. The contract will be with Origis' subsidiary, Florida Solar 6 LLC. And the contract is modeled after several existing solar PPAs that are very common in the industry. So this is not something that's relatively new or anything like that. It's a very common procurement strategy for solar power, in particular by municipal utilities. And it addresses all of GRU's technical and commercial goals. So when the solar project comes online, it's going to be pushing energy into our transmission system, and that energy is going to basically impact our generation fleet. The project's going to be located in our community, and we want to be good stewards of both our community and the environment. And this project's going to be around for 20 years. So because of all these factors, we had some goals for the project. including technical, commercial, and financial goals, and community goals as well. I'm going to review these goals that we had in the next couple slides here. So the first set of goals we had were technical goals, focusing on how the solar system's output is going to interact with the rest of our traditional generation. We want everything to play nicely together. So delivering energy reliably is really all about matching supply and demand. We have to do this continuously to match the demand from customers with our supply. And if you don't do that, you're either pulling or pushing power into or out of the grid. And that affects other utilities as well. And there can be very stiff financial penalties if you do this too much. So right now, most of our traditional energy is generated by heavy turbines being turned around and around by either steam or burning natural gas. And these turbines then turn an electric generator. There are limits to how quickly you can ramp up and ramp down the electric output from these rotating machines before you cause damage. Because solar doesn't work that way, solar output depends, of course, on the amount of sunlight hitting the panels, and its output varies significantly through the day, and often very quickly, depending on cloud cover. So particularly on an intermittent cloud cover type day, you can have wide variations from minute to minute on the solar output from the field. So our first technical goal was to get some level of control over solar intermittency and the ramping rate of solar up and down. In the ITN, we put a limit of 3 megawatts per minute up or down on the solar system's output. Origis is achieving this by incorporating a large battery capable of discharging 12 megawatts and storing 24 megawatt hours of energy. This will apply smoothing to the system's output. So it basically smooths out the rate, allowing our generation equipment to keep up and reducing stress on our overall system and maintaining compliance with regulatory requirements. One exciting thing for us is that this battery will be one of the largest batteries in Florida at this moment. We worked with the engineering firm Burns & McDonnell to evaluate how much solar capacity we could add to the system. The study was an evaluation of our area control error, which is commonly referred to as ACE. And it included a lot of different scenarios. And it's a measure of how well GRU matches its electric demand with its electric supply without pushing or pulling energy to or from its neighboring utilities. Burns & McDonnell took into account GRU's existing electric generation equipment and modeled those units tripping on and offline and losing different transmission ties, as well as some other factors as well. And basically at the end of the study, they concluded that we could add solar, but we could only go up to about 50 megawatts of additional solar capacity without needing to add some sort of quick response generation like recip engines or what have you. And so basically that kind of set the upper limit of our ITN to 50 megawatts. So again, to maintain some competitiveness and also ensure that we brought in as much solar as we could, we made the ITN between 40 and 50 megawatts of capacity that we were looking for. We also needed the ability to curtail the production of power. And while this may sound somewhat unattractive, the situation is that at times of the year, particularly during the fall and spring, early morning hours, we can have our generators at the bottom of what their operating capability is. And if the solar comes in too fast, we could end up being in a situation where we would have operational challenges. So we have the ability to, within the contract, curtail up to 5% of the annual production of solar power from this facility. Now, the good news is that we model that as being about 2 to 3% of the system's output per year on a maximum basis. And the contract that we have will actually provide a credit to GRU in the event that we don't use what our allocation is. So we feel that this is a good balance of operational flexibility and financial risk management for GRU. Another decision we had to make was whether to locate the project somewhere outside of our area, or perhaps even outside of Alachua County, and bring in the power through the transmission system, or to locate the facility nearby, connecting it to our grid. We chose to bring it into our grid directly. GRU buys and sells power from other utilities when it's economical to do that. These energy purchases and sales happen through our transmission ties with Duke Energy and Florida Power and Light. These transmission ties, though, have limitations on how much power you can bring through them. If the solar site were to be outside of our transmission area, it would consume some of that capacity and provide a hard limit. And it would also have higher costs because of the fact that you pay transmission access for transmission fees to another utility to do that. So we chose to directly connect it to our grid, and that saves transmission capacity and avoids transmission charges. Another of our goals. Yes?
Chuck, Mayor Poe here. Sorry to interrupt you there, but there was a member of the public who commented through our e-comment capability through Granicus, Lewis Lee, who brought up a question, and it's relevant to the point you were just making, so I wanted to address it.
Okay.
Right. He writes, the PPA does not require site control until October of 21. They do not currently have a site which they can connect to GRU. Industry practices to require demonstration of site control before signing PPA. Basically that there's no site that's been identified, and that puts us at risk. Can you comment to your concern or lack thereof of or just not having site control at this point of approval?
I'm not concerned about that because they do have site control. They have assured us that they do have agreements in place, and those do not generally become final until the permitting is done, and the first step really is the execution of a contract with us.
Okay, very good. Thank you for addressing that. Appreciate it.
Okay. So another of our goals was to avoid development risk as much as possible. Things such as land acquisition, permitting, and construction. All of these risks, as well as the operational risks, will be taken on by Origis. Another goal we set was really a make or break for us. It was that it would not cause upward rate pressure. The cost of the energy from this facility would be less than our average cost to make power, and this price is fixed for the 20-year term of the contract. In other words, the price we're going to be paying on day one is the same price that we pay for power on the last day of the contract. So we sought a minimum 20-year agreement with the optionality to purchase the facilities before the contract expiration. As a result, we have a PPA with a 20-year term, 2 optional 5-year terms at a price to be negotiated at a future date. And we have the option to purchase the facility at year 8, 12, and 16 of operation. And of course, at the end of the 20-year term, and also at any change in control of the facility. So again, where am I here? So basically, we also had a goal for community commitment and environmental stewardship. We'll be discussing those in a later slide, but I think we've met that as well. And the final goal was we wanted the facility to be as large as we could without creating technical challenges. And as I mentioned earlier, with regard to the ACE studies that we've done, the 50 megawatts capacity meets that goal as well. Another goal that we had was to ensure that we would end up selecting a vendor that would be able to complete the project and that had a demonstrated history of developing, constructing, owning, and operating the facilities of this scale. And we also wanted a vendor that would end up being committed to owning the facility long-term, and that was part of their business model as opposed to just flipping it. The selected vendor, Origis, has a track record of completing projects of this scale, both around the world as well as in Florida. They have a history of owning and operating the facilities that they build, not just flipping the project to another company after they sign the contract. We discussed the project. We'll connect with GRU at the Parker Road substation. And as part of this, there will be an interconnection between the project and GRU's transmission system. We'll need to purchase and install some equipment at the Parker Road substation to measure how much the power is flowing and also to facilitate some of the connections and make sure that it doesn't cause any issues on our side of the transmission system. The agenda item lists that GRU would have about $3 million worth of work, but since that time, we've been able to better define the scope as to what we'll need to do and how much equipment will cost. So it looks like it'll be closer to $1 million worth of investment that we'll have on our side of the equation. The capital funding will be included in our traditional budget requests as they go forward. And we expect the construction on our side to be about 60 weeks. And with that, I'll turn it over to Eric Walters.
Mr. Walters, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Eric Walters. I'm Admin and Fuels Operations Director for GRU. And over the next few slides, what I'm going to do is kind of take over from Chuck and tell you a little bit about Origis and who they are as a company. So as Chuck mentioned, Origis is very familiar with doing projects in Florida. They have some in operation with the city of Tallahassee specifically, and with the Reedy Creek Improvement District, which is the entity that serves Disney. And they also have contracts in place for future supply with Florida Municipal Power Agency, or FMPA as they're known. Next slide, please. So Origis is headquartered in Miami, Florida. They have over 1 gigawatt, or about 1,000 megawatts of solar projects in operation. They have projects also in Europe, South America, and North America. Next slide. So here we wanted to go through it and show you really some of the figures that'll be important for the project. As we mentioned before, the project is rated for 50 megawatts AC. It will have a 12 megawatt hour battery with 2 hours of storage available from there for a total of 24 megawatt hours. It'll be located south of the Parker Road substation, which is located on the corner of Archer Road and Parker Road in Southwest Gainesville. It will have single axis tracking, which means that the panels will tilt and follow the sun as it makes its way across the sky. That has another level of efficiency with solar systems and solar facilities. The estimate right now is that there will be more than 150,000 solar panels once the project is complete, and it will have a step-up transformer that takes voltage from around 34,500 volts to about 115,000 volts. And that voltage, that's the voltage that will be connecting to our transmission system at Parker Road. Next slide, please. So the facility will generate about 124,000 megawatt hours per year. If you do that by the numbers of what we typically serve throughout the year, that's about 6% of our annual energy. It'll offset about 63,000 tons of carbon emissions annually. And produce enough power to run more than 10,000 homes in our community. So Origis plans to begin the permitting process almost immediately once we get assuming we get the PPA and the approval, and they're aiming for commercial operation by the end of 2022. So Origis Technics will be the prime contractor once it's complete, and at the peak of construction, there'll be more than 220 people working on the project. All right, so as we mentioned before, and as Chuck alluded to earlier, one of the goals for the project was to be good stewards of the environment and our community. And these are some of the ways that the project is going to meet that goal. Okay, the project will have a public web interface, Origis has agreed to host this, a public web interface where anyone can look at the facility's instantaneous output. Origis has also committed to ongoing collaboration with GRU to explore and participate in community outreach. So as those opportunities come up, we'll be able to partner with Origis to meet those opportunities. Origis has also committed to being a sponsor for GRU's Brighter Tomorrow Scholarship Program. A lot of folks are also wondering about natural flowering ground cover pollinators. So this project is actually going to use natural flowering ground cover that will serve as a habitat for the pollinators. And sheep will be the primary use or primary means for vegetation management, also to reduce mowing and reduce the use of herbicides as well. The project will include construction of an access road. It will have an elevated viewing area for public view of the entire site. Also, we'll have education placards at the site so that educators and visitors can learn and teach about solar energy and also energy storage. Next slide, please. So looking forward, when this project is complete and comes online in 2023, the renewable generation serving GRU's customer looks something like this. There'll be about 79 megawatts total of solar, which would include the 50 megawatts from this project, 18 or almost 19 megawatts of solar feed-in tariff, as well as approximately 11 megawatts from nearly 700 customers that are net metered within our system today. So there will be almost 107 megawatts of other renewable energy generation, including, of course, 103 megawatts of biomass and about 3.5 megawatts of landfill gas fuel power. All in all, there will be more than 185 megawatts of renewable generation serving GRU's customers. So we mentioned before that GRU has the highest percentage of renewable energy serving its customers in Florida, and this project is going to build on that. It's going to expand that leadership. So with this project, we can provide solar energy to all of its customers without upward rate pressure. The City Commission has been given GRU the goal of providing 100% of its energy from renewable resources by 2045, and this is the first step, or some would consider the next step in that long journey towards 100%. So next slide. So next we'll cover some of the frequently asked questions. This is a big endeavor for the City of Gainesville and for GRU. And there are some fundamental questions that we want to make sure we answer for the Commission as well as for the public. So obviously the first question is surrounding cost. Would a solar facility increase electric rates? And the short answer is no. The pricing for the solar is less than GRU's average cost of power. So this addition shouldn't cause any upward rate pressure. The next question is maybe the biggest question in some folks' minds. How is this PPA different than the biomass contract? Now, it's reasonable to see how this term PPA can raise a level of uneasiness in Gainesville, given the history, right? But let's step back a little bit and take a broader look. In reality, PPAs, or purchase power agreements, are a common tool used in the utility industry, both private and municipal. It's a vehicle used to line out the expectations between parties on providing and producing power and also receiving that power. Now, if you zoom in a little bit more, solar in particular, in solar, PPAs are the main vehicle used by parties to build facilities and produce and deliver solar power to entities. In that case, it's an advantage. As Chuck said before, it's a very common and the most common vehicle that's used. The PPA framework and the general structure and conditions are, for instance, there you consider them serial number 1000 versus serial number and others have learned. And in addition to that, GRU also hired outside counsel that had extensive experience in negotiating and executing solar PPAs. So they were hired to advise and consult with GRU throughout the process, as well as on top of that, the initial draft that we provided for the PPA to begin negotiations that was, again, developed from their years of experience working with solar clients. That was actually provided as the first draft, and we worked from there. So now with that said, let's zoom in a little bit further and let's contrast some of the differences between this PPA and the biomass PPA. So first off is GRU will not have any fixed payments. This not be paying for availability, only for energy delivered. Next, GRU will have the ability to curtail output year-round, as Chuck mentioned. This is a big distinction between the two. As you recall, the biomass PPA had a strict lower limit of 70 megawatts output when the unit was online. Be curtailed up to 5% of the total annual output. Next, GRU will have options to purchase the solar facility at years 8, 12, and 16, and obviously at the end of the contract or any change of control. So these opportunities are built into the solar PPA. And also, it's at a very competitive price. As we stated earlier, we expect no upward rate pressure as a result of this pricing. Next slide, please.
Walter, just so you know, you're cutting in and out as far as your audio.
Entities and develop GRU. The existence of these tax credits reduces the cost of the facility, and that in turn reduces the cost of solar energy to GRU. In addition to the lower cost, GRU also bears the facility permitting, financing, construction, operation, and maintenance costs. So last question is we're adding solar down the road, but why will we need to add fast response generation? And really to answer this question, you've got to have two things that must be established, okay? So the first is that solar is intermittent, right? Some folks may think, yeah, of course, there are cloudy days, right? Obviously, this is true. But even on the what most people would consider a sunny day, the fact of intermittency is also true. Clouds on a mostly sunny day can have huge impacts on the output of a solar facility. Many people think of a smooth bell curve when they're thinking about solar power. So it starts at 0. Obviously, there's no sunlight at night, but as the sun rises, that curve gradually increases as the sun rises and moves across the sky throughout the day to a peak, and then gradually decreases as the sun sets. In most days, when you zoom in, that curve is anything but smooth. There's lots of small and large variations and sudden and instantaneous changes that occur in the output throughout the day due to weather and also cloud cover. This is evident in our existing solar sites that we can see through the FIT program, and also other data that we've examined from others like utilities that have solar installations on the utility scale. So the first point obviously is solar is intermittent. The second is that solar is not considered a replacement for synchronous generation or traditional generation. Generation with turbines that spin and sync to the grid. It's not a replacement, it's considered a supplement. So solar can definitely offset the output of power from conventional generation, but because of point number one, the intermittency, it can't be used as a complete replacement. So as Chuck mentioned earlier, GRU always has to match demand with supply. Okay, that has to be done all the time, 24/7, 365 in real time. So if you don't keep this balance, you either push or pull energy from your neighbors. NERC, which is the North American financial penalties if GRU doesn't do this or does this too much. You'll also recall that there's an evaluation of GRU's area control error, or commonly referred to as ACE, under a lot of different scenarios.
Hey, Eric, you're really cutting out.
The measured GRU matches its electrical demand and electrical supply without pushing or pulling energy to or from its neighboring utilities. This study took into account those combinations and also the output that's there. So as a result of that study, GRU would probably have to add some sort of quick start generation after this first tranche of 50 megawatts of additional solar capacity. So this fast response generation, like natural gas powered engines, will maintain reliability within the system and fill gaps created by solar. These engines are designed to respond quickly, so they can start and stop quickly. The latest generations are designed to go from offline to full output within a couple of minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. They ramp quickly, so our conventional generation is limited to about 3 megawatts a minute. These units are designed to go much faster, and also they're efficient throughout the range. So many other utilities are installing these fast response generation in their fleets as they ramp up installed solar capacity. So what happens next? GRU will conduct interconnection studies, minor construction at the Parker Road substation to facilitate the receipt of power on its side of the interconnection, and for convenient conveyance of land rights for associated equipment. Origis will be responsible for design and construction of the grid up to the tie point of interconnection at GRU's Parker Road substation. Hello?
Yeah, Eric?
Yes.
Okay, you dropped out at the end of bullet 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Origis Energy will apply for all the required permits, approvals from Alachua County, FAA, et cetera, and they expect that process to take about 1 year for the approval. Origis Energy will apply for an interconnection agreement with GRU. At that point, we will negotiate and finalize an interconnection agreement with Origis once some of the final design needs are figured out. GRU will then conduct interconnection studies. They'll have to do minor construction at Parker Road. They also have to facilitate the receipt of power on its side of the interconnection. Again, Origis will be responsible for design and construction of the grid up to the point of interconnection at GRU's Parker Road substation. Next slide. So with that, we will entertain any questions. I guess after the recommendation, GRU and staff is recommending that the City Commission authorize the general manager or his designee to execute a power purchase agreement and other agreements as required for 50 megawatts of solar power for a term of 20 years with Florida Solar 6 LLC, and general agreement with the draft contract dated April 27th, 2020, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walters. Mr. Height, could we please take on the screen share, please? Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Mr. Walters' long presentation there. I think it answered a lot of my initial questions. My only question right now down the road, once the plant is completed and it's in operation and it's part of our portfolio, we'll sort of have a better idea for what some of these variances or how some of these variances will affect our sort of day-to-day usage of the facility and the cost of it. But it is a supplemental addition to our portfolio. So I think that we have room for sort of time to analyze those variances. But my one question is regarding the battery technology, that being sort of one of the key pieces of why solar energy is getting so much attention now. If we were to go, and it's one of the reasons why I like the option to buy being put into the contract, because if 8 years or 10 years down the road, battery technology receives some kind of breakthrough and advancement, and we heard that when FP&L was talking to us months ago about how they were investing in the largest battery in the world, actually. I wonder if there's not an opportunity for us to actually get more out of this plant if battery technology can be improved. And I'm wondering if we don't own the plant, if we don't exercise that option to purchase as a partner in this contract, are we able to, is Origins able to improve their battery technology without significant change to the terms of the business contract?
Mr. Bilarski?
Yeah, I mean, this stands alone. I mean, Tom can jump in here if he'd like, but I think there's room for us to enter into other business relationships with Regis, and certainly, that possibility exists. This site is going to house not only, I think, GRU, but other potential customers as well. So think of it as kind of building blocks. When technology improves, there's opportunities to engage in another enterprise with them. Do you have anything to add to that, Tom?
No, I agree completely, Ed. And the agreement obviously recognizes that the parties are embarking on a long-term commercial relationship. There are emerging elements of the market right now that will shake out over the course of this 20-year contract, potentially 30-year contract. And so if the concern is there the possibility of incorporating new, improved, better equipment or systems to enhance reliability, et cetera, the agreement contemplates that and permits it.
Precisely. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my comments. If there's no other comments from commissioners, I would like to move that we accept GRU's recommendation.
Okay, there's a second by Commissioner Ward that we approve the staff recommendation to move forward with the agreement with Origis Solar. So with that, we'll move to members of the public that wish to comment on the motion.
Mayor, we will start with Lewis Lee as our first speaker. Mr. Lee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and commissioners. And let me first say that I think this is a great project for GRU, for Gainesville, and that Origis is a highly qualified partner for them. I'd just like to give you a second on my background. I ran Merrill Lynch's utility business for many years, and I've done over $100 billion in utility and energy-related transactions. And not having site control is, to my knowledge, I've never seen it in a PPA like this. And for GRU to tell you that they have site control is extremely misleading. I'm one of the two parties that Origis is negotiating with for site control. Origis has told me they don't have site control, and I'm in direct conversations with the other party who they're negotiating with, and they have told me they do not have site control. If they had site control, they wouldn't have it as a milestone in the agreement. And it's a tremendous risk that the city and GRU are taking on. And it's very, very easy to fix. You just go to Origis and say, show us that you have site control. They could do it within a week or 2 weeks. Otherwise, you're wide open to having this agreement renegotiated a year from now. And I don't think that's a risk that the city or GRU should take on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Larry?
Nathan Scop is signed up to speak on this item.
Yes, good afternoon. Nathan Scott, former Commissioner of Florida Public Service Commission. Just like the biomass contract, the heavily redacted solar PPA is clouded by a complete lack of transparency from GRU and the Gainesville City Commission. Specifically, GRU purchasing is redacted the evaluated bid scores on the bid ranking sheet. This information is being kept hidden from the public in direct conflict with Florida law, recommendations of the Navigant report, and the claims of GRU and the city to be completely transparent in the wake of the biomass contract debacle. Likewise, the cost of the solar electricity in dollars per megawatt hour is also redacted, being kept hidden from the public. Unlike GRU, JEA doesn't redact the price of their solar contract. Beyond a heavily redacted contract, GRU management has also exposed GRU customers to unnecessary risk, as evidenced by the last caller. Under the draft contract, it appears that GRU customers can be financially responsible via a contract amendment if Origis does not qualify for the investment tax credit due to project and siting delays, just like the biomass contract. Finally, the interconnection risk for Origis is greater than the alternative proposals that GRU rejected under the redacted bid scoring sheet. GRU management conveniently claims that GRU is forced to accept the contractual redactions because Origis has claimed the redacted information is trade secret. Nothing could be further from the truth. As a proposed buyer of solar power under a 20-year contract, GRU management has the unilateral negotiating power to demand a fully redacted contract as a condition precedent to entering into any long-term power purchase agreement. Just like the biomass contract, however, GRU management failed to require full transparency, siding with the out-of-town developer rather than demanding full transparency for GRU customers. Given the choice between awarding a 20-year solar contract in the midst of a recession and COVID pandemic, or not being awarded a contract due to redactions, it seems obvious that Origis would agree to a fully unredacted contract. The bottom line, commissioners, is that GRU and the Gainesville City Commission has no obligation to enter into a contract that's heavily redacted. The contract remains heavily redacted solely because GRU management, the Utility Advisory Board, Mayor Poe, and the Gainesville City Commission have failed to demand full transparency for GRU customers. GRU customers who get stuck paying the bill for the City Commission mandate have every right to demand full transparency and know the actual cost dollars per megawatt hour that GRU is paying for solar power under this 20-year contract. Additionally, GRU management is asking for approval of blank check. The draft agreement is not in its final form, and the interconnection agreement has not even been provided. No approval should be considered by the City Commission until the final agreements are reduced to writing and provided to the City Commission and GRU customers for public review. And furthermore, GRU's claims further contradicted by Section 15.13CII of the draft contract, which states GRU has the sole discretion to find no basis for redactions in accordance with Florida law. Bottom line here, commissioners, and I want to emphasize this point because you should have learned your lessons from the biomass contract. The bottom line is that GRU has no obligation and the City Commission has no obligation to enter into another heavily redacted contract. Okay, it remains heavily redacted because your failed leadership, Mayor Poe, the GRU management selling out GRU customers and siding with an out-of-town developer. That's just like the biomass contract, folks.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Could we get the next caller, please?
Yes, sir. We have a caller who has asked to remain anonymous, and he's on the line. Caller?
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to agree with the first caller, Mr. Lee, that it's essential that the site be under their control before this proceeds any further. And I would also like to emphasize what Mr. Scott just said, that this is a completely shady deal, just like the previous commission had approved with the biomass plant. And it should be clear to everybody that things that lack transparency in today's world are going to bring additional scrutiny and all kinds of unknown risks. And this commission, if they should vote in favor of this, you're risking your reputations being tarred, just like the the former mayor and the current mayor who were involved in the biomass deal. It's very unfair to subject these citizens to the undue risks that are involved when it's totally unnecessary. There's way too many consultants and lobbyists that are trotting around down there giving away goodies to the people making decisions, and this will not stand. These redacted contracts are totally unnecessary, and they're not to the benefit of the people who voted for you to be their leaders. Please vote no on this contract.
Next caller, please.
Mayor, those are all the speakers on this item.
Okay, very good. So the public knows it is not up to the city commission or GRU management as to what gets redacted and not. We asked for as much, we asked for everything to be included in an unredacted contract, but the state of Florida and state statute allows for a certain proprietary information to be redacted at the applicant's request, and we don't have the legal right to disclose that information. If we were to never enter into any solar contract or any other kind of contract that had any redactions in it, we would never be able to move forward with any deal because every company has the legal right in the state of Florida to protect their proprietary information. As far as people running around City Hall giving out goodies, I must have been absent that day. I have gotten no goodies. There haven't even been cookies at City Hall. In fact, there hasn't been much of anything at City Hall. So the decisions that I make, and I'm quite confident the 6 of my colleagues make, are based on the merits of the information in front of us and what we each individually think is in the best interest of our neighbors here in the city of Gainesville. Commissioner Ariola, and then we'll move to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask the general manager in reference to the gentleman's first call about site access.
Mr. Blarski, I believe you've answered that before, but go ahead and remind us.
I'm sorry, there was about site
the site control issue, Mr. Blarski.
Oh, I just refer to what's already been said, and that's not viewed as a concern. It's went through our legal, review, and that's not a problem in our estimation. I would like to address the fact that, it's brought up, and it just goes to show you how some things can lose kind of validity in the discussion when we're compared to JEA that doesn't redact their PPA or their solar prices. That's because JEA owns and operates their own solar plants. So they can't redact that. They don't have any PPAs. So it was interesting the way that was voiced and said as though we're doing something wrong. We're not. We're comparing apples to oranges. And I would suggest that's the same thing with the control of that site. This is not unusual at all. And we've had corroboration from our legal folks that is not a risk for us at this point.
Thank you. I believe the caller made clear that he is one of 2 people they're negotiating with. There's a vested private interest there, and that's something that, we need to keep at shoulder's length, and, certainly should not politicize as part of our decision as a commission. That is purely a business decision between a couple parties that are negotiating a site. Okay, well, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, let's please move to a vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Gainesville and GRU customers. You just added 50 megawatts of solar, increasing our total ability to provide renewable energy to just shy of 185 megawatts once this gets built out. This should be a day to celebrate. Let's take a brief recess. I apologize on behalf of the finance folks that were here for the Series B and C bonds. We certainly cannot accomplish that task in the next 5.5 minutes. So we're going to take a brief recess. We'll reconvene at 4 o'clock for the time certain item on a moratorium on building. So we are in recess until 4 o'clock. greet you, our ALS interpreters that are here. Thank you. So we're back to order. And so this item was requested to be put on the agenda at the last meeting by Commissioner Johnson. We do have a report from our policy research group on this. And so I wanted to start with you, Ms. Gainey, to see if there was a presentation that somebody from that group wanted to make, just to present the findings of that report. And then I will recognize Commissioner Johnson for any comments she would like to make, and then we'll move on with our more general discussion from there. Ms. Gainey?
So we don't have a presentation. Commissioner Johnson, I believe, is handling the presentation for this item.
Okay, let's go to, and that report is available for people if they haven't been able to read it so far. It's in our backup. Go to the city's website, today's agenda. The item is BD5, moratorium discussion, and then that staff report can be found there. So with that, I will recognize you, Commissioner Johnson. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't necessarily have a presentation. I'm just going to kind of talk to you all about some of the reasoning behind bringing this forward. So I know that we have about a couple of hours for this discussion. I know all of us well enough to know that we are very deliberative in our thinking and the way that we decide things. So I don't want to, I think it would be an injustice to say that we're going to get to any kind of conclusion today. I think that it's, that, I'll talk for about 10, 15 minutes. I would love to hear your thoughts. Love for us to get whatever questions we need answered from the report by staff. And I'd also love to hear what the public thinks about this. And then maybe we'll see where we are, and like you said, at about 5 o'clock or 5:30 or so, and then we can figure out how to handle it moving forward. I also know that Commissioner Hayes Santos provided some suggestions earlier today, which I think needs to be a part of the discussion. And we need some time to consider those and look those over. And also, Commissioner Simmons, I know that you had some thoughts about porters and I'm not sure how you wanted to bring that into discussion, but it's a lot for 2 hours. So, we'll just start.
So Commissioner Johnson, let's, and the rest of us, let's make this our goal. Let's try to hear from each commissioner once. And the way I'm viewing this, let's get out on the table where our thoughts are and whether they're concerns or requests for follow-up information from staff or whatever those things. So let's get that out there on the table. And then I'm gonna target the best I can 5 o'clock to go to public comment. Okay, so that gives us a little time. If we can get our stuff done before 5, great. Then that works too. But yeah, we're going to have to come and revisit this. There's no question in my mind, because this is just not simple.
No, it's not.
It's not. So let's make that our goal.
Okay.
And what I'll do is recognize you, Commissioner Johnson, for however long you need. 10 minutes, and then I'll go to Commissioner A. Santos, because I know that you provided some stuff in writing. You can run that down. Then I'll go to Commissioner Simmons, because it sounds like you have some specific thoughts. If anybody else wants to get in there too. And then I certainly have some thoughts I'd like to share, and we'll hopefully do all that before 5 and get to public comment. All right, so Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, great. So I want us to think about 10 or 20 years into the future. And I want us to think about what our near university neighborhoods look like. I want us to think about what Porter's looks like, what Spring Hill looks like, what downtown looks like, what Fifth Avenue Pleasant Street looks like. And also, as we, put some resources into potentially redeveloping the Waldo Road corridor, what does Greater Duval look like? And now I want you to imagine kind of who's living there in 10 or 20 years, right? Who's shopping in the stores, who's driving the cars, who's biking, who's standing at the bus stops. And now I want us to go through this process of imagining in all those neighborhoods in 10 or 20 years, maybe even 5 years down the road, like how tall are these buildings? What kinds of residences and homes are people living in? what kinds of stores are there, what kind of services are there in these neighborhoods, what kind of trees are still there, what the architecture is, what do the sidewalks look like, what does the road look like, what does the parking look like. And I know that that's a lot to think about in 30 seconds, but we haven't actually had that discussion. And whatever vision you have for all of these areas that I just mentioned, I want you to hold that vision in your head. And then I want us to ask ourselves, what is the plan for our community? And who's going to make the plan? Who has the plans? And I'll tell you right now who I think does have some plans for us. The University of Florida. They have a strategic campus master plan that they presented about, I want to say about a year ago. It very clearly defines what their vision is for the university as they expand. That development pressure, that development and their expansion puts pressure on the outlying neighborhoods that are near the university. And I want to talk about also kind of the final question that do you believe that if we kind of maintain the status quo, and by the status quo, what I mean is the UF Campus Strategic Master Plan, I mean the forthcoming downtown master plan that the University of Florida and the city are going to work on together, some of the plans that are in the Blue Ribbon Report, some more kind of status quo is the de facto segregation that is in Gainesville, Florida, where Black people and white people live in different neighborhoods, where there are different opportunities for our students, where there are different opportunities because of schools and the zoning, where there are different opportunities for employment, different opportunities in so many different ways. And I want to ask you that if we maintain this status quo without interjecting and doing anything, is this the community that we envision we want to live in? And I know that for myself, the answer is absolutely not. I had an interesting conversation with someone when Zora ended up going to the emergency room a few months ago. She was okay, but she ended up going, and there was a visiting nurse there. She had been to so many other places in the country, and we just started talking about Gainesville and her experience here. And she said to me, you know, Gainesville is not what I thought it was at all, with all of the resources and the premier institutions that you have here. I see the segregation. Driving around town, she says, I see it in the health outcomes. I see that who's coming here and visiting, who's coming in here without shoes, and who has health insurance and who does it. She's like, this town is not what I expected it to be for Gainesville. And I remember us doing that video a while ago that I think was incredibly well done. And it showed about all the benefits of living in Gainesville, Florida, and what that looks like. And I saw that video, and I was like, I want to live there. Because I really felt like we were telling only one side of the story. So I'm going to, I know that there have been some concerns about what a moratorium is, why I'm bringing it up. And it's really because we are living in, I know that some people feel like it's a drastic measure, but we're living in really kind of drastic times. And I'll say that everyone knows this, and I'll repeat it again, is that I've lived through this. I've lived through gentrification. I've lived through a kind of master plan for a community where the community had no input. I've seen an entire neighborhood, not even an entire neighborhood, practically an entire borough go from being a place that was diverse and full of culture and different people's culture to going to a place where only wealthy people were able to live. And that was at the expense of Black people. And because they were displaced, it was the expense of generations of family-owned businesses that have been there. So this to me is very personal because I've always said that Gainesville is at least a decade behind many other places. And I think that that's a good thing right now because we have the opportunity. We see what's going on. It is very clear, not only to many of us on this commission, but in the community, that gentrification and studentification is happening. And what's good about the fact that we are 10 years behind many other places is that we now have the opportunity to change it. We have the opportunity to course correct if that is what we want to do. And I'll tell you what's happening now and what I experienced in these kind of rapidly developing or redeveloping neighborhoods, such as all the neighborhoods that I mentioned before, Porters, Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, Spring Hill, all those areas, right? So what happens, especially in an economic downturn, which we are experiencing and we're going to continue to experience, in my estimation, for longer than I'd like for it to happen. But around the recession, and it's going to happen again because it happens around these kind of vulnerable times, is that you have people knocking on your doors and you have people asking you to sell your home for cash. You have speculators coming in and trying to buy land cheaply to then redevelop it into something different. You have tactics that are really unsavory used to have people, give up their homes. And I know, Commissioner Ward, you brought up heirs property, and we're going to be talking about that, at the next Race and Equity Committee meeting. But these are all things that are actually happening at this moment. There is speculation happening in these communities, and it's problematic. And the reason why I bring this up is because I feel like we need to hit the pause button. And what a moratorium is it is a pause. It's a pause to allow us to have our comp plan, the update of our comp plan, and what we intend to accomplish with the comp plan, actually accomplish it, which is put in policies and strategies to mitigate some of this displacement and gentrification that's happening. And that's what my intention was in bringing this forth. Moratoriums can be narrow, they can be time limited, and there can be exceptions for some of the spaces that we would for some of the spaces that we would not want to be part of that moratorium. And I think that that's important to mention. So I will talk a little bit about, I guess, some of the reasons why I am bringing this forward. And I'm going to read them because that is what is easiest for me at the moment. So I said this before, is the development pressure from the growth of the university. It's displacing our neighbors in our near university neighborhoods, many of them that I've mentioned, many of them that are historic, many of them that are historically Black. It will, an erasure of culture, history, the architectural character of the neighborhoods. Once we lose them, we will not be able to get that back. Two, in an economic downturn that we're going to experience, people living in these neighborhoods will continue to be targeted aggressively for the sale of their homes for eventual redevelopment. And because of this, the wealth gap in our city is going to grow even bigger and people are going to be pushed out. And as Gainesville develops, I believe that we have weak growth management policies and practices right now. We currently have no strategies in place to protect and support these neighbors in our communities. We have nothing to address how we maintain the character of some of our most unique and charming neighborhoods, really like the neighborhoods that when you think of Gainesville, you think of these places as you think of these places as characterizing, what it means to live in Gainesville. We don't want to be, at least I don't want it to be, another kind of South Florida. It's really what makes Gainesville a truly special place to live. And really important piece of this is that many of our neighborhoods in these communities are at an inherent disadvantage because of the system that's designed really in favor of developers. It's in favor of the wealthy, it's in favor of the well-connected, and those how to navigate the system to their advantage. And I don't think that necessarily, we can argue that. And I'm gonna read some really important definitions. Studentification, which is happening in the near university neighborhoods. It's the process, and has already happened in neighborhoods like College Park, for example. Studentification is the process by which specific neighborhoods become dominated by student residential occupation. They're transient. The term studentification was coined to describe the growth of high concentration of students within localities of higher education institutions. 2, gentrification. Neighborhoods experience gentrification when an influx of investment and changes to the built environment leads to rising home values, family incomes, and educational levels of residents. Cultural displacement occurs when minority areas see a rapid decline in their numbers as affluent gentrifiers replace the incumbent and historic residents. And this is what I believe we need to be focused on, and that's equitable development. And equitable development is a strategy that ensures everyone participates and benefits from new buildings, homes, businesses, and economic growth and change, especially low-income residents, communities of color, immigrants, and others at risk of being left behind. It requires an intentional, and that's a really important word, it requires an intentional focus on eliminating racial inequities and barriers and making accountable the catalytic investments to ensure that lower wealth residents live in healthy, safe, opportunity-rich neighborhoods that reflect their culture and are not displaced from them, connect to economic and home ownership opportunities, and have a voice and influence in the decisions that shape their neighborhoods. And I want us to ask ourselves right now, is that happening? I say that it isn't. And what we did, I think I'm thankful for this commission because we talked about this. We talked about what we were trying to accomplish in the comprehensive plan. And I'm going to read you some very key statements because like what I said, earlier is that the reason for this moratorium is to give the opportunity for the comp plan and what we want to, the outcomes that we want in the comp plan to happen. Because if we don't, at the rapid pace that development is happening, and I actually don't see it slowing down, I see it accelerating with the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic downturn that's happening. That's what happens in recessions. That's really when neighborhoods change. I'm going to read you some important pieces. This is what we committed to, the resolution that we passed unanimously, where elements of the comprehensive plan containing the principles and strategies generally provided as goals, objectives, and policies shall describe how the local government's programs, activities, and land development regulations will be initiated, modified, or continue to achieve the goals of the comprehensive plan in a consistent manner. The City of Gainesville is committed to racial and social equity through establishing equity goals and policies for all elements of its comprehensive plan. Whereas racial and social equity planning not only includes shared distribution of the benefits and burdens of growth and investments, but also partnership in the process, resulting in shared decision-making and more equitable outcomes that strengthen the entire city. Whereas the city's comprehensive plan is a 10-year vision and roadmap for the City of Gainesville's future growth and provides an opportunity to articulate how the city will reduce race and social disparities related to growth. And whereas some neighborhoods experience racial and economic segregation and are home to residents, businesses, and community organizations at risk of displacement due to a range of institutional and systemic factors, as well as new development that the comp plan anticipates for those neighborhoods. Achieving equitable growth requires further work by the city offices and departments to implement plans and tools that will operationalize the new equity goals and policies updated in the comprehensive plan. I'm going to say that again. Whereas achieving equitable growth requires further work by the city offices and departments to implement plans and tools that will operationalize the new equity goals and policies in the updated comprehensive plan. This is why I'm bringing this forward right now. It's because just weeks ago, we finally brought the folks on board that are going to help us update the comprehensive plan, help get the community involved. I am 100% confident in their abilities to embed race and equity and the policies and help us think through the policies associated with it in this plan. But we need that time to make it work. We need the year to make it work. We need the year to hear from the community. We need the year to think through some master planning, irrespective of some of the work that UF has done. As a matter of fact, not even irrespective, we should all be working together on what this means, because what I didn't hear during the presentation at UF was how they were planning to mitigate some of the harm that was going to be caused because of their strategic plan to the surrounding neighborhoods. And to me, I'm not going to make the assumption that they don't care, but if that wasn't something that was thought through, then where is our thought process with that? Where are we as a community? I'm very concerned. I'm really concerned about our neighborhoods, our historic neighborhoods, our historically Black neighborhoods, and the people in them being displaced. Because if we continue to go on the same path, I know for a fact what downtown is gonna look like, what Portage is gonna look like, and who's going to be living there, who's going to be living in Spring Hill, who the opportunities for housing are going to be open to if we continue on the same path, because I've lived through it. And not only did I live through it here, I have been intimately aware because I went into DC throughout my 20s. I go to DC now. I understand the changes that happened there. I've understood the changes that have happened in many places. And the good thing is that we have a blueprint for how to deal with this. So if you all remember, about a year and a half ago, Anna Prizzi and I brought the Marion Chief Jackson Center, as well as self-help, to Gainesville, because we understood that they were a community just like ours, with a university just like ours, Chapel Hill and Duke, and they were experiencing a similar size, very much experiencing the same kinds of things. And they gave us the blueprint. They went through this a decade ago about how to deal with this, how to integrate students into the community rather than the complete studentification and taking over of neighborhoods. They showed us how they worked with the university in order to make sure that there was equitable growth and development. Self-help came and they showed us that it's not just about housing, it's about a complete picture of economic development and how they were able to work with the university and the neighbors and the neighborhoods to be able to come up with a plan. And that's what I'm asking here, is that we hit the pause button. We look at other communities that have been successful with this, and we give ourselves time for the comp plan to work and to go through that process. And now that I've been talking for a half hour straight, I'm going to stop. And I'd love to hear what you all have to say. I'd love to hear what the community has to say, and we'll, take it from there.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Johnson. Let's turn now to, excuse me, frog in my throat, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I 100% agree with you, Commissioner Johnson, that we can't stay at the status quo. The status quo is broken, and we need to change it. And to save the neighborhoods you're talking about, we have to make some major changes to, I believe, the whole city to be able to protect those neighborhoods. There are changes that will take longer, and there are also changes that we can do now. And I don't think we should delay some changes that we know that I think will make significant impacts. For years, we've pushed off hard decisions, and I believe that we should stop taking actions that delay us solving the issues that we are having, and actually put in place those real reforms that are needed. And we can start that today by moving forward on some of the reforms I'm bringing forward, and not by taking actions that I believe will kind of delay things, and also I think will cause increases in the cost of housing. If we want to end the significant racial disparities in Gainesville, one of the things that we must do is in the systemic racial zoning that we have in our city. We need to take action and put in place laws that will enact inclusionary zoning that mandates affordable housing, fund a community land trust, eliminate exclusionary zoning, and enact vacancy fees. There are other things too, but these are things that we can do and we can move forward on them relatively quickly. I believe that we should enact these policies this year. Ms. Gainey sent out an email with these more in depth, and I'll briefly go over them now. Inclusionary zoning are policies that increase the number of affordable housing units in areas that are seeing growth. They help kind of counteract when you have growth and making sure that there's still affordable units in areas that are having growth. I believe that we should add a requirement for the mandatory inclusion of affordable housing for larger developments, not only for multifamily developments, but also for new, larger subdivisions. I also believe that we should look for smaller developments and we should provide incentives for including affordable housing as new developments. I've talked to developers, and developers want to include that, just there needs to be some incentives there to make it. And state law has mandated that we can't force a developer they preempted us from doing this. We can't force a developer to do affordable housing unless we give them something of equal value. And that can be a variety of different things. Density is one of those, being able to do more affordable or more units. I also believe that we should move forward on a community land trust and dedicate some dollars for that. There are neighborhoods that you mentioned that are seeing significant rising costs. Pleasant Street is one, Fifth Avenue, Porter's, there are ones that have seen those significant rising costs. And I think we need to move quickly on those, but I also believe that there will be ones that will see rising costs in the future. And I think we should also try to have some land trusts buy those cheaper so more of those can be saved in the future. Thirdly, I think we should move forward on ending and eliminating exclusionary zoning. Exclusionary zoning is a policy that was put in place to keep lower income people out of certain neighborhoods in Gainesville and around the country. These exclusionary zoning laws were put in place when the Supreme Court said you couldn't actually segregate based on race. You couldn't say a black person could live here and a white person could live here. These were ways to get around those laws. And they were enacted all across the United States, and they are here. And these zoning policies have disproportionately impacted people of color. I believe that we should eliminate exclusionary zoning in Gainesville. This will reduce pressure on vulnerable neighborhoods, help end systemic racial zoning, deconcentrate poverty, reduce housing costs throughout the city, and reduce pressures on our more historic neighborhoods that don't have exclusionary zoning. Many of the neighborhoods that Pleasant Street, for example, Fifth Avenue, Porter's, don't have exclusionary zoning, but most other neighborhoods in our community do. And that's why we're seeing, I think, more pressure on those neighborhoods because they don't have exclusionary zoning. Fourth, I believe that we should look towards having some kind of vacancy fee. Commissioner Johnson talked about speculators buying up land, and that does happen. And a lot of times we see in many areas of the city, speculators buying vacant land or housing units and just sitting there waiting for them to appreciate in value. This both causes an increase in the cost of housing, but also puts a strain on our public infrastructure because they're not being used. I think we can't do just a straight up vacancy tax, but I believe there is ways that we can do a vacancy utility fee to recoup some of our infrastructure costs. And I believe we should explore it. I think we should also look to have exemptions for agriculture land, conservation land, and environmentally sensitive land. These are some proposals, a lot of other proposals we can move forward on, but I do believe that we should start moving forward on these. And the timeline, I think we could get these done by the end of the year. And these will make dramatic changes, will increase affordable housing, will help decrease pressure on our more historically Black neighborhoods. And I want us to start moving forward on real reform. We have been delaying for years on a lot of these. I have very strong concerns in moving forward on a moratorium because it will, I believe, increase the cost of housing in those areas. But I think if we start moving now on making real reforms and not waiting till we get to do the comp plan, I think we should just start now. We can get these done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons, were you prepared? I didn't see your hand up, but I did mention that I would recognize you after Commissioner Santos. So if you're ready, great. Or if you want me to come back to you, I'm happy to do that as well.
We don't have that much time, and I can start because I don't want to wait, take up too much time. But I'm good. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to touch on several things real quickly. First, we do talk about our historic neighborhoods, and I have to let the listeners know and everybody here know that each neighborhood is different. They're uniquely different, even though the makeup or the demographic consists of the majority of African Americans, that they're different in their own right. Each community has their own spirit. Each community is different. So you can't put every neighborhood in the same bucket and look for one solution for the whole neighborhood, unless you're looking at it from a standpoint of demographics only, the ethnicity of the folks that are living in that community, because each neighborhood has their own story. Each community has their own right story or what have you. So they're uniquely different in their own right. And I'm going to speak about my community, the Porter's community, which I've been in all my life, born and raised. I'm a 5th generation Porter's resident. And so what I do not want to do is have anyone outside of the Porter's community speak on behalf of the Porter's community. I think that's unfair. Unless you have a broad, you make this a broad topic and you talk about historic communities from historical standpoint for as who's living there, that's okay. But for someone to, or any person or any organization to insert themselves in a community that does not live in that community and that does not have roots in that community, I think that's unfair. So I'm going to talk about the Porter's community, and I'm going to talk about my experience and what we did, and acknowledge some of the things that have been said earlier today. Some of the comments I heard that there was no strategies in place. There's nothing in the land development code that actually talk about protecting these communities, which is so true. And so knowing that, and again, I'm going to just speak from what I know and from my experiences. We were, particularly myself, prior to me being elected on the city commission, I became engaged in my community when I came back from Tampa. I wanted to make sure that the area that I live in and the area that my children grew up in, that I left it better than what, for not only better as in physical or infrastructural, but in spirit, and just making sure that when I leave my area, when I'm no longer here, I left it in a good place. And I think most of us in this Porter's community feel the same way. We want to make sure that the spirit and the things that we're accustomed to, we enhance on them and not necessarily allow the pressures that's surrounding us overcome us. So what I did is I became involved on city boards. I became engaged in government. I wanted to make sure that I had the knowledge and brought that back to my community to empower my community, to empower the people in my neighborhood. And so I look at it from a standpoint of how can you empower the neighborhood? And so what we did over 2 years ago, we did a 15-month research where we put together a committee to address these very concerns that we're discussing today. We did this 2 years ago. And I'm going to just briefly read some of the things and have a discussion about it. So the neighborhood as a community asset was a project that several members of the Porter's community got together along with some along with some people from the University of Florida because of the University of Florida strategic plan. And you're absolutely right. That was introduced to us maybe 2 years ago, maybe in 2016 or 17, I'm not sure. So when we saw that plan, we were like, okay, now what can we do to be proactive? We looked at the Blue Ribbon Report. What can we do to become proactive and not play catch up and not become caught off guard? So we have to be empowered and we have to be proactive. And so this committee was created within the Porters community to address just that. And one thing that I've always said, and I've been saying this for years, is you have to, in your own community, have to identify your community. If your community does not have an identity, then the pressures around you will not look at you in the manner you would want them to look at you as. I realized early on that my community is an asset. My community is an asset. My community is an asset to this city. And so some of the things that I reinforced as us being an asset was, okay, the University of Florida played their first ever home football game here in Florida. We're going to let everybody know that this took place in the Porters community. We're going to go and get a historic marker. It started here in the Porters community. So we are indeed joined to the hip, University of Florida. Either you like it or not, we're joined to the hip because you guys played your first ever home football game here at the Porters, in the Porters community, where our community center now sits. And so the neighborhood as a community asset project was designed as a pilot testing of a new approach to foster strong neighborhoods, to combine elements of collaboration, empowerment, and neighborhood narratives. We want to write and create our own narrative. We do not want the University of Florida to define who we are. We do not want the city of Gainesville to define who we are. The people in the Porters community, we will control our own narrative. We will let you know who we are, what we're wanting, and how do we move forward in whatever way that the pressures surround us. We want to make sure that you understand that we are important to this community. We are an asset to this community, and we're going to create our own narrative. We're not going to let development drive our narrative. We're going to dictate our narrative. And so the project piloted the new approach and talked about Porters as being a historically African-American community. And it talked about where we're located. We're located between the University of Florida campus and downtown. So we are experiencing those pressures, but we are a tight-knit community that's rich in history. Our residents, we bound together, we're stronger. We have a sense of multi-generational community ties. So we understand our strength. We understand our value. We understand that we're an asset. And we want again to let the community know, and we understand that we are being threatened and we are being encroached by redevelopment, by the growth, by the college, Depot Park. We understand that fully. And so what we did is we wanted to make sure that the city once again knew that we were special and we wanted to be protected in the face of developmental pressures. So we did go out and we did understand, pressures are coming around us. We're seeing what's going on in communities that's similar to us. So as a community, let's come together, let's create our narrative, let's let the powers that be understand who we are and what we bring to the table. In essence, that gives us empowerment. Let's empower ourselves to say, okay, this is the outcome that we would like to see. And I'll just go further and let you know what the outcome came of this project. So first we had, it was a participatory process to establish the narrative. And so it was different from the traditional planning approach of visioning, where the traditional sense is more abstract and it's focused on the future. And I think what we did, our project was to create, to be more proactive, not just the old-fashioned way and let's look at how planning is being approached. We didn't approach it in that way. We approached it in a whole different way. And I think that's what made this community and this project so different in confronting the pressures that's surrounding us. And so what we did within this project, we involved not just residents, we involved people that had interest in the Porter's community, who own land in the Porter's community, be it a developer, be it an investor, whomever. We wanted to make sure that our committee was diverse, because a investor, they may have their own approach to what they're wanting to do with the property. But we wanted to make sure that they understood, you're coming into the Porter's community, you have property in this neighborhood that's not yet developed. So let's have a conversation and let us tell you who we are and what our expectations are. So we want to include you in this planning phase. We want to include you in this conversation and include you in the narrative, so you can open up your way of thinking. You can have an idea, okay, if I have this property, this is what the community expects from me. And so that was the approach that we have been taking. And so in this project, we came out with the narrative. We came out with several different outcomes. We wanted to know that the theme of this project was Porter's is, and you fill in the blank. But this came after a 15-month meeting and session, and we decided as a group and collectively as a neighborhood that Porter's is home. You know, Porter's, we've been established since 1884. We're generations of family live in this area, so we're home. Porter's is engaged and inclusive. We have strong roots that's resulted in close-knit community, and we welcome residents into the fold. That's who we are as Porter's residents, and we're resilient. We've overcome race. We've overcome a multitude of things in the Porter's community, and we're still here. We're still standing. And Porter's is opportunity. We realize we're in a great location. We realize that right now is a great opportunity for us. But that strength, that empowerment within the community give us the mindset that we could be proactive, we could be empowered, because we understand our value, we understand our worth, and we understand we have a better idea of our future because we know who we are. And I think that's what's oftentimes forgotten in some of our neighborhoods. The identity leave that neighborhood. So when the identity leave, the remnants that are left in that neighborhood, you don't have as much of a strength as you would if you had an identity. And I think that unfortunately has happened to a lot of our communities of color over the past, during several years of epidemics or whatever have happened, where we lost our identity. When people moved away, they left their grandmother's home, and they're up north, they're down south, and that legacy leaves, that identity leaves. And so you're left with a community that does not have an identity. And I think that's a perfect opportunity for whomever to come in and say, okay, well, they don't care, or this is an opportunity for me to come in and maybe do something or create something new or different. So I think by us doing that as a community, identifying who we are, creating our own narrative, understanding the pressures that's surrounding us, and also understanding that, hey, you're right. University of Florida has a master plan. They have a strategy. So we need to come together and say, hey, what can we do moving forward, understanding what we're going to be faced with. And so in that, we also understand that having that empowerment gives you political power. It gives you political capital. And it also unifies that community and our neighborhood. So my approach has been very different from others' approach. My approach was to come into my community and empower my community. Let the members and the residents in my community understand, through empowerment, we can create our own narrative. We can look at the pressures that's surrounding us, and we can be proactive and have these conversations versus catching up and being reactive. And in addition to that, there were so many things that came out of it versus how to plan, what kind of policies can we initiate. We looked at different options. We looked at the current existing comprehensive land development code. Okay, so let's take a look at the land development code. What policies, based on our narrative, based on what our thoughts and our needs and our empowerment bring to the table, what can we do to look in the land development code? Because we talk about our staff and we talk about, well, we need to protect our communities, but the staff that's in the planning department of the Department of Doing do not live in these neighborhoods. They don't understand, or they may have an idea, but they don't fully understand what your community needs. And I think as a community, you need to be collective on the same wavelength to articulate to the Department of Doing, or to articulate to the government, this is our narrative, this is what we want, and this is how we feel it should be. You can look at different ways of applying policy through land development code, the heritage overlay that I've been speaking about lately. That was something that came out of this. You can carve out a special something in the land development code just specifically for that neighborhood. So we have a lot of options that we could do. But I think for me, the biggest thing was empowerment of the community. Having that 15-month or year-long conversation within the community to identify who are you and have a consensus of who you are and what your expectation is. And I think once you identify that and you can apply that and articulate that to the commission or to your local government, to the commission, to the land, then you come up with a plan. But you're absolutely right. We do have an issue. We do have problems where our neighborhoods are feeling pressured. We feel the pressures all around us. So what do? I educate the people in my community. It has been plenty of, I host community meetings. I have had John Power to come in and talk about taxes. What will happen? Do you know about heirs taxes? So you educate the people in your community and you form that relationship to empower the members in your community to be prepared and to be able to fight for their narrative and what they're wanting to see in their community. And I think once you have that consensus, whatever pressures that are coming, they will be able to say, okay, wait a minute, we're just not going to go in that community. Let's take a step back and let's talk about this a little more. Because what we want to do and what came out of this for us is we understand, even throughout the history of the Porter's community, long as I can remember, 4th Avenue has always been a business corridor. It always had offices. It's always been that commercial corridor. So it's not surprising to us now that businesses are on 4th Avenue. It has always been like that. So how do we work together with the businesses on 4th Avenue? How do we integrate that into our community? How do we have a conversation with them and say, okay, listen, we have children in our community center. How do you want to be a part of our community? And in essence, that's what the approach that we have been taking as a community. We understand the pressures that are surrounding us. We understand that this is a hot area. People want to be in Porters. They come to Porters. They do not want to leave. I hear that all the time. I'm not going anywhere. We love the Porters, and I'm assuming that's the same way with my counterparts in the Northwest area. So it's a very attractive place to be. But for me, it's about empowering the community. You have to empower the people in the area where you live, and everybody has their own narrative. I cannot say infinitely that Spring Hill is exactly like Porter's. I can't say 5th Avenue is exactly like Porter's because historically they're two different. They're two different. The only thing that's similar is that African Americans lived in that neighborhood. And that's the only thing that I can recollect the similarities are. You had Fifth Avenue's more of a business district than Porter's. They had different types of businesses than Porter's. So you have these underlying issues, well, not issues, but you have underlying just underlying things that were different in each community, in each neighborhood. And it doesn't necessarily mean that what's best for this area is best for that area. But I do think we need to look at how we can create and maintain the character of our neighborhoods, how we can protect our neighborhoods. But the question is how, and I think I have done that with the members of my community. Some may agree and some may not agree, but I think the approach that we took to come together as a collective group, sit down for a year, for 15 months, and let's talk about where do we want to go from here? Where is our narrative? How do we tell the city that we are an asset to this community and we need to be protected and we want to be engaged and we want to be proactive? And I think that's the difference. That's been my approach. And I could talk more, but that's enough for right now, Mayor.
Okay, thank you for sharing all of that, Commissioner Simmons. Let's move to Commissioner Ward now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be pretty brief. Proactive is the most important word I've heard all day. If any neighborhood in our city, if any state, any nation waits for things to happen, we won't like the result. Neighborhoods have to be proactive. The system we work under recognizes property ownership above just about anything. And that's, whether we think that's good or bad, that's not our system. It's not our opportunity to change. Knowing that, we can work with that. The best tool, one of the great tools at least, that is at our disposal and at the disposal of every neighborhood is a land trust, community land trust. They work over and over and over again. They work. They work best if they're enacted before a neighborhood is under pressure. If you wait till the prices go up, it's really hard to make it work in a neighborhood. But there are neighborhoods in our city that we can pretty easily predict. For instance, Greater Duval neighborhood, when the city spends, as I think we're going to, significant public dollars to improve public amenities, you can bet that speculators will follow with private money. So the time for community land trust to get serious about a neighborhood like Greater Duval is now. Obviously, there needs to be some seed money to make that happen. I think as a nonprofit director background and fundraiser, I can see how there's opportunity there for private dollars as well to help fund those. But it's got to get moving. It's got to get moving. This is not the first time I've said that. I'm trying to hit several points here. The comp plan, I'm a huge believer in a strong comp plan, but the comp plan won't fix everything on its own. The comp plan gives us a broad policy, but from that, we will then have to enact land use and zoning. We don't have to wait for the comp plan to get done in a year and a half, though. We could do those land use and zoning changes now over the next 2, 3, 4 months. We can make those changes and move forward and be proactive and get work done. Here's my concern. If we enact a moratorium and say, we just need time to figure our stuff out, I think we're going to end up paying developers a whole lot of money when they win lawsuits against us. Just, I can see that happening. Or we can get busy on making actual opportunity happen and being proactive with land use and zoning work now. in some communities, some neighborhoods, we already know because people have told us what they want and what they don't want, like Porter's. I think we ought to get busy on those things and on funding a community land trust rather than putting it off. I also worry a lot that if we enact a moratorium, people aren't going to stop moving here. So there's going to continue to be more demand, and we will have restricted supply. We will restrict our own ability to disperse land owned by the city of Gainesville to people who would like to do lower cost development. I know there's been discussion about that. I know we took action on some of that a year ago, and I'm waiting on that to come back. We don't want to keep ourselves, we want to keep the city of Gainesville from getting lower cost development, good quality, low cost development moving in our city. We can spur that, but if we put a moratorium on, we can't hold ourselves to a different standard than we hold private developers to. So I have a lot of concern with the moratorium. I like where I think you're headed, makes all the sense in the world, but I think if we just say, wait, stop, hold on, I don't think we're going to win that. I don't think we're going to get what we are trying to achieve from it. I would like us to have a much broader discussion with legal input on this, and about specifically the moratorium, but I see huge opportunity for us to make changes to our land use and development, our land use code, and our zoning regulations that will achieve what it sounds like we're trying to achieve and get lower cost rental opportunities in the mix. So thank you very much. I look forward to public comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, sir. When this first came up, I set up meetings with the city manager, the city attorney, with planning. I had my own opinions as an attorney who dealt in property law, on where we could go if we had a moratorium or other alternatives we had to a moratorium or a combination thereof. And I have to agree with Commissioner Ward that if we just slap together a moratorium to figure out our comp plan or to stop certain developments that are already in play, we will get sued. That's just my opinion as an attorney. However, I am 100% in support of using the time that we have until our comp plan is finished to look at specifics that we can't actually achieve on our own without the comp plan. And that includes the land trust. That includes looking at how to get rid of exclusionary zoning. That includes one of the things that I was really excited to hear about from Mr. Persons, the possibility of the city developing something like a historic district, but making it specific to the city, developing a cultural district. And it's a culturally sensitive district, and that way it can be unique to each neighborhood. As Commissioner Simmons said, Porters and Spring Hill don't have much in common, but they are unique neighborhoods in and of themselves. And so if we can develop a cultural district and then have that be the sensitivity marker to preserve them with some kind of conscientious approach, I think that addresses part of the concern we have here, that it does slow down some of the development in vulnerable neighborhoods that are very special to Gainesville. But I think just a blanket moratorium on development, I can't support that, unfortunately. I can happily support moving forward with options to explore Commissioner Santo's points that he presented and the community land trust, but I don't think that we can go through with just a whole moratorium. I could get a lot more into it, but I think at the end of the day, those are going to be the points that I stand by given my background. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Did you call my name?
I did.
Okay, sorry, it cut out for a second. One of my favorite euphemisms is that the cream always rises to the top. And in discussions like this, I'm always reminded that we've got the cream on this city commission. So I appreciate the substance that has been brought to this conversation from every commissioner. I'm very, very, very grateful. In an hour too, so very impressive. I will first start by saying that for me, it doesn't seem as though a moratorium is as scary as it sounds. I think that depends, of course, how much you're trying to speculate on land. But you know, I had similar conversations with legal, and you know, we are well within our governing ability to install non-permanent moratoriums in key areas of the city. And so for me, I don't see why we can't achieve both. I don't see why we can't pursue short-term housing reforms and also install a non-permanent moratorium on, you know, if I may suggest an area, I would say areas specific to the University of Florida strategic plan, because, you know, we enjoy a relationship with the University of Florida. That relationship is always ongoing. That relationship needs to be fostered and nurtured in a careful way. And the status quo is untenable, I think, at least for the kind of direction that we want to take this city. There is a lot of apprehension that, especially with this pandemic, with businesses, many businesses deciding to just close up, with many locals, you know, out of work, out of business. This really is a scary time for people in our city. And, you know, I don't know if a full year is exactly what I had in mind. I thought 6 months is probably more akin to what I was warned to. But I would really also like to hear how the University of Florida plans to mitigate some of the harm that is coming from their strategic plan. And I brought this point up a long time ago. We had a joint meeting. God, it feels like forever that we were meeting in the GRU administration building. But we had our joint staff member, Mr. Tejas there. And I raised the point that this relationship between UF and Gainesville is only as good as the public trust that comes behind it. And if the University of Florida Strategic Development Plan doesn't directly address the negative impacts that it has already had on certain areas, then I have concerns about it moving forward. Now, I also agree that a moratorium is not a solution in and of itself. The solutions were, and I thought rather eloquently explained by each commissioner. We have shown that we can empower communities to unify and show their asset worth, their asset value. And we have shown that this commission is willing to engage in the tough debates like enacting inclusionary zoning and requiring affordable housing in developments. I think the question now is, and this is what we've been tiptoeing for I don't know how many years now, talking about affordable housing, is do we have the will and do we have the focus to push forward and make sure that the cream of these ideas rise to the top? I think we do. I think that we can go forward with just about everything. I understand that commissioners have some trepidation about what a moratorium could do to speculation and housing prices and things of that nature. But if I'm being completely honest, we know what's already happening even without that. And land speculation in Florida, if it's a 6-month moratorium, if it's a 12-month moratorium, land speculation in Florida is going nowhere. So in that intermediate time, we will be able to establish a coherent expectation for sustainable development going forward in the city of Gainesville If we combine, in my opinion, if we combine all of these approaches, at least the best of them that I've heard from the commission today. So I don't quite know, Mr. Mayor, how to put that into a motion, and I wouldn't venture to today, particularly because we want to hear from the public. But I just want to reiterate that I don't see how a non-permanent moratorium really gets in the way of our goals, because I think it actually would complement some of what we're doing. It will set the expectation not just for neighbors and in this community, but also for the development community, who has to be a part of these conversations. And I applaud the ones who have made efforts for affordable housing. And I know that our manager has taken our direction seriously when we've talked about the need for affordable housing in Gainesville. But if we, well, I'll just leave it at that. I think there's a lot that we can do, and I'm happy to hear from the public. So thank you, commissioners. It was an enlightening conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'm going to turn to the public in a second here. I said we give every commissioner one opportunity before we heard from the public, and I'm going to stick to that. But I'm going to share some thoughts. So the first thing I want to express is my absorption of the urgency that I hear from all of you, and I think most especially you, Commissioner Johnson. But I sense it from everybody, and that's a good thing. That's an urgency is a really good motivating factor. Where I have been uneasy is whether this would help us get closer to what I believe are our shared goals, or would be an obstacle to us achieving those shared goals, which is equitable development and truly integrated neighborhoods. So I was not satisfied with the research we got back from the policy team. I thought that it sort of opened more questions than provided answers. And so then I went a little bit further, and I'm going to just say to you all right now, the preponderance of evidence that I found has shown that moratoriums accelerate displacement and accelerate increases in land and housing values, which is clearly the opposite of what we are trying to accomplish here. Now, there may be other research out there that contradicts that. I haven't seen it. I'm open to whatever else. Frankly, there's not a huge wealth of information out here on this. There's a lot of it's inconclusive, and then the more definitive stuff I found tended to indicate a rapid acceleration of displacement in places where moratoriums have been put in place. So I need more time to understand whether that is likely going to be the effect or not. The other thing I did is I said, Commissioner Johnson gave us this really awesome document that is designed to help us work through this process of equitable development. And so I read through it again with this particular eye on moratoriums as a tool for equitable development. And they're not mentioned anywhere in this. And I can't help but that's not an omission by not thinking of it, because it's a very complete document, incredibly well researched and incredibly well presented. And so that tells me that Government Alliance on Race and Equity, for our viewers, considered moratoriums but did not include them because they did not find them to be a helpful strategy. But I looked at a lot of their other suggestions, and they're either things that we are currently doing, are in the implementation process, or have discussed doing but have not taken action on yet. So I invite all of you to go down and look at that. I mean, just some highlights. dedicated land acquisition for permanent funding for families size affordable rental housing, home ownership, stabilization, foreclosure, we do that. Affordable housing program prioritization for displaced households, we do that. Tenant protection policies, we're going to do that later tonight. Prioritization of public land for affordable housing, we're doing that. Okay, I'm not going to read through them all. So we're doing a lot of these things. We're not doing a lot of them, but I think could be very soon. So here's where I am. I agree that this is a political will issue. We have a lot of data on what works. We know that community land trusts work. We know that inclusionary housing policies work. We know that things like SRO, creating zoning opportunities for SROs and other things like that. These all work. That's where I want to put our effort. And specifically to you, Commissioner Johnson, I'm still willing to consider a moratorium if I can get more data that shows me that it helps accelerate these goals as opposed to accelerate the opposite of what we're trying to affect. Because I know none of us want to accelerate displacement, and I know none of us want to accelerate a rapid increase in land prices and housing prices in the particular neighborhoods that are potentially under distress. And so I'm going to make a relatively simple suggestion with a lot of heavy work ahead if we all agree to this, which is to put the topic of equitable development on our first general policy meeting agenda in August, make that the only item, and dedicate that meeting to equitable development. That gives us a couple weeks to do a deeper, I'd like to have our staff do a deeper analysis on the moratorium issue and get us just some more actual data on that, as well as how I think we need to have a discussion as a commission on what are we willing to really start advancing through the land development code and zoning and some other tools that we have there ahead of the comprehensive plan update. And so, I think that gives us that opportunity. And then just a lot of work for all of us to do between now and that meeting, which would be 3 weeks from now, basically. So with that, I'm going to go to Larry for members of the public. And then after the public has a chance to share their thoughts with this, I'll come back to the commission. Larry?
Thanks, Mayor. We're going to start with Robert Mounts as our first speaker. Mr. Mounts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening to your discussion and submitted an e-comment earlier in support of any possible motion for a moratorium, but warning that if you do that, it needs to be done immediately, because the first thing developers will do is run in and get every plan and permit they possibly can approve before it takes effect. Hearing your discussion, though, I'm rather dismayed to see that there's not more support for those who lead our African American neighborhoods. I'm very sympathetic to Commissioner Simmons, because 2 years ago, when I saw the wife of a major developer try to tell porters what their narrative was, it kind of gave me a sick feeling in my stomach. And she was white. So what to do? The immediate thing, which I asked a couple of weeks ago, was for you to at least ask the city manager to review the view towards possibly reversing the decision of the Department of Sustainable Development on Seminary Lane, which is right on top of us. It's immediate, it's now. And I pointed out that section 30-1.4 of the current land development code provides all the ammunition you need to reverse that decision, and apparently was not applied in that decision. Just bickering over density, and various amenities and how many floors and so forth, but no real concern for the enhancement and perpetuation of this specific community area that does have a special character, interest, or value, representing and reflecting elements of the city's cultural, social, economic, political, historical, and architectural heritage. And I pointed out that is Seminary Lane. Now, maybe as risk adverse as sometimes city attorneys are, you've been warned that, well, it's on appeal. It's before a special magistrate. There was a lot of public opinion expressed there. Maybe the decision will come down favorably. But you still have an opportunity to do the right thing. You have the opportunity to do the right thing now, and I sincerely wish you would. And then what I see is the resurgence, as we always thought we would see, of GNV Rise. Do you not remember what happened 18 years ago when the City Hall was filled with people concerned about single-family residential neighborhoods? Our problem in Northwest is studentification, a new word I just learned today. So that issue is there. We are willing to work with accessory dwelling units so long as the owner resides
Mayor,
on
that's 3
site
minutes.
and so forth. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, before we continue, I just wanted to note that we've had some callers dial in during Mr. Mounce's talk, and so after we get through the first 5 speakers who I'd already screened, I'll be happy to try to screen them as well. Our next speaker in order is Sandra Guamet. Ms. Guamet.
Hi, thank you for that. Also, I wanted to thank Commissioner Gail Johnson for bringing this meeting to everyone's attention. I strongly agree with your take on moratoriums for housing development. And I also agree with the caller before me that said that needs to be something that's immediate. And I also wanted to say that I heard what all of the commissioners' opinions were on this, and Mayor Poe as well. I felt that when we're talking about moratoriums, I think they are most definitely, they definitely do lend themselves to equitable development. We know that to be true. Currently, right now, on these moratoriums of evictions, that is definitely lends itself to equitable development, because the people that are benefiting from that moratorium are people that are poor, and those tend to be people that are in Black and Brown communities. So, yeah, I just wanted to also say that Black communities matter, Black lives matter. I completely agree with this moratorium. I disagree with claims that we should be bringing in more development, even if it's with the promise of incentivized development and affordable housing. That affordable housing never really does end up meeting the needs of the communities that they're being developed in, and it further takes away resources from the people that do live in those communities, and those tend to be historic Black communities. I also wanted to say that if you think that a moratorium will increase housing costs, then I think the conversation shouldn't be on whether or not to have a moratorium, but what other solutions can be brought up to this problem. I think that if we're going to continue working on a future that we see as equal for all of us, that means providing equity, and that means stopping development of neighborhoods that are historically Black communities. And so I implore you to find solutions to the problem of increased housing costs in other ways, in more creative ways than just to say that a moratorium will not lend itself to that solution. So in that sense, I appreciated what Commissioner Simmons had to say about getting the community involved and asking them all of the ways they see their community looking in the future. And I think that's really important in all historic Black neighborhoods, to have those town halls, to have those conversations, to make everyone a part of that decision. And I don't think that it should be the decision of just the commission alone, right? It should be a community decision.
Mayor, that's
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, next we'll have Ms. Pamela Davis. And again, we have a few callers I know who are waiting to be screened, and I'll get to them here in just a few minutes. Ms. Davis? Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Yes, it's your turn to speak.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. On my end, someone is still speaking.
That's all right. There's a delay.
Time delay. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me turn that down. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Pam Davis of the Gainesville Housing Authority, and I wanted to speak on the proposed moratorium for development, and I would like to speak on it from the perspective of the Gainesville Housing Authority and what we're doing in the community. As you all know, we are in the middle of the development of Woodland Park. We have almost completed the Grove of Sweetwater Preserve. We should be completed in that development by the end of August, where we have redeveloped and put 96 new units in our community. And that is the first of 2 phases of redeveloping on the east side of Gainesville. And the people that are benefiting from our development are those in the inner city who need quality, affordable housing. And a moratorium will definitely have an impact on everything that Housing Authority is trying to achieve as a result of redevelopment and repositioning our properties. As you all know, the Grove at Sweetwater Preserve was a very difficult development for the Housing Authority. And when you talk about the political, economic, and social impact that delays have on any development, this project is definitely one that has the proof. When we started this development, it was going to cost $14 million. And because of delays, both at the federal and state level, this development cost the authority $18 million. So any type of moratorium can have a tremendous impact on our ability to do affordable housing in our community. As everyone knows, affordable housing is very difficult and it's time sensitive, and whatever is happening at the local, state, or federal level has an impact on our ability to do affordable housing in our community. And anything that the Housing Authority does, we have community engagement. And I agree with Commissioner Simmons, where we have to listen to the people in those communities, the people who actually live in those communities, that are benefiting from affordable housing in those communities, and really want a better place to call home. So I really would advise the commission to vote against a moratorium, because it can have a critical impact on the affordable housing and the ability to do affordable housing in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pastor Gerard Duncan, to be followed by Darlene Follow, and then some callers that I'll need to screen, Mayor. Pastor?
Good afternoon, Mayor Poe and all commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. Pastor Gerard Duncan, pastor of Prayers for Our State Ministries. First of all, I will want to say, as it relates to the moratorium, which is temporary prohibition of activity. When you consider a moratorium and the response of a moratorium at this time, we must consider, we understand it's not sustainable, but it is temporary prohibition. What does that call for? It calls for a time where most of our attention can be focused on the real issue as it relates to gentrification. Gentrification as it relates to culture heritage. There is a lot to be said about this stay as a moratorium as it relates to the communities of Porters and Pleasure Street, Fifth Avenue. I would even support with Commissioner Simmons as it relates to the Porters initiative, which I was on the U.S. strategic plan and was a part of actually voting for that initiative. Commissioner Simmons also mentioned how well she could speak of her own community, which is Porters. But I'm reminded that Commissioner Simmons is an advocate for all communities prior to her involvement or her being elected as a commissioner, her involvement in advocating for the Pleasant Street, Fifth Avenue as a part of the historical planning preservation board was very relevant to the citizens of that community as well. One other thing that she mentioned was being able to gather the community to have a voice. A part of that strategic plan at University of Florida did also, it actually called for another proposal which would include the Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street area as a part of the Heritage Trail, which was not chosen as it relates to the proximity that the University of Florida was more or less focused on, would allow the Porters proposal to be in place. As a community advocate for the last 20 years in several communities throughout Gainesville, I would even say that, you know, my approach and recently over the last 8 years being in the Fifth Avenue community and presenting all my focus there, Pleasant Street, was to help restore the old Mount Carmel Baptist Church, which without any type of significance probably would have lost its place as a heritage site as well. And so I just really believe that as a part of the moratorium, it really calls for greater attention, and that is the culture heritage of the Pleasant Street, Fifth Avenue, Seminary Lane area, along with the Porters and other areas of the city. Commissioner Ariola spoke as well about
Mayor,
that,
that's
and I
3
believe
minutes.
that would be beneficial as well to include the University of Florida as being a part of this plan as well. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, as I mentioned, Darlene Buffalo will be next, and then I have, I believe, 6 callers that I'll need to just quickly screen after Ms. Buffalo. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, commissioners, thank you for what you're trying to do here. As you may know, I am a realtor. I've been here for 35 plus years, and I can tell you that I want to thank the Housing Authority for what they are doing to try to help the city of Gainesville.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
What I would suggest is no moratorium. I don't believe that's good, and it won't work to help people. Inclusionary housing does not work. If you check with Tallahassee, they started with inclusionary housing. It was brought down, it came back, and very, very, very little housing is in Tallahassee. I would check that. And also, I think you should go back to basics. And basics, commissioners, I believe, is getting more businesses here, more jobs here, so that when people have a job, they can afford to live in Gainesville. And I think that's really, really important, instead of moratoriums and stopping this. And also make it much easier for the builders in our community. As the Housing Authority said, it shouldn't take that long to get work done if we're going to be developing affordable housing. Or
Goodbye.
Apologies, Mayor. We'll be right back on the line.
hello?
Apologies.
Yes, hello.
You have been muted.
Again.
To unmute yourself, press the star key twice.
Again, my apologies, Mayor, and to the speakers. I'm going to ask that Ms. Buffalo, if she is still still there. Let me see. Don't see Ms. Buffalo still on the line. And if you'll give me just a moment, I'm going to screen the remaining callers and I'll be right back to you. Thank you. Okay, Mayor, I apologize for the delay and for the mishap there. I'm going to go back to Darlene Buffalo, and then Darlene will be followed by Tena Silva. Ms. Buffalo, you have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I didn't know what happened. I was talking and it said, you're finished. So I went, okay, hung up. I just wanted to finish what I was trying to say is I think we need to go back to, commissioners, the basics of what for our city. It's really, really hard for people to get jobs, as you know, especially with what's happening. And I think when you put a moratorium on for things of growing our community, that's not going to help either. And I would suggest with the inclusionary housing, I think you should talk more to the builders and see how it hurts them and it hurts growth of the community. And jobs are number one. And I'll leave that with, please get more jobs so that people feel better about themselves and they can make money and support the community that way instead of just on welfare or anything else. Jobs are number one. And I pray that you drop some of these restrictions for developers and builders because that creates jobs also. Instead of everybody not having a job or an education, they can go back to school and help with, electrical work and plumbing work and things like that that is needed. And not everybody needs a college education. Thank you for your time, and I'll let you go. We've got so many on the line now. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mayor, I'm going to go next to Kim Tanzer. Kim?
Hi, this is Kim Tanzer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm calling in support of the moratorium. I think that our city is at a tipping point with regard to student housing in particular. And I think the moratorium will allow us to address this question in a responsible way. I recently visited Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where they have a moratorium on student housing, particularly because they saw the harm it was causing to their city. And I think that that would be another place to look for examples of best practices. You all probably know that the city is currently being sued by some of your residents over the development in the Fifth Avenue neighborhood. And so lawsuits, I'm sure, are nothing new, but this is one where your own citizens are suing the city. So I hope that you'll consider a moratorium. I also will note that one of the plaintiffs is through an agent, the Gainesville, Florida Housing Corporation, Inc. And I think that it's important that we also recognize that some of our other callers may have multiple motives in being on the line. I'm concerned that we're confusing two things, student housing and affordable housing. There has been very little action on affordable housing in the 18 months since the Gainesville Rise debacle. And many of us have tried to become engaged, but with little effect. And at least so far as I know, in the last 6 months, nothing has happened. Many of us still support that, but we think that that needs to move forward in a thoughtful way. Some of the ideas that are being considered by several commissioners either just are not getting traction in the community for whatever reason, like a community land trust, or have not proven to be successful in making housing affordable, like the so-called panacea of inclusionary zoning. A moratorium is not the end, but it will give the community a chance to get ahead of a tidal wave of truly horrible overbuilding going on in the city of Gainesville now. It's mostly happening along 13th Street, but certainly the Fifth Avenue neighborhood is about to be completely eliminated by the housing development there. And I want to make note of the fact that it was the 2017 amendment to the comprehensive plan that many of you voted for that led to this problem. So please do not lecture your community about being against racist zoning practices. That upzoning did more to impact that neighborhood than anything else in the last 50 years. In conclusion, I just would like to underscore my support for a moratorium. They're not perfect, but I think that it will at least be a start at doing something righteous for a change. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Alfredo Morales, and Alfredo will be followed by Lizzie Lunier. And I do have a couple of other callers who I know have called in during these last few speakers, and I'll get to them shortly. Mr. Morales.
Hi, I want to thank Commissioner Gil Johnson for starting this conversation. I'm calling as part of the moratorium. It was brought up previously that the moratorium is not a perfect solution, and I agree, but the ideal solution would have been to take action 10, 20, 30 years ago to ensure that these neighborhoods wouldn't be put in this predatory situation to begin with. A moratorium is the least the city could do to address part of its much larger housing issues. People don't need jobs. People are working multiple jobs during a pandemic already. We don't need to prioritize interests of realtors and developers over the people who are struggling in the city. We should be talking about, for example, how the chief of police is on the board of the company that is trying to develop Seminary Lane, and how much of a conflict of interest that is. We know that gentrification has consequences, both culturally and materially. It strips money from the community and makes it lose its sense of identity. I'd urge the commission to also educate themselves on how the death of Breonna Taylor in Louisville was linked to that city's effort to gentrify Black communities. You have a responsibility to your citizens, especially the residents that have been historically marginalized by commissioners who came before you. It is now the time to end this cycle of violence. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Lizzie Lunier will be followed by Vivian Filer. Lizzie?
Hi there. Thank you so much. I am a member of Gainesville Alliance for Equitable Development, and I just wanted to mention earlier, I remember Mayor Poe mentioned that he wished that and wanted it to be a priority that equitable development be included within this moratorium proposal. And I definitely really want to encourage that. And not only that, Gainesville's Alliance for Equitable Development actually did submit a list of recommendations for this moratorium policy that I deeply feel would strengthen the ability of this moratorium to protect vulnerable communities. First of all, one of the things that the Alliance proposed was that there be a list of all the vulnerable and affected African American communities that could be affected by development. Also include a section on social and economic equity. Also including that there are situations like that have been mentioned in Tuscaloosa that indicate that a moratorium could be potentially helpful, especially when there are very tangible ways that developers are trying to use predatory methods to displace individuals in these historic Black neighborhoods. Another recommendation is to include the Gainesville Alliance for Equitable Development in the preliminary and illustrative list of potential stakeholders in this work, especially because our group has done a large degree of heavy lifting in the realm of the Fifth Avenue Seminary Lane issue with these predatory developers trying to buy up this land. So the other only thing I wanted to mention before I yield my time is that Mayor Poe mentioned that this issue, when it comes down to it, is an issue of political will. And I appreciate that he said that, because we are going to hold y'all to that at the end of the day, when we know this moratorium can have very tangible effects on making sure that certain development does not happen in our community, especially when there is no shortage, when there is actually an overwhelming amount, or one could say an excessive amount of student housing already in the community that has not been asked for. Thank you. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is going to be Vivian Filer, to be followed by Sharon Bauer. Vivian?
Yes. Hello. I'm Vivian Filer, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I appreciate also all of the conversation that has gone on during this webinar. There certainly is a lot of value in a lot of it, but we're missing so many important pieces here. And most important one, I think, is gentrification. I sat on the board for the University of Florida Strategic Planning Committee as well. And I was one of the ones that recommended that they get in touch with the Porter's community in terms of their impact on the community. I've been in Gainesville long enough to see gentrification become the big bad guy. There was a time that downtown on First Avenue, which was Union Street then, there were Black businesses. Fifth Avenue was filled with the mecca of Black businesses. And there were Black businesses all over in communities, but those were major. That was important to African American and our history. So gentrification is the big issue here. I support a moratorium because we need a chance to sit back and look at this. How dangerous is that? Well, in a year's time, if we stop one more apartment building from going up for students, that's going to be a plus for us. I don't think builders are going to die. I don't think they're going to move away. I think what we're going to do is say to the citizens who've been disenfranchised all of these years that here is a time for us to sit back and give an opportunity to the whole community to look at what's going on and allow things to happen. Sure, we're different communities. All of us don't have the same thing, but we all have the impingement on the African American community as it lives. I really am not so worried about integrating a neighborhood. I want infrastructure to be in my neighborhood more than I want to deal with whether or not it's integrated. There are places still in the city that has septic tanks. The big picture is East Gainesville does not have major areas to shop. All of those go along with the fact that as we grow, we need equitable growth. We're not getting that. More apartments don't allow that, don't function by assessing that either. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Mayor, our next speaker, as I said, will be Sharon Bauer, to be followed by Tana Silva and Mary Lou Hildreth. So let me go to Ms. Bauer, please.
Thank you. I attended the 2 meetings in March of last year with the folks from the Marion Cheek Jackson Center and the Self-Help Credit Union, where they talked about their success fighting gentrification in Chapel Hill. And of course, they started with a moratorium on development, and then during that time did mapping of the community. And we were all very excited about that, and there's broad support for this moratorium and for working to stop the destruction of the African American neighborhoods. And it's disheartening to hear some of you say, let's not go through the comp plan process, let's not get input, let's just do what we think is right, because unfortunately that's what we've been hearing you say for 2 years. Comment all you want, I'm going to vote for this because I know it's best. I also want to touch on the U.S. study of the Porter's neighborhood, because I've read the final report of the study, and I've also read all of the minutes of the meeting. The final report recommends rezoning of the vast majority of the Porter's neighborhood from the current RMS 5 to U2, and it says that it won't change what's allowed there, and it won't change the character of the neighborhood, and that's a big fat lie, because U2 would allow in Porter's for the first time the small dormitories that are favored by developer Andy Coffey, who just happened to be one of the 9 members on the grant steering committee, and the only one who attend all of the meetings, because the minutes show that the meetings were poorly attended, not only by the community, but by the actual steering committee members. I remember very well the heartfelt speech that Commissioner Johnson made in October of 2018 about a lack of community engagement at the city, and sadly, that's still the case today. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Tana Silva, followed by Mary Lou Hildreth, and then Sheila Payne. And Ms. Silva, please go ahead.
Thank you. First, we're in an economic and social crisis that has unknown length and depth, and I think a pause right now is a very good idea. Already, before the lockdowns and all of that started, the city was juggling various pieces that have huge impact on the way the city develops. We've got 2 strategic plans going. There's ongoing random upzoning. There's Heartwood. There are opportunity zones. There's the reinvestment plan, the consolidated plan, the housing action plan, the comprehensive plan, and numerous proposals at the Thomas Center for this, that, and the other development. So to hear an emphasis by 5 commissioners so far on so-called inclusionary zoning, and this is something we need to push through in a hurry, as something we can do, it negates the 2 years that have gone by since the city commission held a housing summit in July of 2018. It's as if you didn't hear anything that anybody said in those 2 years. And not only that, but you haven't ever returned to the original purpose of that summit, which was to begin to strategize about the best ways to protect the lower income people's housing availability. And I agree with Ms. Papalo 100%. I would challenge you to present any kind of research that shows that the so-called inclusionary housing, which was Gainesville Rise basically, has produced any substantial affordable housing anywhere. It's a 30-year-old idea that started with moving to Opportunity and has gone nowhere. And meanwhile, people in the city have plenty of expertise and passion and dedication to actual affordable housing plans and ways to protect the neighborhood. So to hear that you want to start tinkering right away with the land development code, which was overhauled in 2017, and zoning, which was the whole crux of the Gainesville Rise disaster that people from all of our neighborhoods disliked and protested. is disheartening. And I would ask you to look at a joint legislative committee presentation last year at the state legislature on real challenges and opportunities in affordable housing. And I provided
Mayor,
that
that's 3
to you
minutes.
before, and I will again. So thank you for not rushing through another land development code disaster. Thank you.
We'll have Mary Lou Hildreth, followed by Sheila Payne and Sarah Paul, and then I've got a couple of calls that I'll need to screen for you.
No,
Ms.
Larry,
Hildreth?
I'm sorry. Sheila Payne's going to need to be our last caller because we
Good
have
afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I want to thank you to Commissioners Johnson and Simmons for their impassioned pleas, if that's what you want to call it. I think this is a very important issue. I do support some type of temporary moratorium. I mean, without getting into the weeds, I'm not sure how you could or would do it. I appreciate the other commissioners for ideas that are something that you could implement sooner than later that might help relieve this issue. But when Commissioner Johnson in the beginning said, think about 10 to 20 years out, well, I kind of closed my eyes, and that's what I did. And obviously, I think it's certainly important for the Black communities of big historical old neighborhoods. But I live in Stephen Foster, and I'm already seeing the creep of this development, because what's going to happen, and I want you to envision this, again, like Commissioner Johnson said, you know, everything gets pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. I already have, not huge, but some student input in my neighborhood, because we have rentals and it's an older neighborhood. It might not be a historical neighborhood, but I'm even concerned about my neighborhood. And so when you think 10 to 20 years out, obviously we need to think about what's immediately around, sorry, my dog, the University of Florida area, but this is going to keep getting pushed out. So when you have that 10 to 20 year plan, buddy, shut up, sorry. It's just, bottom line, you need to consider where this push out is going to go and what's going to happen to those neighborhoods that are immediately surrounding the central neighborhoods, because I'm already seeing the creep, and how do we stop the creep? Thank you.
And Larry, this will need to be our last speaker because we do have a time certain item at 6.
I'm sorry, Mayor, could you repeat that?
This will need to be our last speaker because we have a time certain item at 6, and then the commission
Mute off.
This item at the end of our meeting.
So take one more speaker. I'm sorry, sir.
One more person, yes, sir.
Okay, so that'll be Sheila Payne as our final speaker for the time being. Ms. Payne?
Oh, hi. So I thank Commissioner Johnson. I also support a moratorium. So I just think we need to stop development in historically Black neighborhoods. The Gainesville Housing Authority already sold Seminary Lane property, and that is going to destroy that neighborhood. So concepts like inclusionary housing, developers, since I've moved here, have always been against it. I think they need to be forced to include affordable housing. Community land trust is a beautiful idea. It's not going anywhere here. So all the land that they want, like the land that the standard is on, is all going to be gone. And then they can say, we don't need to build. So I know that landlords in Black communities are holding on to their rental housing in those historical neighborhoods, waiting for the big sale. And also, not to sound mean, but the city of Gainesville can't say that they care about Black lives and not look at the history of Black communities being destroyed by freeways going through them, gentrification, Durham, North Carolina, Black Wall Street. Once those Black businesses were destroyed, then the housing went, and they're no longer congruent neighborhoods. I could see that happening here. Just since I moved here, Black businesses having to close down in the Fifth Avenue neighborhood, people, African Americans moving out. It's just a shame. Please act like Black Lives Matter, Black communities matter. They can't be reinstituted once those neighborhoods are destroyed. Thanks.
All right. Thank you to all of our callers who called in and shared their thoughts with us. We will come back to this item at the end of our meeting tonight. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have a time certain item, just like this one was, and the way that our rules work, when that item comes along, when that time comes along, we must take it up right at that time. This is to be a benefit to our neighbors. So if there's an item that's of particular importance to them, they know when it's going to be so they can tune in. And so we are just a few seconds away from that item. It's a time certain for 6 o'clock. This will be the rental housing ordinance that is, again, something we've been working on for a very long time as a city commission, and it's finally before us. Nobody likes a hangry city commissioner. So I understand if any of you need to, shut your camera off for a few minutes to get yourself a nutritionally dense snack. No pretzels, no donuts. You need to get some almonds, potentially some fruit, something else with high nutritional content. And we'll just try to make sure that we have a quorum of 4 people at a time. So I'm going to start okay, we are at 6 o'clock now, Madam Clerk, if you'll read the item into the record, and then Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to let you have the first couple minutes here.
Okay, business discussion item 6, time certain for 6 p.m. Draft ordinance to create permit requirements for residential rental units and to adopt the International Property Maintenance Code and related recommendations from the Rental Housing Subcommittee, with the recommendation that the Commission discuss the draft ordinance and related recommendations from the Rental Housing Subcommittee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioners, this has been a long time coming. You all may remember it was last year this commission authorized the creation of a rental housing subcommittee, to which I was later elected the chair, which was a distinct privilege. And I know that many commissioners served on the committee, and we also had future commissioners serving as well, though not in official capacity, although now here we have Commissioner Reina Sacco. And so what I would like to do before we begin taking comments, I assume all of these hands are from the last discussion, is I would like to offer the opportunity for charter officers and staff to give an introduction before we begin our discussions in earnest, if they are interested. Are there any charter officers that would like to weigh in on this item? Very well, that is an appropriate way to begin a commission discussion. So are there any commissioners who would like to kick us off? Commissioner Hayes Santos.
I think staff does have a presentation.
I heard nothing. So
I am. He's not a charter officer though.
Yeah, I'm not a charter officer. But I am happy to not give it if you want to get right into deliberation. But I do have.
No. That is why I asked initially. So please interrupt me if I'm skirting over important parts of your duties, Mr. Persons.
No. Yes, that is part of my job around here. Hello, everybody. Andrew Persons. I'm the interim director of the Department of Sustainable Development. I do have a very brief presentation to share. If you bear with me. All right. Can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
Full screen and everything.
We are good.
All right. So I have a real brief presentation, as I said. Just sort of going back, I think as the commission is all aware, our current landlord license permit that we have in place was originally established in 1996, and it was primarily a registration program for landlords who are renting, specifically renting homes that were zoned single family. So that was the sort of RSF 1 through 4 residential conservation. It was primarily done to address some of the potential negative externalities that come with rentals, particularly in areas that were impacted by student rentals. This is a comparison showing the some of the differences between our existing landlord license program in the left-hand column and what we're discussing tonight. The primary changes that I think you'll see is the existing sort of point system that we have for the landlord license program will be going away, and it will be replaced in broad parts by essentially going from a registration program to an actual inspection program. And that inspection program, as it's currently conceived, would be a 4-year cycle where we would cycle through all of the rental properties in Gainesville. There are mandatory energy efficiency and living standards that would come with that ordinance. It is more time and resource intensive on the city side because unlike the landlord license program that we have currently, we'll actually be out in the field doing in-person inspections for every rental unit in the city. And I think you'll see later that number of rental units under this ordinance is increased from what we're currently dealing with. The permit cycle will be done annually, just like it is today. However, it'll be tied to the fiscal year. There is mandatory information that will be provided to renters prior to getting into a rental agreement. And it will we are recommending that our existing patchwork of housing, local housing and commercial codes be replaced by the International Code Council's International Property Maintenance Code. And that's a internationally supported standard. Many jurisdictions in Florida have gone this route to adopt consistent standards, and there are a lot of benefits to that I can be happy to talk about if you have any questions. This is 2 maps, and these are actually in your backup if you need to look at them in a little bit more detail. On the left is the existing landlord licenses that we have mapped in the city. It's roughly about 4,000 licenses on about 3,700 parcels. On the right is our estimated applicability map of about 15,000 parcels, or 15,000 units, sorry, on about 13,000 parcels. So as you can see, there's a significant increase in the number of properties. And that's primarily because this program, unlike the landlord license program, is sort of agnostic about zoning. In this case, we are regulating the type of housing regardless of what the underlying zoning is. The existing ordinance to the new ordinance, as I mentioned, is more time and resource intensive. So we have additional staff that will be out both in the field and in the office administering and inspecting for compliance. And then this is our estimated costs and revenue. All told, between the additional personnel costs, operating one-time and reoccurring costs, we estimate about $1.2 million. If you then factor in the roughly $600,000 that of revenue that the city will be losing with the landlord license, it comes to about $1.8 million. That puts the estimated permit cost for the first year at about $170 a unit per year. That's factoring that 15,000 unit applicability. I did want to just caveat this slide and generally the cost revenue estimates in general. Until we have a full year's worth of data, we're not going to know exactly. We feel very confident that this is an accurate representation given the information that we have right now. But after a year, we'll definitely reassess and probably bring back some additional tweaks to the commission. These are some of the properties that are sort of illustrative of the type of property that would fall under this this ordinance. As you can see, unlike what we have today, which is primary single family units, this would include everything up to quadruplex. And then finally, the implementation timeline. So if the commission moves this forward, it would come back to you likely either at the next meeting or a subsequent meeting for first reading. We would begin the education phase. This is going to be a continuous part of the process where we're going to be continually reaching out to both landlords and to tenants and educating them about the standards that are contained within the ordinance. The official application cycle as it's currently devised would start in August of 21. The effective date for the program, essentially the go live for both the standards and the permit, would be October 2021. And then that would start our 4-year inspection process. With that, that concludes my presentation. We can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andrew. If you could please unshare your screen, but be prepared to bring it back up in case commissioners want to refer to it.
10-4.
Very well. Commissioner Hayes Santos, your hand was up first, and then we will hear from Commissioner Reyna-Sacco.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for your work chairing the committee. And it's been a long time. I think we started a year and a half ago almost, I think, when we actually started that. And thank you, Commissioner Simmons, and everyone who's worked on this, both and Commissioner Warren too, who's no longer on the committee. Yeah. But thank you, everyone. We had a lot of great feedback on it. I was able, looking through the ordinance, there are a few things that the subcommittee and the commission recommended to have in the ordinance that's not currently in the ordinance. I was able to have a meeting with Commissioner Sacco and then some members of the Alachua County Labor Coalition on, I think, Tuesday, was that right? Yeah, to kind of go over it and figure out kind of where there might be some changes. If you'd like, I can share my screen and kind of go over those changes and walk through those kind of proposals, if that works, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that would be fine. Just try to be what's what I'm looking for, succinct.
Yeah. So the first one that was in the recommendation from the City Commission, but was not in the ordinance, is that energy efficiency rating system, and for each unit, and having that done every 8 years. So I would like that we would add that in, that the city shall conduct an energy efficiency rating system of each unit every 8 years, and that rating system be HES system or equivalent with duct testing. On page 14, on section A of the proposed draft ordinance, making sure that the tenants receive that material, the required materials on like Florida landlord-tenant law, tenant bill of rights and responsibilities, and also the energy efficiency rating sheet, that is provided to the tenants before the tenant signs a lease. So either electronically or in print. I think it's important that people have that beforehand. On page 15 and 16, under the energy efficiency section, there's a few things in the recommendations that I think we should move forward on. One of those is this is kind of a cost consideration for the installation of having R19 installation by October 21st in the attic, and then giving time for people to go up to the higher standard that we have for new construction of R30 in 5 years. That'd be 2026. Another cost consideration that Ms. Sacco brought up was the programmable thermostat being connected to HVAC with it immediately in 2021. Thought was we should give a little more time for that to be put in, because there is a cost to that, so extending that to 5 years. The other thing is, if we go down to H, this is actually for the toilet, sorry I didn't write that in there, but for toilets, currently in the proposed ordinance, it says 3 gallons. In our proposal that the subcommittee and the commission recommended, it was to have 3 gallons in the beginning, and then it would go down to 1.6 gallons per flush in 5 years. And I believe that we should include that. One other thing I think we should look at is the living standards currently are being proposed, and this is for section A and B. This is life safety, which is having operable carbon monoxide detectors and fire extinguishers. And then section B, which is the property maintenance standards that the director, interim director of sustainability brought up, that we actually have those start October 1st, 2020. We wouldn't do inspections for them, but you would be required to have those. And those really aren't any new things. Those are kind of just state standards and normal stuff. The energy efficiency would start in October 2021 because there are some changes and new things in that. Other thing that was in the recommendations from the City Commission and the subcommittee was to create a mediation program. So I'd like to add that in, that we shall, the city shall create a mediation program to deal with rental property issues by October 1st, 2021. One of the things brought up on Tuesday was, I think we discussed it, but we never, at our subcommittee meetings, never actually put it in there, but I think it'd be good to put in there, is that these standards are reviewed every 4 years because energy efficiency standards and things change. So that adding into the ordinance, the City Commission shall review the standards every 4 years and then make changes as necessary. And that would start in 2025. Another thing that I think Commissioner Sacco brought up was section 14.5-5 on page 17 under inspections, that we would kind of having it clear that the city could make inspections more often than every 4 years, but it would at minimum be every 4 years. So those are things I think we should move forward, and that we should have those at first, or have the first reading of the ordinance at the first meeting in August. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner, for bringing up those additional potential changes to the proposed ordinance. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, sir. So I think Commissioner Hey Santos got most of those points, so I appreciate him for typing it up compared to my scribbles. I wanted to just kind of elaborate on why we wanted some of those changes. We don't want to be wasteful in any of the upgrades that need to happen. So that's why we want that 5-year delay from a good standard to an even better, more efficient standard, just so that the product that's already in place doesn't, if you just recently installed something that has 3 gallons or is suitable for these current standards, we don't want it to be ripped out with, having been used less than a year. We want to give it some of its life to be used in the home before we get a more efficient upgrade. And to those upgrades, I'm sure we've all received a million emails about this at this point, and we had emails about this before in the subcommittee, that the cost of any of these upgrades will be astronomical, and that all the cost will be passed on to the renter. And to that, I want to very bluntly say, if there is a home that will require thousands upon thousands of dollars of upgrades or renovations, that is not a home that should be on the rental market. The changes that the standards that we're proposing are basic building code, and the energy efficiency standards are very small cost, high payout upgrades. So if someone is saying my property will require thousands of dollars of change to meet the standard, I want that to be the first property we inspect, because there shouldn't be a reason for that. The other thing I had a question for Mr. Persons, if he could come back. Sorry. Hi. So first, I love your presentation. It's the prettiest presentation I've ever seen in my life.
I would love to take full credit, but I have a wonderful staff who are much more creative than me.
It's gorgeous, but I do have a question. I see that there's about a 20% margin of error for how much we'll bring in. Is that what jumped? I think originally we had estimated the permitting fee at around 130 or somewhere where it is current, or where last year's was. Is that margin of error why it jumped so much?
That, and I think the desire to make the city whole with the existing revenue lost from the landlord license, which is approximately about $600,000. I mean, the margin of error there's going to definitely be a margin of error. We also factored in about a 9% vacancy rate, which is consistent with the latest census data for the southern region as a whole for rental property. Some of the things that it would be in that margin of error would be like short-term rentals, or either properties that don't get picked up on the data, or just change over time. So that, again, like that estimate is probably, once we have a year of data, we'll get a little bit more fine-tuned.
And last question, I swear. Is it just by changing the ordinance that we've lost any grandfathered ability to regulate short-term rentals? Or did we have bare minimums to begin with?
Well, I would say to answer that question, like primarily those externalities I talked about, the negative impacts, we still regulate those in other parts of the city's ordinances. So like occupancy limitations in single family zone properties, issues of noise, issues of front yard, like yard parking. Those are some of the things that were sort of tied into the landlord license point program. We still have those regulations and still enforce those, irrespective of whether the city actually has this like registration point program that we had before. I think we've had the program, like I said, since 1996. I think we've maybe have one instance where a property accumulated enough points where we potentially would have pulled their ability to rent the property, and that I don't think was ever tested legally. So that's the only difference, is that sort of point registration part is going to change, but a lot of the basic regulations that deal with the potential problems with rentals stay in place.
That's all. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say this was a great subcommittee to be on, and I'm happy we're to this point. Maybe I didn't see it can someone point me in the ordinance where we discussed the his and hers? Is that in this ordinance? We didn't, and why we didn't include that?
Somebody on the committee? I'm not sure what you're actually referring to, Commissioner. So
if energy savings technique, or his, the her
standard,
yeah, and I didn't see that in the ordinance, and I just wanted to know maybe why that was omitted.
Andrew, can you answer that, or anybody else on the committee?
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer was about cost. I think there was concern from about the cost of having the audit done, the availability of people who could do the audit. That was, I think, what was primarily driving the discussion. But I'm not an expert on that by any stretch. But we can certainly. I mean, if the commission moves that forward with the ordinance, then that's where we are.
Well, would the chair of the committee know? Ariola, would you have an idea, or? Because I thought that was a very, very big, important part of the ordinance. So I just wanted to know why.
Commissioner, I see that Ms. Shelley has raised her hand, so maybe she wanted to speak on this item. Ms. Shelley?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If you all read the agenda item that staff prepared and submitted, it discusses each of the points and many of the things that Commissioner Hayes-Santos would like introduced into the ordinance. There's an explanation of why staff did not include those things. And Mr. Persons is correct. The first one, the energy efficiency ratings, it explains that there was concern regarding the effectiveness, the cost, and the availability of these energy efficiency audits. Staff gave an estimate of the costs and the concern that there's only approximately 12 certified inspectors or companies within 100 miles of Gainesville. Then part 2 of the agenda item goes on to talk about why staff recommended against the sort of standards changing midstream. And then we also addressed a number of the other things, gave a status update on other things that came out of the subcommittee.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
I did read those explanations, and it is true that not all of the recommendations that came out of the subcommittee were majority recommendations. We just wanted everything that we discussed to come out so that the full commission could then deliberate them and decide if those things are integral. And I believe that was an item that received a majority, though not unanimous, if my memory serves correctly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Simmons, or do you have anything else?
That's fine. I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree, Commissioner Simmons. I think it was a very important part of it to be able to give that information to tenants, be able to make, I think one of the biggest things of having that energy efficiency rating is that now a tenant can look at two places that are the same price and they'll be able to see this one's more energy efficient than the other. And maybe one will have a $300 utility bill, the other one has a $100 utility bill, and you'll be able to make a better choice. It also incentivizes landlords to invest in energy efficiency of their units as well. And the ones who are doing a good job and are doing energy efficient kind of places, they can show that off and can be proud of that. So I think that's why we should do it. And I think it's one of the things that we should add back into the ordinance. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion at this time to move forward, or if you want to take public comment.
Let's take public comment. That might inform the motion. Yeah, and it looks like staff made a decision based on, they just felt that it was unclear whether the commission desired to include it or not, so they chose not to.
I mean,
that's fine. We can include it.
Just on that though, we had these discussions in depth at the rental subcommittees, and the staff gave their opinions at those exact opinions at that time. It's concerning that they gave those opinions, we heard them, gave this recommendation, and they just didn't listen to us. That's why that kind of concerns me.
Having not been there, I will allow you to pursue your frustrations with the particular members of staff on that point. Commissioner Simmons, before public comment, do you want to get in here?
I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Hayes Santos said. I agree 100% with what he's saying. We had this conversation numerous times, and we made recommendations to have that included. So I agree with what he said. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. And, I'm just looking at how many certified inspectors there are within a 100-mile radius. If this gets passed with that in there, they will be more than 12. that will be a career opportunity for a couple people. So I wouldn't worry about the inspection or the enforcement part of that. Okay, Larry, excuse me. Let's go to public comment on the proposed rental potential, I'm sorry, my brain's a little fried by now. The discussion to authorize the drafting of an ordinance for the rental housing, coming from the rental housing subcommittee. So Larry, I'll turn it over to you. Maybe you can speak better than I can right now.
I'm not sure about that, Mayor. Our first speaker on this item is Xiaoshang Wu to speak, and then he'll be followed by Matthew Umanos and Jeremiah Tattersall. Mr. Wu.
Good evening. Hey, this is Jiaxiang Wu. I have not expected to speak in this time, but I really appreciate this opportunity to say something. My English is not very good, so I just try my best. Okay. In this midst of the pandemic, the landlord and the management team is under very high pressure because they still try to keep the maintenance on time, but sometimes they can't correct the rent, but still cannot evict the people who don't pay the rent. But the people still every day have lots of repairs. The ACs need to be replaced or repaired, refrigerator and the manager of the property. So their life is not easy in this pandemic. So I think in Gainesville, we maintained a pretty good balance between the rights and the responsibility of the tenants and landlord. So try to not put additional burdens on the landlord side and the management team. They work so hard. Their people can stay home, but the management team members, they still need to run the maintenance. They still, if the AC is not working, we promise 24 hours, need to fix it. So put more regulations on them looks like so pretty on the paper, but somebody need to do it. That's the personnel, the management team and the landlord, lots of responsibility on them, even if under this kind of high risk things. We have a tenants, they tested positive, but in case they reported maintenance, we still need to go into it to maintain it. So not easy. I know everybody is not easy, but the landlord and the management team of the apartments in Gainesville, they did great. They're doing their best. So as an officer in the city, we respect you, but try to not put additional burdens on this management team members, and also the landlords. Yeah, they did great, and they should be praised, not punished. That's what I want to say, and try to help them. Yeah, you did great.
And we'll be going to Matthew Umanos, followed by Jeremiah Tattersall. Matthew.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, this is Matthew Umanos with the Gainesville-Alachua County Association of Realtors. Let me start out by saying that no one in our community should live in substandard housing, whether they rent or own. I believe we need much more time for discussion before this commission moves this ordinance to a first reading. Let me explain. I sent an email to the commission earlier in the week that I would have now submitted to the clerk for record. I look forward to any responses. I would like to ask a few questions. Where is the finding of fact that the city is conducted to display the need for this city regulation? Why is the existing provisions of the Land Development Code, Florida Building Code, Florida Fire Prevention Code, and other applicable codes do not adequately address the matters for this ordinance is concerned with? Where are the studies that show these requirements above state minimum housing standards are providing the required return on utility bills? Commissioner Ward, you had previously asked for this analysis. Where does the 20% margin of error come from within the presentation? Seems very high. Over the last 4 years, the lowest percentage received was 89%. Only 11% margin of error seems high unless you are expecting to drive landlords away for further limiting the rental inventory. Number 5 on the status updates for the agenda item is regarding the cost of permits. Will citizens be able to examine the calculations to determine the landlord permit fee? The last cost study showed overcharging, which is why the fee has been going down as shown in the presentation. On page 6, the presentation, the $610,000 should not be as an expense because those 4,000 current landlord licenses will still be included in the estimated 15,000 new licenses. The true total program cost for the first year only should be 1.2 million. Again, that's 1.2 million for only the first year because 210,000 of the first time implementation costs go away, thus only costing the city approximately $994,000 on a recurring basis. Using the city's estimated 15,000 units and a 9% vacancy rate would leave an actual base of 13,650 units. If the permit is $170 as the presentation indicates, those licenses would generate more than 2.32 million annually. This is a first year surplus over 1.1 million and then over 1.3 million subsequent years. Of course, local governments can't levy fees to generate a general profit. From the presentation, it seems that between 6,900 and 12,400 new units will be subject to these fees, creating a total revenue of 1.18 million to 2.1. Those costs will be borne by the tenants. This will lead to displacement and gentrification. Property taxes are going up, GRU rates are going up, rental inventory, especially 800 and below, is very low. If the city institutes a program requiring regular inspections of rental properties, it is likely some property owners who have past rented rooms, mobile homes, or other residential units will be discouraged by the additional burdens created by the program and will simply decline to lease property to a new tenant.
Mayor,
When
that's
such
3
rental
minutes.
units are lost. Can I just finish up with what we were hoping to ask for, which was to provide more time, up to 6 weeks, to properly review the International Property Maintenance Code and assess implications. Urge the city to carefully review proposed ordinance to clarify and eliminate any potential ambiguous or vague standards, eliminate mandatory inspections and implement self-inspections, provide the finding of fact that demonstrates this is needed, and maintain state statutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And I think that you included all of that, if not most of that, in your email that you sent as well. Thank you.
Mayor, Jeremiah Tattersall will be next, and then I've got a couple of callers that I need to check with to see if they want to speak on this item. So after Jeremiah, we'll take a short, very short pause. Jeremiah.
Thank you, Mayor Poe and commissioners, for this conversation. This is exciting that this is coming forward right now. I'm Jeremiah Tattersall. I'm the co-chair of the Alachua County Labor Coalition, one of the primary forces bringing this ordinance about. I want to say that we're in full support of this ordinance as proposed with Commissioner Hay Santos and Commissioner Sacco's revisions to it. I don't think that we need more time to address this. We've had an entire subcommittee meet for many months about this. We've waited a long time to see the revisions and the drafts of this, and I think it's really important that we move forward with this. If this ordinance goes forward, especially with the proposed revisions to this, it will increase the quality of the housing stock here in town. I mean, we need affordable housing, but we don't need substandard housing. What we find from a lot of these studies that are done is that low-income people spend a higher percentage of their income on GRU. And the reason for that isn't just because they're low income and so they have less income, so more of a percentage. I do know how math works. It's also because they have more problems with their house. They have they're not properly weatherized. They have leaks in the pipes and things like this, and there are issues with codes that could come out and address these issues, but they're not going to happen because people don't want to be evicted or face problems. Where I'm actually working with a tenant right now who has a carbon monoxide detector that's going off, and she's afraid to call codes to figure out what's going on because her landlord might evict her because she's struggling with rent because of COVID-19 and everything like that. And so these inspections are really important because it removes that possibility that a landlord will retaliate against someone for calling codes, because the previous caller is correct. There are a lot of laws that are on the books right now, laws that aren't being enforced. I've seen this. I'm sure many of the property maintenance people on here know of other property maintenance people that don't do things by the codes, and there's a lot of really good property maintenance and realtors and renters and landlords and all this stuff out there. I don't understand why they would be so terrified of somebody walking through for 5 minutes and making sure that there's not holes in the wall. With that, I do urge the commission to support this ordinance moving forward with first reading. If this passes, and with implementation dates and everything, this will be one of the most progressive, if not the most progressive, renters' rights ordinance in the Southeast. Thank you.
Mayor, as I indicated, if I could just have a short period of time, I need to check to see if these other callers are interested in speaking to this item. So please stand by.
Good thing it's not sweeps week.
I don't know what that means.
Nobody knows what that. Yeah, I bet people my age and older know what that means.
Adrian nods his head. Look at you, Adrian.
He's more
on the edge.
He studies my generation as a curiosity.
You got to start doing some fun things and got to bring the viewers in, Lauren.
GG, you know what that is, right? Sweep. You remember that?
I remember Sweeps Week. Mayor, I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe I have 9 total remaining speakers on this item at this time, beginning with Janice Gary. Janice?
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your time and your interest in this matter. As you know, I have been a landlord with a handful of single-family homes here in Gainesville since 2003. So I've been paying landlord permit costs all that time. And I fully respect that when we regulate something that has not been regulated previously, it causes a great deal of angst. But looking at this again from a 30,000 foot view, renting a home is a complicated product, and it only makes sense that there should be some protections to the person who is purchasing and paying for that product. And it only makes sense that we would have some regulations as far as energy efficiency and other things and safety, so that renters have a good product for their money, and that they don't have to be experts to have a good product. So I very much support this renters product, and I applaud you for going forward with it. And I think it is a solution to affordable housing, not a detriment, for exactly the reasons mentioned. So many people pay so much more for utilities than they do for their rent. So overall, then you do not have an affordable house, regardless of what the rent is. So I thank you for your work on this, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Nathan Scott, to be followed by Tana Silva and Glenette Maxwell. Nathan?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. With respect to the proposed renters' rights policy, I'm not in favor of this policy. I think it's a draconian government overreach, and will actually serve to inhibit the availability of affordable housing, as landlords will simply increase the cost of the rent to cover the compliance costs of this government-imposed mandate. The previous caller mentioned that utility rates are a problem, then you should focus on lowering the utility rates by cutting your spending on the city side and providing customers rate relief that way. It seems to be a utility problem, not a housing stock problem. But continuing to put mandates on local businesses, alienating property rights and those of the property owners, this commission has just turned into a socialist government, and it answers to local socialists. It's like it clogged up the phone for 8 hours the other day that you had to listen to comments, and you were tired of listening to all those folks about defunding the police. So with respect to this renters' rights policy, a lot of time's been spent. I think that some of the policies can be aspirational to educate homeowners and those that rent their property on things they can do, particularly low-cost items to help their tenants. But to oppose these additional restrictions on landlords and their ability to rent their property, I just think is an overreach of government. And the city commission, time and time again, you guys impose so many restrictions, you guys can't keep track of them. Matter of fact, you modify the motions made during this meeting so many times that you can't keep track of what's in the motion. So this overreach of local government is very disturbing. You don't see other well-managed communities in Alachua County, Newberry and Alachua, having these draconian measures. It's like you guys just can't focus on core government, and you have to get your nose into everything else. And that's why you have audit issues, fraud, theft, and waste systemically across government city departments. And it's really sad, because you spend so much time on these tangential issues and so little time on the budget and GRU issues. And you're very dismissive to anyone that dare question anything that you do. You dismiss the callers. Earlier when I spoke, Mr. Blarski disparaged me and another caller, and he was telling another false lie that's easily disproven. Check your emails. You too, Mayor Poe. But you don't need to quit imposing mandates on property owners and local businesses, because it's just getting to be excessive, draconian, and it's an overreach of local government. Thank you.
Tana Silva will be followed by Glenette Maxwell and then Terry Martin Beck. Tana.
Thank you. I understand the motivation behind the ordinance, but I speak as the owner of a rehab century-old house. As with any house, we have ongoing maintenance issues. At your housing summit 2 years ago, I heard a landlord say she was being demonized at meetings at that time. Demonizing people isn't the way to get collective wisdom into policy decisions with an eye to attaining long-term solutions that help everyone. So I just want to read for the record an email that I sent you yesterday on this issue. As this is a different landlord wrote last year in the Gainesville Sun, the ordinance could backfire badly and hurt renters, especially in neighborhoods where people are being displaced. This is a quote: "If Gainesville doesn't want these decent, humble, historic homes in this historically Black neighborhood available to renters, then pass the ordinance. Eliminate affordable East Side rental houses and proceed with the corporatization of rental property as small independent landlords go out of business, unable to comply with the city's proposed new licensing, inspection, ratings regime," end quote. She suggests tools to inform renters and other approaches that help and don't punish landlords and tenants of older properties. Then there are the legal questions you've heard at commission meetings, such as regulating rental houses more stringently than owner-occupied houses, inspecting them, and making any buildings newly conform to standards not in place when they were built. I think you're going to have some legal challenges to some of those. All of this is guaranteed to accelerate displacement and demolition in the neighborhoods already under speculative pressure. Cutting the budget instead of increasing it would do more for all commercial and residential tenants and property owners by reducing the general fund transfer drain on GRU and the burden on taxpayers to make up for the untaxed half of property values and to subsidize UF off-campus properties and infrastructure. I realize you put a lot of time into this, but I think you're not really seeing the 30,000 foot picture that another caller had suggested. Thank you.
Glenette Maxwell to be followed by Terry Martinbach and Darlene Buffalo. Glenette.
Good evening, everybody. I am calling not to have a position on supporting or not supporting the ordinance as it's being proposed, but to offer additional feedback to be considered. I believe that our chair for GACAR actually also asked for additional time for you guys to consider additional feedback such as this. And my questions for you guys would be, what do you plan to do for the landlords? So if you guys are doing these assessments of properties and inspections and you find that tenants are destroying the property or not maintaining them to basic health, standards, will you guys be imposing penalties against tenants or allow landlords to immediately evict and act on those findings? I have landlords ask me every day if they should sell. They're afraid that the reach of the city is going to impose on their rights as, landlords and homeowners, and they fear that it won't really end here. So when inventory decreases, rental rates will increase. Is everyone really prepared for that? Landlord permits have never been successfully maintained and monitored. I have been a victim to that many times. I find that a house is being a rental property, and I, advise the code enforcement officers, on a regular basis. How is it that you guys plan to actually monitor this differently than what you've already been doing, this program that's been in place for many years? That's not been successfully done. I find properties all the time that were rentals under self-management that now come into full management with my company that never had a landlord permit, and we require them to get one, and they've not had one for 5 and 10 years, and you guys just never even knew. So how is it that we're going to be able to regulate that standard now? As a professional management company and a professional property manager representing hundreds of landlords in Gainesville, I would absolutely comply with any requirements that the city imposes, but I would ask that you guys be cautious of the negative impact that this will have on the rental community. I think it will have the absolute opposite effect for what you guys are wanting, and that's to decrease the tenants' expenses. So that's all I have.
Terry Martin Back, followed by Darlene Buffalo, and then Liz Pratt. Terry?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. As someone who's been part of this committee from the very beginning, I've often spoke about how you're going to reduce the housing. I think you're a little premature on making the motion because you have yet to define the standards of the tenant and what requirements that they have in maintaining the property in the standards. Secondly, what about the educational program of the tenants coming in the community, and how are you going to handle that? About the inspections of the code enforcement, who is going to be certified to make these initial inspections? Just because you're a code enforcement officer doesn't make you certified in inspecting HVAC, insulation factors, window and door influence in there. And the city and the county have difficulty in finding building inspectors who are willing to work at the pay that the city and the county is offering. So my question for you is, how are you going to find these inspectors? How are they going to be trained and certified to make these inspections? So given that, how are you going to define this motion without having these questions that I brought up into the motion? Again, education of the tenants, education of the landlords, and certification of the inspectors. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Commissioners, and Madam Commissioners, and have a great evening.
Darlene Buffalo, to be followed by Liz Pratt and Sheila Payne. Darlene?
Good evening again, Commissioners. Everything that's been said from the last speaker, Mr. Martinbach, I agree. I know something was mentioned about checking to see, for utilities, high utilities, and that's part of what people pay for rent. And to know what the other tenant paid for utilities doesn't mean a hill of beans, and I'll tell you why. Because some people never use, number one, their air conditioner. When I sell a house and they say, I wonder what their utilities are, I say it doesn't make any difference because utilities are by what the user uses and not what you would use. I know people that never use an air conditioner. I know people that use air conditioning and they want a 60 degree house. So don't worry about that. But I think with this ordinance that you're trying to pass, and I've been to every meeting from the beginning also, just like Terry Martinbach, I keep saying thank you if you pass it, because I'll make more money, and because I'll be selling these houses, because people will say, forget it. I am not going to keep my house rented and have to go through all this. I'll be and sell it. And then here's where you would lose money. And I sent an email to all of you. When it's not homestead exemption, more money comes into the coffer. When it's homestead exemption, you lose more money for taxes, number one. And number two, then you can't tell people what to do with their houses when it's owner occupied. So be careful with this of passing it. This is just the first time anybody's ever talked about it since I've been listened to the committee for almost a year and a half to the public. And this is the first speaking. I just think you don't need to make any motions at this point, but just be careful of what you're saying, because you're going to lose. Rents are going to go up. I'll bet every commissioner up there $500, and you're going to lose rentals. You're going to lose rentals, and that's going to affect affordable rentals in the market. Thank you for your time.
Liz Pratt will be followed by Sheila Payne and then Elena Mendenhall. Liz?
Hi, yes, I'm Liz Pratt, resident and renter in Gainesville, Florida. I was calling to echo much of what Mr. Jeremiah Tattersall said earlier. I'm in strong support of this motion passing. I know I personally have experience, and so do many people I know, experiencing subpar rental housing and feeling I did not have all the information before signing the lease. It seems to me that it's a no-brainer to pass this motion. It's just asking landlords to increase their transparency and to uphold local codes. Landlords inherently have more power than renters, and this is helping to balance the scales to help people have safer, affordable housing and to know more of what they're getting into before they sign a lease and commit to living somewhere. Thank you for hearing me, and I yield the rest of my time.
Sheila Payne to be followed by Elena Mendenhall, and then I have one additional caller. I just need to check on Ms. Payne.
Oh, hey, thanks to the City Commission Housing Subcommittee and for the whole City Commission taking this up. Commissioner Ariola ran great meetings, and thanks to Commissioners Sacco and Hayes Santos for their work on this. So there's lots of letters from supporting groups and landlords in the backup materials that the Labor Coalition sent over. This has been going on, well, the Labor Coalition's been working on it for a couple of years. So I got involved in the safe and healthy housing because of fires reports I saw in the newspaper, and there were no fire alarms. So as far as like inspectors, when we gave a presentation a year and a half ago at Santa Fe, it was with someone who does all the needed classes to train. He said that they could train as many inspectors as were needed. So renters' rights are needed for the affordable housing units we have in this town. Many renters are afraid to speak up. They don't call code enforcement. They don't know what their rights are. The Labor Coalition just got a complaint that 9 people applied and qualified to receive funding from Gainesville Cares about neighbors funding, but their landlords refused to accept the money. So this would help them. And I want to thank you for already passing the anti-discrimination ordinance that this past year. So developers and landlords have had plenty of time the last 2 years to voice how this is moving too quickly. We do not need any more substandard housing, no leaky houses. Let's weatherize the homes. When I was a renter, I didn't know if I had fire alarm or my rights. People came to Labor Coalition housing meetings with $500 utility bills. They were in 2-bedroom apartments. I have a 4-bedroom house with a washer and dryer. Mine is less than $200 because their apartments leaked. We do not have enough affordable rental housing. We have to preserve the housing stock we have. And so inspections of all rental stock is needed now. Please pass this, and thank you for all the time that's been put into this. I'm disappointed it's a year out, that it would even start, more than a year. Please do not delay, and thank you for all your time on this. Bye.
Elena Mendenhall, and then one additional caller that I'm going to check with. Ms. Mendenhall?
Hi, Elena Mendenhall. I'm a residential property manager here representing many property owners and landlords in Gainesville for many years. I am in opposition to all of this. We do have the Landlord Tenant Act and laws in place for a reason. We have code enforcement in place for a reason. Prospects and potential tenants view a property usually before signing a lease and should review a lease thoroughly as it's a legally binding contract. The example given by a caller earlier about a tenant not reporting a carbon monoxide detector because they were in fear of being evicted for non-payment due to COVID-19 is absolutely absurd. The moratorium for evictions due to non-payment during COVID-19 has been extended over and over again. And so at what point does the burden fall on tenants who are in breach of their lease agreement, who don't report issues until they turn into disasters simply because they don't want to get penalized or worse, evicted due to breach of their lease as a result of their own negligence or their lack of reporting issues? How many of these renters don't speak up because they're in breach of their lease by their own volition? Also, the penalizations for landlord permits is never consistent. So I agree with Gwinnett Maxwell, Darlene Buffalo, and Matt Umanos of GACAR that an extension and further review is completely necessary, as this can and will negatively impact affordable housing and the rental inventory in our community. Thank you.
Hello?
Mayor, Debbie Martinez had joined the call, and I'm not sure, Ms. Martinez, if you wanted to speak to this item.
Please, just briefly.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Debbie Martinez. What my fear is how it's going to impact the working poor and those that are just the very, very poor. I'm all behind making landlords accountable. But when you have this many costs that are going to be placed on the landlord and they're passed on to that poor tenant who can't afford to buy a house that is renting, and their rent goes up, my fear is what's going to happen is you're going to drive the working poor, the very poor, out of the county, and they're going to be forced to go live in the county because they can't afford to live in Gainesville, and only the middle and upper middle class will be able to afford living in Gainesville. And I just think what you all should look at first is really seriously cutting your budget so you can reduce that general fund transfer, so you can lower those GRU bills, because we're already paying the highest electric rates in the state. And we need to lower them, not keep them where they are. We need to lower those rates. That's how you help the working poor. That's how you help the poor. So I'm just asking you to consider them. Thank you.
Mayor, that's the last call on this item.
Hey, thank you for all of our callers that joined us and shared their thoughts. Really appreciate you taking time this evening to do that. Let me turn back to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to share the screen just to be able to see the other changes. If that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Please, yeah.
So I'd like to move that we direct the city attorney to make the changes that are on the screen now and to have a first reading of the ordinance at the first meeting in August.
Okay, and Commissioner, I'm not seeing it there. Does that also include the HES?
Yes, that's the top one there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Okay, I can only see one other of you. Is there a second? Okay, Commissioner Ariola seconds. Thank you. And so, hold on. Okay, seeing no further hands. Oh, Ms. Shalley, go ahead.
Hang on. There we go. The only issue, I'm not certain that we'll be able to return the first meeting in August. The second meeting would be more doable, only because of both the advertising requirements, and I don't know if you all saw, staff had included, code staff and planning staff had gone through the new International Property Maintenance Code and sort of roughly identified what they might want to include in the ordinance, but that portion of the ordinance, which will be extensive, hasn't been drafted yet.
Mr. Mayor, I can change it to the second meeting in August.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola. Okay, good. Okay, thank you, Ms. Shalley. Commissioner Sacco.
Just as a point of clarification, the ordinance draft that we have now, it will be expanded to include, I guess, written out terms of the IMCP or whatever the acronym is, or will it just be, because that's hundreds of pages, or is it just going to be like we are including section 1, 2, part of 3, 4, 5?
We're going to need to figure out the best approach to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you to the subcommittee and all of the people who participated in the process. I know that it was very well attended from tenant advocates, landlord advocates, and everybody was able to express their views throughout the process. So thanks to all of you who shepherded that through on behalf of all of our neighbors. So with that, Madam Clerk, we'll move to a vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. If you're interested in this item, it will be on first reading the second meeting in August, which is the third Thursday in August. That's when it will come back next. And so we look forward to you all joining us again then, where you'll be able to see the ordinance in its draft form. All right, Madam Clerk, moving along.
Okay, and I believe we want to go back to business discussion item 3.
No,
Then
that'll
we want to go back to the moratorium item.
yeah, we're RE1 now.
I'm sorry.
We're at RE1 now. The stuff we didn't finish this afternoon will be at the end of our meeting.
Okay. RE-1, resolution for amendment to the traffic signal maintenance and compensation agreement with FDOT, with the recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution for the amendment to the traffic signal maintenance and compensation agreement with FDOT and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents subject to review and approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager, anything you want to add? It looks like, just a pretty simple reimbursement from the state.
We are here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we're getting about 1.5 million reimbursed from the state for our assistance with the traffic management system or intelligent transportation system. Seeing no hands, is there a motion? You're still on the clock, everybody. Still on the clock.
Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, motion to adopt resolution 200022 and seconded by Hayes Santos. Larry, any members of the public wish to speak to this item?
To be honest, sir, I don't know. We don't have any new callers, but I don't know whether the callers that are on the line want to speak to it. So let me assess that if you just give me one.
Absolutely.
Mayor, as I suspected, nobody currently holding wanted to speak to the item. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye. Commissioner
Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, our next resolution, please.
E-2, resolution authorizing renewal of the existing liquidity facility for the utility system commercial paper notes, Series D, with the recommendation that the commission approve the resolution authorizing the State Street Bank and Trust Company, the extension and other amendments to the existing liquidity facility agreement for the utility system commercial paper note, Series D, and to amend the fee letter related to such facility, in each case subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form and legality, and the forms of the Fourth Amendment to credit agreement for the liquidity facility and the amended and restated fee letter.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Johnson, did you want to get in here first, or did you want Mr. Bolarski to?
I was going to make a motion, but you can go ahead.
I'll recognize you as soon as we get Mr. Bolarski's overview here.
Oh, yeah, I think Mr. Benton is on here, and I just wanted to introduce him to go through this. Are you on, Mark? Or
I'm
Claudia?
on. I'm on.
Okay.
Mr. Benton is always on. He's never been off.
You know, you're exactly right, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As one of our sources of liquidity, we maintain a $25 million taxable commercial paper program, and we're required by bond resolution, investors and rating agencies to maintain liquidity facilities to secure this program. The facility, the bank that provides the facility would step in and provide funds to pay the maturing commercial paper on each roll date in the event that there's a market disruption, that we can't remarket the commercial paper. And the facility that secures this program expires on August 28th, 2020. Due to conditions caused primarily by the pandemic, liquidity facility fees are currently relatively high, and our financial advisor recommends renewing the facility for on a short-term basis for 1 year. That'll give the opportunity, hopefully, for the markets to potentially moderate. It'll also coincide with the expiration of the facility on our tax-exempt commercial paper program, and that'll give us the ability to roll those together if it's necessary or beneficial to do so. So essentially what we're asking the commission tonight is to authorize the resolution renewing on, for 1 year the liquidity facility with State Street and the other supporting financing documents.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Benton. And Commissioner Johnson, don't think I didn't notice you were all on top of that and ready to go. So we'll turn back to you for a motion.
Now am I ready? Motion to adopt resolution 20098 upon second reading by title only.
That's only for ordinances. Resolutions just get one reading, so you don't have to say all that mumbo jumbo at the end.
Okay, great.
So you're all good.
Motion to adopt ordinance 20098.
There you go. That was Commissioner Ward on the second. Thank you. Larry, any members of the public wish to speak on this?
No, sir.
We'll call it.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution -3, proposed to the general government financial and operating plan for fiscal year 2020 to 2021, with the recommendation that the commission adopt the proposed resolution. And I do need to read that one. I apologize. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to its general government budget for the 2020-2021 fiscal year, beginning October 1, 2020, and ending September 30th, 2021, approving the proposed tentative general financial and operating plan and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Before I, excuse me, I turn it over to Karen, I do want to point out that, this is our proposed budget. We still haven't received our state revenue sharing numbers, the communication service tax numbers, a few other state numbers. We're also looking at the potential retiming of our employee pension contributions, which have some potential savings to us. The issuance of pension obligation bonds, which we'll talk about at the GPC meeting. And we still have to resolve some issues such as the University of Florida's contribution to the RTS operation. So this budget right now is our tentative proposed budget. Karen will walk through the details in a second, but it is subject to variance throughout the summer. Also, as we talked about at your meeting the other day on matters regarding GPD, there may be some changes that are going to come out over the next couple of weeks that we will incorporate into the budget that you see in September. And of course, the budget's just a plan, and it can be modified and amended as we go along. The most important aspect for this meeting is not only to review where we are at, but also in your next resolution, you will be setting the maximum millage rate that we will use for advertising purposes for trim. So with that, Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Karen Fiore, who walk through where we are from the budget standpoint.
Okay, very good. Ms. Fiore, welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. So when we left our last meeting on June 11th, we reviewed the city manager's increments, and since then we received our July 1st taxable value numbers. So we made adjustments to the millage here. Sorry, not the millage rate. The millage rate is still 5.2974. There's no increase proposed for fiscal year 21. But the July 1st taxable value gave us an additional $148,000. We then turned around and took that $148,000 and reduced our local option gas tax. So we reduced it by the $148,000. And again, this is due to the COVID issues and seeing some of our revenue streams come in a little bit short. The GCRA is in the process of paying off their debt. So therefore, in fiscal year 20, that will be the end of the payments back to the general fund. So there was a small decrease in revenue of $45,000. Accounting during their FY19 audit did some late journal entries, and one of them was for the utility tax. And after reviewing that adjustment, we increased fiscal year 21's revenue for that by $295,000. We had some additional personnel service adjustments, as well as we had additional time to review and balance out our transfers to other funds. So that was a reduction of $327,000. So that actually brought us up to a surplus of $381,000. And on June 11th, we heard the commission clearly on some of the items that you wanted to see in the budget. One is the reduction of the joint aviation operating budget. So we reduced GPD's budget by $114,000. You asked for community paramedic resource program to be funded. So this includes 2 FTEs and operating costs for a total of $170,000. You also identified some GFR IT operating and equipment that you wanted to include. That was $37,000. Aid to other organizations for $4,000. We included the climate change emissions dashboard for a consultant for $50,000. And we added 1 account senior plus some operating costs for $91,000. You also requested additional PAPI funding. So this will actually double the FY21 PAPI funding for an additional $142,000. So these increments here that you see in front of you gets us to a balanced budget with total revenues at $138 million and expenditures at $138 million. We also wanted to remind you, we brought this to you earlier in our budget discussions about the new proposed fund balance policy. Currently, we're at 10% is our policy. We would like to go up to 16.7%. And this was just cut and paste from the previous presentation explaining what that policy is. Again, there is no recommended increases to the millage or fire assessment in the proposed fiscal year 21 budget. And we're asking you today to adopt a proposed tentative millage at 5.2974 and adopt the proposed tentative FY21 budget. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fiore. Mr. Feldman, anything else you wanted to add?
Just again on the fund balance policy, just to give you a perspective of where we're at. We closed fiscal year 19 with a 15% fund balance. So we think that this is a reasonable policy that we should be able to get to in the next couple of years, if not sooner.
Thank you, and will definitely help us with our with the bond rating agencies. I'd like to see that. Okay, Ms. Fiore, you can take your screen down if you don't mind. Thank you for the presentation. And I will go back to the commission. Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, I would be more than happy to wait for this moment, but at the moment I feel compelled to put the motion on the floor to accept the recommendation as presented by staff.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Hey Santos to adopt the tentative general government operating plan for next fiscal year. That's resolution 20061. Commissioner Johnson up next.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Fiore, would you mind going back to the slide before we got to the balanced budget and about the recommendations that the commission made? Yeah. Can we talk about the process of us getting to this? Because I remember the meeting where we talked about many of these things, or commissioners brought up certain things that they would have liked to have seen in the budget. So is just the process bringing it up in a meeting and then it's added to the budget, or do we vote on certain things? I mean, I remember us specifically voting on the reduction of the joint aviation operating budget. I remember there being a majority of folks that were talking about the community resource, paramedic resource program, and other things. I just don't remember us having a majority of folks talk about it. So how do we go through this process of adding?
Lee, did you want to touch on this, or would you like me to?
Well, I'll try to explain, and Karen, you can jump in. So we're still at the point where I'm proposing my budget.
Okay.
To you, and so I took the input that I heard at the June 11th meeting, and to the extent that our budget was able to accommodate those actions or those items, I included them into my proposed budget. You certainly will have an ability to go through all these increments again, as, you know, throughout the summer, and then ultimately at the time that we adopt the budget. So if there are things that you want us to look at including in the final adopted budget that aren't here, we certainly can take those back and work on them throughout the remainder of the summer. If there's items in here right now that you don't want to include, the commission certainly can direct us to take them out on there. But again, this is a fluid document up until you adopt it on second reading in September.
Okay. So it's just a discussion and we talk about it and then it's fluid. I mean, I would prefer us voting on each item that we're going to add to the budget to make sure that we have a consensus amongst folks, not consensus, that we have a majority. I don't understand the climate change emissions dashboard consultant. We don't have to talk about it now because it's been a long meeting. But yeah, I would like to vote on each item that we add.
Yeah, so Commissioner, I think that's a fair, absolutely fair request. Let's set aside some time at our second GPC meeting in August to talk about these different increments and any others that the commission might want to suggest that, you know, I mean, they have to end up in a balanced budget, but if there's something, if you want to introduce something, you know, other than GFR IT equipment, for example, sorry, GFR, then we could do that. And that'll give all of us time to talk to staff and get some clarity on, you know, what these things are. I mean, I have a recollection of the climate change dashboard because just from Commissioner Ward talking about it, but doesn't mean we all took a vote on it. So let's do that at that second GPC meeting in August. That will give some pretty good direction to staff before they do prepare the final budget documents to be heard, you know, roughly a week later at first reading. And then that also gives us time, meanwhile, to dig into it a little bit and ask some questions of the appropriate staff, if that sounds okay.
Great.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, this is Omi. I'm sorry I don't have a raise your hand function because I am a cause. But I just also wanted to remind you that on your 23rd meeting, you also have a placeholder for any additional budget discussions that you may need as well. So that's another option. That's
the second regular city commission meeting?
That's the 23rd GPC meeting next week.
Oh, yeah. So a lot of that's going to be taken up with the OPEB discussion. Of course, we're also discussing the sort of status of the racial equity plan, which I think is going to take the bulk of the meeting. So, yeah, I mean, if y'all want to bring something up there, we technically could, because that's the way it's being agended. But I just think for, sort of last pass of what the budget will look like for next year, that August GPC meeting will probably work well for timing. Commissioner Johnson, are you good for now?
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, sir. So I just had a question. I'm looking at the budget in brief on page 14, where it kind of summarizes all of the expenditures, and it says that contingencies, we dropped from almost $2.5 million last year to just over $500,000 for the coming year. Given that the world is on fire and we don't know what, August 2020 will throw at us, or what 2021 will look like at this point, is there a reason that we kind of emptied the contingency fund that much? Let me say, I'm okay with it if it means GFR gets all their stuff, but is there a specific reason that it went that low?
Mr. Feldman?
I can answer that. This is Karen. Thank you. So for fiscal year 20, we put all of the raises for the general fund in contingency. And we also had that in our FY21 plan. So there was a few $1 million for the 2.5% for raises sitting in that line. But we were able to actually spread that, those per department, that 2% right into the specific unit. So we pulled away from that line and we put it to the actual department. So that's why you're seeing that large decrease there.
Okay.
And let me add too, that's another reason why we need a healthy fund balance and an emergency reserve policy that we talked about on the 11th, so that we're not going into catastrophic hurricane seasons or second wave of pandemic without having a fund that we can draw down on if we need to.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to just echo what Commissioner Johnson said, and City Manager just answered my question about the reserves. So thank you. I'm good.
Okay, very good. Okay, Larry, let's go to members of the public.
Yes, sir. Just the one speaker on this item, Nathan Scott.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Larry. Nathan Scott. With respect to the proposed budget, it's very disturbing in the aggregate. So little time has been spent on discussing the budget, going through the detailed budget discussions versus the other things that the City Commission finds time for. And I don't think that's a false statement. Y'all can contradict that and try and get the last word, but it's clearly the budget has not been reviewed in great detail this year, in sharp contrast to what the county does with a sharp pencil. With respect to the proposed budget, I am not in support of reducing or defunding the Joint Aviation Unit. Apparently, any of you commissioners that have children, if they ever got lost in the woods or you got lost in the woods because y'all don't spend much time in the woods, evidently, you all would understand the benefit of having FLIR to be able to locate someone, whether it be a lost child, a person, or somebody that's fleeing our police department. And that Joint Aviation Unit has shown its benefit time and time again in helping to apprehend criminals that have either forcefully carjacked someone or stolen cars, and y'all just despise the police department. I don't know why. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that the majority of the City Commission has criminal convictions, but I don't know. But this is a good expenditure of taxpayer money in the aggregate compared to the other things that you waste our taxpayer money on. I don't know why y'all want to defund it. Secondly, we haven't even got to commissioner increments yet, but boy, y'all can see y'all chomping at the bit trying to spend more money. You know, the city, in sharp contrast to the county, doesn't know the word of cutting any spending. It doesn't know the word of rollback rate. The county adopted a rollback rate, whereas the city is not, despite the incremental increase in revenue. Does that mean that the county is more fiscally responsible than the Gainesville City Commission? I think the answer is yes. And I think you guys need to think about that and think about the taxpayers that are going to be struggling to pay their mortgages, their utility bills, and their taxes in a COVID pandemic, and check your spending, because you don't seem to want to cut a penny. It's like the superficial cuts, and then we get all these, oops, we made a mistake last year on GRU and the audit that we had to add money to the budget in the last second. So I would encourage this commission to take a strong line-by-line look at this budget and find a way to adopt the rollback rate and show some fiscal discipline, because there's no shared sacrifice, commissioners. Time and time again, you guys haven't seen a penny that you don't want to spend. And I do support Mr. Feldman having that healthy reserve. That's actually one of the positive things I've heard. But the gist of it is you guys need to check your spending and adopt the rollback rate. And you're going to be hearing from me again on that shortly. Thank you.
Mayor, forgive me, Debbie Martinez has called in, and I didn't know if she wanted to speak on this particular item. Ms. Martinez, were you calling to speak on the budget?
Yes, please. Very
Okay.
briefly, Debbie Martinez. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I just really urge this commission to be compassionate. People are hurting. And I hear you talk so much about caring about the poor. This is your time to really show that you care about the poor. Please, please cut your budget. You have plenty of time. There are commissioners throughout the country that are cutting their own salaries in order to help their people, their residents. And I know you can do it, and I urge you to do it. It's about helping the poor. They're hurting. Thank you.
That's the last speaker on this item, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor to adopt the proposed resolution, the tentative budget. Madam Clerk, if we could go to a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson, you're muted.
You're on mute. Gail, you're on mute. Still on mute. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
You were on mute. We didn't get your vote.
Aye.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. So if there are things that you want to bring up next week, then there will be an opportunity. I don't know how much time, but we'll really focus on that second General Policy Committee meeting in August to, add or delete things and make sure that we get a vote on those from the commission, so it's on record. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is RE-4, establish a proposed millage rate for the fiscal year 2020-2021. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to the levy of general municipal purpose ad valorem taxes for the 2020-2021 fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021, establishing a proposed millage rate, computing the rollback rate, setting a public hearing, providing for the notice to the Alachua County property appraiser, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fiore, I assume?
Well, Mayor, we felt.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Manager.
No, that's okay. I think, we've covered what the millage rate is in the last item. This resolution will set the maximum rate for advertising purposes. There is a way to increase it after this, though it is very cumbersome. So for all practical purposes, at this point, by adopting this, you can only lower the millage rate in the final budget.
Very good. Thank you for that reminder. Any questions? Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And after that comment by the manager, it is a perfect segue. I agree with this, and so we shall see how the commission votes. I will move that we approve resolution number 200062. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Second by Ward. So this is setting our tentative millage rate at the same level that it is this current fiscal year. Larry, let's go to the public.
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Scott wanted to speak to this item as well.
Yes, thank you, Larry. Commissioners, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. With respect to the proposed millage rate, the city should adopt the rollback rate, not keep the rate the same, despite availing itself of the revenue increase. The county has shown far greater fiscal discipline than the Gainesville City Commission as to looking at the budget and as to adopting the rollback rate. So once again, why is the city less fiscally responsible than the county with taxpayer money? That's a question you should ask yourself. Now, in terms of how do we get to the rollback rate, got some good suggestions. Mayor Poe, you distorted my comments last time, as you always do, when I suggested that GRU executive management should take a salary cut like every other major executive in the real corporate world facing COVID realities. Mr. Feldman might also want to take, and as well as charter officers, a slight reduction to show shared sacrifice. $255,000 salary and 10 and a half weeks vacation. Most people facing COVID right now would think that is excessive. So again, this commission needs to show some fiscal leadership. You need to cut your discretionary travel. You need to cut your travel altogether. There's no reason to travel in COVID, but I'm sure you're still going on taxpayer-funded junkets. GRU's cut its all non-essential travel. How come the city commission? Are you guys entitled? You guys have this sense of entitlement where you don't give anything up and expect other people to share the burden of the decisions you make? Because that's what it seems like. There's no leadership by example. None. There's just a concerted desire by commissioners to get their hands on more money. Oh, let's talk about increments. You know, you've barely got a balanced budget that doesn't adopt a rollback rate, and it's just a money grab. You guys need to show some fiscal discipline and control your spending. There's been no line item by line item review of things that could be eliminated from the budget. You've expanded government. No one can seem to do anything without hiring another consultant at every city commission meeting. Case in point, the climate change dashboard requires another consultant. You guys hire a consultant at every city commission meeting. It's ridiculous. On top of all these high-paid staff positions with fancy titles. So if you're tired of me calling you out and other people calling you out at every city commission meeting, show some fiscal discipline. If you're going to tell us that solar and other things aren't going to increase the revenue requirement, which insults my intelligence as a former state utility regulator and NARUC rate case instructor, prove it. Don't hide behind redacted contracts. Show us. Lead by example. Don't just say things because you have no credibility. Mr. Bilarski blatantly lied because JEA does have power purchase agreement with third parties, and I'll open my mouth and say something without holding the facts. So what, you can let him lie and try and discredit people like myself and other callers? It's nonsense. Just Mayor Poe, as you claim, made a false statement that you had to accept a contract. No one's holding a gun to your head and telling you that you have to contract
Mayor,
with anyone. Thank you.
And that's our only caller on the millage rate.
Okay, thank you. I will point out that a budget cannot be barely balanced. It can either be balanced or not balanced, and our budget is balanced if we adopt this as it is. Commissioner Sacco?
I just wanted to clarify that at least since I've been here, unless some kind of seniority prank, we haven't been traveling, and all of our meetings have been virtual, even meetings that require us meeting with dignitaries from other cities and counties. But you know, if we are traveling and no one told me because I'm new, I'd like to be in on the nice travel if that's a thing.
Surprise. I have also personally given up my meals at City Hall for the last several months. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out, in case anybody missed it, that this, what we're asking for, does not and will not increase taxes this year. Just want to be really clear about that because I think it might have gotten lost in translation somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Yeah, I was going to say that we were not raising taxes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, staff. Madam Clerk, we're going to go on to our ordinances on second reading, and I'm going to allow the Mayor Pro Tem to deal with these for a few minutes. Mayor Pro Tem, the virtual gavel.
Madam Clerk, please proceed.
We have the second reading of ordinance 190989, vacation of public right-of-way Northwest 4th Lane between Northwest 13th and Northwest 14th Street. For the city of Gainesville, Florida, to vacate, abandon, and close a public right-of-way on Northwest 4th Lane lying between Northwest 13th Street and Northwest 14th Street is more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, this is a second reading, so we will move to commission discussion. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to move ordinance number 190989 on second reading by title only.
Motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco. This is in good order. Do we have any further discussion from the commission? Seeing none. Larry, do we have any members? Excuse me, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
I know Commissioner Johnson voted against this last time, so I don't know if we want to have more people to vote. Wait for Commissioner Ward and Poe. So we have 4.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? So can you tell me about what it means? Because even if my screen is off, I am always listening. And that's kind of what I assume about everybody else. Is that not the way that it's working? Like if your screen is off, does that mean we don't have a quorum?
No, that is not my understanding. Commissioners may or may not be present if they have their video screen on or off. As far as I'm concerned, if you are not present for a vote, you are not present for a vote. And that is why we do roll call votes. That's why we continue to do roll call votes. So, commissioners, it is your prerogative whether you want to have your video screen on or off, and no one's going to tell you otherwise, at least as I sit as chair. No worries. We have a quorum and we will move to a vote. Without further ado, Madam Clerk, if you'd like to call the roll.
Mr. Chair, would you like to acknowledge public comment before we?
Oh, this is also in good order. Larry, I was distracted there for a moment. Please correct me and have speak.
That's all right, Mayor Pro Tem. There are no speakers on this item.
Very well. Okay, Madam Clerk, we will close public comment and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is away. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe is also away.
Very well. By my count, that is a majority.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I believe you need 4 votes for an adoption of an ordinance. So I believe that's why I wanted to wait for a vote. I might be wrong. Is that correct, Ms. Shelley?
Yes, that is correct.
Very well. The mayor has returned. Mr. Mayor, we were unable to conduct a complete vote because we did not have enough votes in the affirmative. Therefore, now that the gavel's been passed to you, I would like to move that we immediately reconsider the past vote, which we just had.
Second. Meeting for 3 minutes, and this is what happened.
It wasn't just you, Mr. Mayor. Don't worry. There's plenty of that to go around.
Are we still on
Harvey Ward?
Are we still on the vacation of Northwest 4th Lane and 13th?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so
second the reconsideration.
Okay, very good. So we'll just circle around for a vote on the same item. Madam Clerk, if you'll do a roll call vote.
Okay, may I just be clear for one moment? Is there a motion on the floor for reconsideration?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner.
It was Ariola and then Hayes Santos seconded, Madam Clerk.
Correct. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye. That motion passes 5-1 with Johnson in dissent.
Okay. Now the motion back on the floor is for
approval.
Vote for second reading of ordinance 190989.
Okay. Is there a motion? Do we need another motion or it's just a?
No, it's reconsidering the vote that just took place.
Okay. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
All right, that motion passes 5-1 with Johnson in dissent. Next item, please.
The next item is the first reading of ordinance 190222, ordinance regulating businesses that provide shopping carts. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 14.5 of the Code of the City Code of Ordinances to create Article 8, titled Shopping Carts, to regulate businesses within the City of Gainesville, Florida, that provide shopping carts to customers, establishing shopping cart retention system requirements, establishing enforcement procedures, amending Section 2-339 to establish a civil citation penalty, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 190222 on first reading.
Okay, there's a motion to adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading by title only. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sacco. Larry, any members of the public wish to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Nathan Scott on this item.
Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners, mayor. Thank you, Larry. With respect to the shopping cart ordinance, this is another layer of city commission imposed bureaucracy, which adds additional cost to local business that's already struggling in the wake of a pandemic. You guys really need to check your layer upon layer upon layer of superfluous regulatory requirements. I mean, it is just getting to be egregious. If you guys want to be Berkeley, move to Berkeley. If you want to be like somebody else, move there. Stop trying to impose all these additional requirements and restrictions on property owners and local businesses and the citizens too. It's just getting to be ridiculous. I mean, you heard from other people today, property owners saying that they're just going to sell their rental property because you guys are getting out of control. And the same holds true for local business. I mean, there's a cost associated with each of these mandates you implement, and that drives costs to consumers that are frankly trying to get by through a pandemic. I mean, think of your actions, but you guys don't because it's all politically motivated and driven. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Larry?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, let's actually let me hold on. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
All right, that motion passes 5-0 with Johnson and Ward absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 170941, quasi-judicial historic property tax exemption for 1121 Northwest 6th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, finding that property located at 1121 Northwest 6th Street, Gainesville, Florida, as more specifically described in this ordinance, qualifies for an ad valorem tax exemption for historic properties, granting an exemption from an ad valorem tax for certain improvements beginning January 1, 2021 and continuing for 10 years under certain conditions, authorizing the mayor and the clerk of the commission to sign the historic preservation property tax exemption covenant between the property owner and the city, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a motion, but before I do, is this the oldest living building in Gainesville? Is someone from the Department of Doing?
Yeah, Andrew, you got any, do you have a presentation on this? Usually we do have a small one, you know.
We do. I'm not giving it, but Jason Simmons in my department is here and does have a brief, very brief presentation if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Let's bring Mr. Simmons into the meeting and find out if what Commissioner Simmons, no relation.
Thank you, Mr.
Sound good?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Jason Simmons with the Department of Sustainable Development. This petition involves the Bailey House at 1121 Northwest 6th Street, which was built in 1854, according to the Property Appraiser's Office, and is individually listed on the local and national register of historic places. The applicant requested an ad valorem tax exemption for recent work that was approved by the Historic Preservation Board. As you know, the city can grant ad valorem tax exemptions for historic properties that have been renovated, rehabilitated, or restored in accordance with the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings. So this process includes a certificate of appropriateness for the proposed work that the Historic Preservation Board reviews, and a two-part application for the ad valorem tax exemption. So in this specific case, in 2016, the applicant requested a certificate of appropriateness for the re-roof of the Bailey House with a metal roof from shingle roof that they had, and also the replacement of a handicap ramp. The Historic Preservation Board voted to approve the petition, which was HP-16-5170 at the July 2016 meeting. But after that meeting, there was no immediate action taken, at least not on the roof. The handicap ramp probably got built, but the re-roof did not occur. So the applicants had to appear before the Historic Preservation Board again in April of 2018 to renew the previously approved COA for the re-roof. So here's a view of the house with the roof, the new roof. This is a planned development in terms of its zoning. And here are just some overhead pictures showing the new roof and also the handicap ramp in the rear. Now, concerning the basis for staff recommendation, staff finds that the completed work meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation because the overall character of the house has been maintained. And staff finds that the property is eligible for the ad valorem tax exemption because it is a contributing property that is individually listed on the local and national register of historic places. Section 25-65 of the Code of Ordinances authorizes ad valorem tax exemptions for historic properties. Staff finds that the improvements are consistent with the standards for rehabilitation and guidelines, and are therefore eligible improvements. The Historic Preservation Board reviewed this in March of this year, and they approved HP-20-16 for the Part 1 and Part 2 ad valorem tax exemption application based on the previous approval of petition HP-16-51, which was the original COA for the re-roof and the handicap ramp. So staff recommends approval of HP-20-16 for the Part 1 and Part 2 ad valorem tax exemption application. And staff also recommends adoption of Ordinance 170941. As far as Commissioner Simmons' question, I know the applicant believes that the house is the oldest structure in the county. I can't say for sure, but it's certainly one of the oldest structures in the county. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simmons. And if you don't mind taking down your screen so I can see everybody better. Commissioner Simmons, did you want to make a motion with that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Ordinance 170941. And also, to adopt that ordinance. Now, with that, does that include the property tax exemption in this motion?
Yeah, you'll need to.
Or was that separate?
No. You can do it all part of the same motion.
Okay. So I move to adopt the ordinance number 170941.
Okay, and approve Part 2 of the Historic Preservation Property Tax exemption to what we think might be
oldest
structure
in the county.
Write a story about that, Gainesville, son.
Yeah.
Second by Commissioner Johnson. Is that what I'm seeing? Or are you?
I also think it's important to note, I mean, in terms of history, that not only is it one of the oldest structures in Gainesville, possibly the oldest, but also it was built by enslaved Africans on a plantation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's great information. No, I did not realize. I'm trying to picture it. I used to live right in that area off 6th Street, and maybe I'll drive.
It's where Persimmon is.
Oh, okay. I had no idea that property went back that far. I thought that was just a retro-looking house.
It was Plantation House. It was the big house.
Okay. Wow, that's Is there any signification there, or?
There is some, there's some marketing. There's also a really incredible, I'm going to send out the link, but Patricia Hilliard-Nunn did some really good research in all of Gainesville about the history of the Hale property, the Bailey properties, and other properties around Gainesville that were built by enslaved Africans and that were plantations.
Oh, please share that. Yeah. She's awesome. I'd love to know more about all those. Thanks for sharing that with us. I'd known otherwise. Okay, members of the public that wish to speak to the motion.
Yes, sir. Nathan Scott on the item.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Larry. Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. Mayor Poe, in response to your question, you just asked if you had read the backup information like citizens, you'd known that it was a plantation house, but apparently you guys don't read the backup. So kudos to Commissioner Johnson for educating you on Gainesville history. So with respect to the application, I think I'm a little perplexed. I think it reads this, the house itself is not in a historic district, but it's historically significant for the reasons Commissioner Johnson mentioned, and also that it's on a national landmark as Plantation House. But looking at the staff recommendations and backup, I think that just illustrates the level of bureaucracy that any property owner has to go through and the restrictions placed upon them by the city and the time and effort the city, puts into just looking at a roof. I mean, it's just amazing. I wouldn't want to be, held to those requirements owning a property. I'd want to be able to just restore it in the best, effective, aesthetically equivalent manner without having a bunch of city mandates put on you. But if y'all read the backup, I mean, this has gone back and forth. And, I'm glad that they're able to get the roof fixed. And apparently they ran into some financial difficulties, but, it might be more effective for them to be able to to get the roof fixed and repaired and restore the building without all these city requirements that are put on. I mean, you can't use, basically you can't sandblast this and you can't do that and you can't do that. Y'all should read some of these restrictions. It's pretty interesting. But again, the extent that it's not in the historic district, I think is overcome by some of the staff analysis, but it would be beneficial for the commissioners to read up on some of this stuff and look at all the restrictions that you impose on people that are just trying to maintain property in the city, whether it be historic property or just property in general. Thank you.
That's the only speaker, sir, on this item.
Okay, very good. This will then be a roll call vote.
Mayor Poe, if I may just confirm the second on that motion was
Johnson.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Ward absent. Thank you, Mr. Simmons, for your presentation. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we are now back to the business we did not finish this afternoon, beginning with item BD3, the Series B and Series C bonds.
Business discussion item 3, mandatory tender of 2017 Series B and 2017 Series C bonds with a recommendation.
And I think that we will ask Mr. Benton.
Yeah, the recommendation that the City Commission received for redeeming the 2017 Series B and Series 2017 C bonds on their mandatory due date November 7, 2020.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Bilarski. Right to Mr. Benton.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, as part of the financing that acquired the DHR facility in 2017, GRU issued $265 million in variable rate debt in the form of 2 direct purchase agreements. These were 3-year agreements with mandatory tender dates of November 7th, 2020. So it's time for us to start exploring alternatives for renewing or rolling this debt over. There are several alternatives. One is to issue fixed rate debt to take this variable rate debt out, but these variable rate bonds are currently already synthetically fixed through swaps, so this isn't really potentially a cost-effective alternative. On the variable rate side, we could simply renew the direct purchase agreement that's in place now, but once again, the pandemic has created a supply and demand imbalance where many businesses either need credit, need to increase their credit, or they need to draw on existing lines. This has put pressure on banks' balance sheet and has driven up the cost of the direct purchase alternative. So it appears that the most cost-effective alternatives for GRU would be to either issue floating rate notes or variable rate demand bonds. And which of these alternatives would be more effective is dependent upon investor preference. So to determine that, we would like to do some price discovery. And to that end, we intend to post a notice on EMMA, and that's the Electronic Municipal Market Access website that's designated by the Securities and Exchange Commission as the official source for municipal securities data and disclosure documents. Letting investors know by posting this on the website that we're in the process of evaluating alternatives for redeeming the bonds will facilitate the banks that are supporting this effort in having discussions with potential investors and help firm up the potential pricing to enable us to determine which is the most effective path. This is an information item. It's to let the commission know that we'll be coming back in August or September with documents that support both methods, both floating rate notes and as well as variable rate demand bonds. And we will be bringing back documents that support each path and asking for the authorization to execute the alternative that produces the lowest cost for us. So like I said, there's no action required here. I want to reinforce this is not new debt. We're simply renewing and rolling over existing variable rate debt. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Mr. Pilarski, was there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, Benton always says it all.
Okay. Well, thank you for the update, Mr. Benton. We all knew that this was coming our way around this point. So we thank you for just keeping us and the rest of our neighbors apprised, and then we'll just be looking to you and the market bringing back the best terms that you can under these current conditions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Benton. Madam Clerk, then I think we only have one item remaining. It was the moratorium discussion that we left off this afternoon, and my recollection was there were about 4 of you who wanted to get in and speak I'm assuming after public comment was over. Whether or not you remember what it is you wanted to say exactly, I don't know. And I'll just start things off, say that I would like to schedule this as a standalone item on our General Policy Committee meeting for the first GPC meeting in August to broadly speak about equitable development, and in the meantime, ask staff to do more research on the potential effects of a moratorium, particularly with whether it slows or speeds displacement, and whether it slows or speeds increases in rental costs, housing costs. Those are the 2 big ones that and the 2 that I found the most information that was troubling to me when it came to moratoriums. But I also want to talk about the other steps the commission potentially may take to both address displacement and housing affordability. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that's a good idea to have that on the General Policy Committee meeting. I would like for it to be not as broad for discussion of inclusionary zoning, exclusionary zoning. I think we need to start talking about like somewhat of specifics so we can start giving direction. I think we all say that we kind of support it in some sense, but I think actually having staff come back with some kind of more options to what we could move forward on, so that we can actually have a much more productive meeting and hopefully come out of that meeting that we actually give real direction to move forward. Thank
Okay.
you,
yeah, and I know our staff has a wide base of knowledge on this. I've talked with them about them. I know many of you have as well, especially when it comes to inclusionary housing policies and the sort of variability of how you can dial that in just right. So I know that they could be prepared to do that. And it was mentioned earlier tonight that it's never worked, and it's, I like many policies, I think there's places it hasn't worked well and places that it's starting to work. It takes some time because new things need to get built for it to have an effect. And so there is some time that needs to pass before you see that. But I'd like to know that too, sort of where has it started to show positive impact, and what did they do that might fit with Gainesville? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that I would like to discuss all of it at the next meeting, the moratorium and all of the other suggestions that were put forth by various members of the commission. I do want to point out that we have given direction in the past about many of these things. I remember specifically a meeting like a year and a half ago where we talked about historic overlays, we talked about SROs, and it literally, like, we still have not seen them. So I want to make sure that when we have this discussion, because we could have been so much farther along if we actually gotten those recommendations back and we move forward on them. So once again, I'm looking forward to having some of this discussion again, in addition to the moratorium. And I'm hoping that, that folks are hearing us say that we want to move forward on some of these things, like ASAP, which is why I believe that the moratorium needs to be in place so that we can put some of these things in place, in addition to the comprehensive plan, because it's already been a year and a half and we still have had nothing. So I'm looking forward to the next time that we talk about this also. Thanks.
Yeah, good. And just, to Mr. Persons and Mr. Feldman and everybody else involved, bring everything you got. Come loaded for bear. We want to, as far ahead of time as possible too, because we're expecting to have to read through a ream of great data and information. I see you've tuned in too, Mr. Folson. I'll get to both of you in a second. Let me get through the commissioners here first. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to echo the same. I think we should looking at this at another time where we can have some really, really robust conversation and focus on what we're trying to achieve. We have had this conversation for over a year now. We have given staff, like everyone has mentioned earlier, direction to come back. We haven't received anything from staff. I know I myself on numerous occasions have asked about looking into the heritage overlay. Now we have a historic planner on board. I've asked on numerous occasions to look at the narrative itself, and let's see how we can start taking some of the good things from that and applying it in various places. And I also just want to make note that maybe when I spoke earlier, I should have had a disclaimer that I was speaking on the actual participation of the narrative, and I was explaining what the narrative was in the context of when I participated in doing the narrative as a resident of the Porter's neighborhood, not as a commissioner. So my view to explain what the narrative was a viewpoint from as a member of the committee, as a resident and not as a city commissioner. I'm very well, I think I know by now that I'm a District 1 commissioner and I represent folks in the district, but my whole premise is that I would never dictate to another community what's best for them. I truly believe it's up to the residents in their neighborhoods and their communities to dictate to me what they feel is best for their community. So I was speaking on behalf as a resident of the Porter's community that sat on a committee that completed and did the narrative, and that's the point of view I was speaking from. But I just want everyone to know that I do realize I'm a District 1 commissioner, and I represent a district, and everyone that's in that district have every right to have their voices heard and their concerns heard. And that's why I'm here to listen to their needs and their concerns based on what it is for their neighborhoods and their communities. I'm not going to tell anyone what they should do in their own community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to reiterate the idea that we really do need to see the items back. And I know that everybody sustainable development knows that, but the things that we've been asking for a long time, it's time to roll those things back. ADUs, SROs, all the things, the historic districts, all the historic overlays rather, all those things that we prioritized over at the GRU multipurpose room more than a year ago. We need to see those back and figure out how to say yes or no to them. And if the answer is no, then that's fine. But we ought to stop talking about it. We ought to take action. And if we had taken action on some of those, it would be having an impact on what we see around us right now. So thank you.
Yeah, not to make excuses for anybody, but since that time, we've now hired a permanent city manager who, in my experience, gets things done when we ask him to get things done. And part of, I think part of the problem is we were in transition then, and that just makes it really hard. There was a lot going on. So anyway, well, they've heard us loud and clear. In 3 weeks, we'll expect a lot of good supporting information, and we'll have a good discussion. And I really hope to move out of that meeting with some good direction. Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to tack on to the end of that and say that I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I know everybody as hard as they can, and it's as much my fault as anybody else's because we didn't consistently remind staff that we needed it back. So there you go. Thanks.
Yeah, I just, haven't been around a while. When you have senior staff in transition, it's hard to keep the momentum going. That inertia tends to sort of fade for a while, but we can get it right back. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe our last item on the agenda is necessary guidance to charter officers. And I'm just, I think one thing.
Mayor.
Yes, Larry?
Mayor, I'm sorry. There's a caller who's been waiting quite a while in the hopes of speaking on the moratorium.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah. I apologize. Go ahead, Larry.
Sure. Quill Cochon to speak on the moratorium.
Excellent pronunciation. Hello, everyone. My name is Quill Cochon. I'd like to begin my statement by saying that Black Lives Matter and Black communities matter. I was born and raised in Gainesville, and in my 23 years, I've seen firsthand the studentification of this city that was mentioned earlier. Not only do we not need more student housing to sit empty, the current student housing that we have has forced Black and Brown people out of their historic communities in the name of money. This moratorium is not necessarily permanent, but it will give us more time to find a more permanent solution. If the city develops, it will be very difficult to fix the damage we do should we find a solution afterwards. UF, as the largest employer in the city, has a vice grip on Gainesville that goes widely unchecked. They say student housing, and the city says how many stories. Speaking to the point raised earlier by Ms. Buffalo about developing jobs for people in this community, maybe once UF stops relying on prison labor, those jobs can come to other citizens in the community, and then they can afford the largely outrageous prices for rent and utilities in this city. In the meantime, we need to prioritize affordable housing. To all other realtors and landlords who stand to benefit greatly from further development and express that you'd be inclined to leave if the moratorium passes, I'm sure there are many citizens who would be happy to show you the door. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Stick around with us.
Mayor, forgive me, Mayor. There's a second caller. Please hold the line.
Sure.
Sorry.
Mayor, this is Chris Torres to speak on the moratorium.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Chris Torres, and I'll be brief. I'm a member of GAD, Gainesville Alliance for Equitable Development, and I wanted to speak in favor of the moratorium as a means to start this momentum for the community. And there were some things that were missing in the original proposal, and I just kind of wanted to remind the commission of, we would also like the list of all vulnerable and affected African American communities added, a section of obviously social and economic equity, a section of the state of affordable housing in Gainesville, add a section on the current affordable housing policies and objectives, and to add Tuscaloosa to the case studies. Engage a neutral, apolitical, nonpartisan organization to develop a data-driven tool that uses community values and science to prioritize communities and dwellings most at risk. Add all African American communities to preliminary and illustrative list of potential stakeholders. Add the Gainesville Alliance for Equitable Development to preliminary and illustrative list of potential stakeholders. Now, aside from that, I just want to add, hoping I have enough time, don't know if I'm at the 2-minute mark yet, but I've been in these commission meetings, and I've seen just the amount of funding that just goes into these communities. University Heights and downtown each is about $4 million. Porter's Quarters is about $1 million, and East Gainesville is $296,000. And not only should more money be diverted to the moratorium, but affordable housing, giving Seminary Lane back their land. It's an $8 million plot. We know that from what the commission spends on policing, it's $88 million, and that's an $8 million plot of land that could also be bought back for displaced folk who've been displaced over 10 years. So I just wanted to, lastly, first and foremost, say that Black communities matter, Black folk matter, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Mayor, those are the only speakers, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for keeping with us all evening, and I appreciate you calling in late and sharing your thoughts with us. Okay, so on to our last item, the necessary direction charter officers. Again, Commissioner Ward, maybe this is why your hand was up, but there was some discussion about amending our rules during this time of emergent virtual meetings. And so I don't know if you wanted to revisit that or not. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would like us to, and I don't have a recommendation to make, but we do need an agenda item forthcoming about our rules. We're no longer in a short-term issue here. Our meetings are going to have to start more resembling normal meetings, as opposed to, essentially, we need commission comment back, if nothing else. And I recognize the issues that brings, but
We do.
This is how the community gets things on the agenda, by talking to its representatives, who then bring it to the body. And if we don't have the opportunity to do that, or the opportunity to ask questions, then and just discuss things that come up at the end of the meeting, then we're missing a large part of the job. So I need to see that back on, or would really like to see that back on our agenda. And we should have a broader discussion about what's working with our meetings and what isn't, since we're going to be probably using this format for a while. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree. I think we should bring back commissioner comment. I also think we should have our backup rules the same as they are for other meetings. So I would like to move that we have a draft ordinance or draft resolution of our meeting rules at our next city commission meeting, and that we add our commissioner comment back, and that we also add the same rules for backup as we have during normal times.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Ward. Okay, I'm happy to do that. That's ministerial, so we don't need to take comment on that. They can comment at the meeting when it's on the agenda if they like. So, Madam Clerk, will you go to a vote, please?
May I ask a question of clarification there?
You may.
So going back to your regular rules also means requiring agenda items 7 days in advance of those meetings. So I wanted to make that clear, because I know that was one of the things that was a little bit of a rub, having the virtual meetings, and then of course our 2-week kind of agenda review out, especially from GPC. Right now we have a 5-day rule for regular city commission meetings, and then a 3-day rule for special meetings in terms of when the agendas have to be published. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page, with understanding that now that's going to go back out to 7 days, but I'm assuming we'll also allow for the agendas to be modified should any additional items or things need to be changed. And I see that has spurred a couple hands.
So just to clarify my motion, if that's all right?
Sure.
My motion was for the backup, not for the dates for the agendas, just for backup that could be added later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Ms. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I've also heard some concern from you all at meetings that your supplemental rules for virtual meetings initially, and as they currently read, limit the agenda to items of essential business and limit putting items on only to the charter officers. Certainly commissioners can work through charter officers, but I'm wondering if that's something you also want to repeal.
Yeah, I mean, we can just discuss that as part of the, I mean, I guess you need to write the resolution, but.
So the issue is you have your underlying commission rules, which are still in effect. And then you adopted a supplemental resolution that just basically, during the time it's in effect, it supersedes and sort of sits on top of your regular rules. So anything, if you all review the supplemental rules resolution and determine all of the things that you want to do away with, then that's what the new resolution will look like. It's simply removing those extra layers that you had put on during the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, so let's just for the item, just to include our regular the regular rules and the supplemental rules, and we'll have a discussion and we can make a motion and to what we want it to look like. It should be pretty straightforward.
Okay, but you won't be adopting a resolution at that meeting then? That's what you're saying. Okay, that's my question.
Okay.
It'll take one more meeting to do it, but we don't have them in front of us right now, so I just don't want to do this on the fly. And Harvey's right. We're going to be in this state of affairs for a while. So
all depends on the governor.
Yes, it does. It does.
All my faith and confidence.
Okay. Madam Clerk, well, y'all do. I guess there's a motion. We'll just share the motion. I could just put it on the agenda, but we'll go to a vote.
Commissioner Simmons. Aye. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Fife.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. One last welcome to Ms. Ramos, her first City Commission job. You did great tonight, Ms. Ramos. Keep it up. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson.
Are we ending the meeting?
We are.
We about to end the meeting? Oh, well, there's something I'd like to bring up.
Go ahead.
Okay. So recently there have been some, I'd say, problematic, I'll use that word, problematic posts by an employee of ours on the GRU side. And I'd like to get, and this has been very public, and I've heard, I've gotten a lot of feedback from the public that that outcome wasn't satisfactory, and they don't feel like the process was, they don't feel like the process was, that it was a full investigative process. I'll just say that it was not a full investigation. And I'd like to find out from the general manager how we handle that and how we might be able to talk that through as a commission, because I don't think this is the end. I think that this is the beginning of probably many of these instances. And, you know, we need to have something in place that is that's thorough and fair for everyone. And I want to find out more about that and talk about it in a public setting.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. I'd love to get Ms. Marshall's input on this too. I don't know if Ms. Jefferson is in the meeting or not, but certainly Ms. Marshall as a charter officer, I think we need to hear from her as well. Mr. Bielarski? And
you know what, I think I just want to preface whatever Mr. Bielarski is about to say is that the information or on the Facebook post was violent and it was racist. And I think that we need to couch the kind of the conversation in that, because that's what we're talking about going forward, racism and violence.
Yeah, Mr. Bielarski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, in regard to the question, even in the asking of the question, it's presuming a result. And you said that there was a post by or a comment by an employee, and the result of the investigation was that it was not a post by that employee. And we followed the protocol that we follow throughout these types of employee investigations. And it's up to us to determine the preponderance of evidence that would lead one to believe that the party is guilty against their presumed innocence. So in this particular case, there was a cloning of an account. Based on my understanding from the investigative team, there was an agreement that there was a cloning of the account. And by the way, this was in what I sent to the commission, as well as disseminated in a brief to the commission. We also issued that within the organization to the employees. And so there was a cloning of that account. And short of getting access to the employee's computer and or cell phone, which we're not allowed to by law, we had no evidence to indicate that that cloned account was that of the employee, nor was the created by the employee, nor were the comments from her. So in that particular situation, you have to apply a certain amount of logic as well. And that logic was this separate account. You gotta remember, there was a Facebook account that the employee had for years that had none of these postings. There was a separate account that was created that had a similar profile, similar about, similar friend, well, not similar friends, they're actually fictitious friends. And on it was posted, as Commissioner Johnson has suggested, a vulgar, vile, awful, violent racial slur and actions, if you will. It was awful. And that's why when we were alerted to it initially, weren't aware there was a cloned account. The employee was suspended within a half hour. Within the half hour, that employee was suspended without pay, pending the investigation. So don't have the evidence that that employee did that, nor would it be logical that somebody would create a cloned account under their own name and post that type of information that they could have put on their own account, or if they wanted, they would have put it under somebody else's name, but they were both under her name. And there was also evidence to the fact that they brought before us that there was another party that was already being pursued by her attorney for malicious interaction with some of her accounts, an account actually. And so that letter was sent by an attorney for that party to cease and desist on sometime in February. So that was the weight of evidence, and I made my decision based on that.
Mr. Johnson, did you want to respond?
Yeah, sure. So if there is can you tell me what you mean by a cloned account? You mean that somebody else, you came to the conclusion that someone else made this account in this person's name and then posted maliciously under that person's name? That's what you mean by the cloned account?
Yeah. There's another separate Facebook account.
Okay, so I want to make sure going forward, I mean, what is the investigative process? Are we following that investigative process for all social media accounts? To me, it would seem that the next natural step would be, yes, let's look at the person's phone, let's look at the person's, computer to really, so beyond a shadow of a doubt, like we understand that this person did not. People honestly, Ed, I know folks that make cloned accounts all the time. It is not unusual for folks to have two accounts, even under their own names. I mean, that's just the way the Facebook social media is sometimes. So I don't think it's unusual that a person would have another account. I don't. There's also other factors, that I think when you coming to a logical conclusion, I mean, I also understand that this person has a white supremacist tattoo on her body, et cetera, et cetera. So when we say like following logical conclusions about things, I want to make sure that we're applying the lens that needs to be applied when saying we're logically following, logically making conclusions based upon X, Y, and Z. Because I could come to a different conclusion based upon what I saw. So,
and that may well be the case, but please, this woman does not have a white supremacist tattoo. If you go by, I mean, I did some research on that too. Which, by the way, her tattoo, which isn't visible to folks, is deemed by the Anti-Defamation League to be not a racist, white supremacist tattoo. Because when you have, and look, this was in the emails, it's an iron cross with a skull, and it says, ride hard, die free. And what the Anti-Defamation League says is, if that iron cross has a Nazi symbol in the middle of it, the context of it is yes, it's white supremacist. If it does not, they deem it to be a not white supremacist symbol, and it's not what you've just said it is. So I think we have to be very careful what we're saying about employees. First you said that she made the Facebook post, and then you said that she had a white supremacist tattoo, and the evidence doesn't support that.
Ed.
Mayor, we do have someone who's called in to speak to this, whether it's appropriate or not, I don't know.
Well, not right now. Commissioner Johnson, you still have the floor.
Oh, I'm finished. It sounds like our manager is if he's good with the decision, then that's the way we're going to handle things moving forward. So be it.
Okay. Well, I'm not satisfied, and I've had this conversation with the manager. You know, I first of all believe that Ms. Marshall should have been brought in at an early stage. This to me very much, you know, even if it was out of abundance of caution, and I don't think that's even the case. I think that there was, you know, some pretty serious elements of a hostile working place that either could have existed before or certainly could have existed afterwards. It seems like that extra set of eyes and experience and context would have been helpful as this investigation unrolled. And you know, in talking to Ms. Marshall, it's my understanding she didn't find out about this investigation until it was either over or nearly over. And that, of course, diminishes her ability to.
You have been muted.
Hi, this is Ms. Fox.
Star key twice.
Yes. I guess we can talk about past and how this, you know, this experience played out from the moment the concern was identified till the decision was made by the general manager. But we also, and this is what I'm hearing, I think, from Commissioner Johnson, is that there needs to be a clear understanding of how we process these types of allegations moving forward to make sure it's consistent and it's also exhaustive. And I will just say, I you know, from all the information I learned, I felt like there was a high likelihood that we could have obtained more information that would have greatly clarified one way or another what actually happened. And now, you know, I think, you know, with due process, and I don't want to step on Commissioner Sacco's toes here too much, but there is a presumption of innocence. But one way to not move past that presumption of innocence is if all of the potential evidence or information isn't collected. And I think we were close to that, and then it wasn't. So Ms. Marshall, if you can, you know, at least help us as an elected body understand when it would be helpful for you to be brought into these types of cases and why that's important and what we can expect, you know, if something like this is to happen in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our city policy actually states that any manager or supervisor who becomes aware of any type of potential harassment or discrimination has an obligation to report that to our office. It specifically states to the EO director. And so in a situation like this, it would have been appropriate to report it to our office for us to review it. There are instances where myself and the HR director actually do joint investigations because some of our investigations cross paths where they are potentially code of conduct violations as well as EO violations. And this would have been one of those instances where it would have been appropriate just to make sure that there were no EO violations there as well. So moving forward in a potential situation like this, if it happens again, the EO office wholeheartedly needs to be involved.
And that's not just charter level, that's any director or manager.
That's any director, supervisor, anybody in a supervisory capacity has a duty under our city policies to report any type of harassment or discrimination to our office.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marshall.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to say, as an attorney, I've been trying to get Ms. Shalley on the line. I personally don't feel comfortable having this discussion about a personnel member's file out in the public. I think it puts us at great risk, given that it could be grounds for defamation. That is my feeling, my gut instinct as an attorney. And so I don't think this is a discussion with so many specifics that we should be having here on the floor. Was the initial reaction of the action awful? Yes, but I think Mr. Bolarski did at least a decent investigation on the matter. Do we have other concerns? Those concerns should be taken up with Mr. Bolarski or with Ms. Marshall, not in a public forum for the world to weigh in and have a mess after 7-8 hours of us talking, where nobody's probably in the right mood to talk about this, least of all in front of the public.
Okay, Ms. Sacco, I appreciate and respect your willingness to step in and say that. Ms. Shalley, I guess I'll better turn to you then.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Commissioner Sacco addressed a good bit of what I was going to. When you all hear about employee situations like this, and certainly you can speak to the charter officer, to the extent that you want to have a public discussion, it should simply be about process concerns that you may have, not the facts of individual cases.
Okay, that's fair. I certainly was most interested in process and still am. And, I think that's incumbent upon us to both understand the process and be comfortable with it. But thank you to both our attorneys for adding that important perspective. Commissioner Simmons. You're still on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to speak to the process. I think that our director of equal opportunity should have been brought in on this from the very beginning. And I voiced that concern to the general manager. And I just think that it clearly states, like Tanisha Marshall just stated, that it should have went to her office. And I find that concerning that the necessary process wasn't taken seriously, in my opinion. And it further, it just further lets me know, and I think it gives the opinion for the community, the opinion that the Equal Opportunity Office or department is just a non-starter, or doesn't plays a significant role in our government. And that's for that to be overlooked in this situation, considering what was at stake and considering the issue at hand. Tanisha Marshall should have been the first person on the phone. She should have played a role in the whole process. And that's very concerning to me that she was overlooked, that the role of the EEO director was overlooked. And I have a problem with that. And I think we should have a problem with that as a commission. That's all I have to say, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think it's point well taken and learned, and if for some people reminded that in an abundance of caution, no matter what, when it starts creeping to the line of discrimination or harassment, Ms. Marshall needs to be brought in immediately. Okay, difficult topic. I think Commissioner Johnson, you reminded us long ago, and come back from time to time to remind us that these are going to be uncomfortable conversations, and we're going to continue to have them. So I appreciate you bringing them up. I also appreciate Commissioner Sacco's reminder to us that there are, it's not so simple to have these conversations in public when the city has certain responsibilities to due process. Okay, I want to thank everybody. This was a difficult but I think productive meeting. We are back on our schedule for having regular general policy committee meetings, and so we'll see everybody next week. We have a full agenda. Again, for members of the public, the main topic of discussion for that meeting will be a status update and direction moving forward for our racial equity plan. And there's also some budget items on that and a few other things, including trying to map out our general policy committee meetings for the next few months based on our referral list. So we know you'll come ready for that. And with that, everybody have a wonderful evening, and this meeting is adjourned.